Now, today, we're going to see what if Harry Potter had feelings for poor Aria? Harry Potter XOC, Part 1. This will have 4 parts. Make sure to join Patreon for early access of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Aria eyed the school uniform with distaste. It wasn't an ugly uniform, as school uniforms went, but it was certainly too big and smelled of mothballs. She dragged her gaze away from the offending pieces of garment to her dad. "You can't be serious," she said. Kenneth sighed. This was the smallest they had, he told her. "I can take it in, though since you'll probably grow into it, I'd rather not." Aria huffed, taking the garments in her arms. It was clear just looking at the uniform that the clothes were secondhand, and she knew she would get teased. Kids had teased her in primary for having second-hand uniforms, so why would secondary be any different? Beyond that, if the teachers at St. Bridget's Secondary were anything like Farnsworth Primary, they would already treat her like all the other Spinner's End kids, as if she was already a lost cause because she was born on the wrong side of the river. Aria, her dad's terrified cry jolted her out of her pity party. He'd hit her hand and she looked down, dropping her burning school uniform in horror. Kenneth grabbed his water bottle, dumping it contents onto the clothing. Aria's shoulders slumped, seeing the smoldering hole in the middle of the skirt and sweater. "Are you hurt?" Kenneth asked. "I am sorry." Aria cried. "I didn't mean to set it on fire." "It's fine," Kenneth soothed, pulling her close. "I just want to know if you're hurt." Aria sniffed, shaking her head. She glanced at her hands. "Actually, a little," she said. Kenneth ushered her to the sink in the kitchen where he stuck her hand under the faucet, turning on the cold water. "Keep it there for a few minutes," he told her. A knock came from the front door. Kenneth patted her shoulder and went to answer it. She grabbed a dish towel, wetting it and wrapping it around her hand, just as she heard her dad exclaim in surprise. Poking her head out of the kitchen, she gaped as their neighbor, Severus Snape, entered the house. He wore black shoes, neatly polished, black trousers, and an interesting black frock coat that Aria felt belonged in some period drama than on Spinner's End. His hair, also black, hung straight almost to his shoulders, and his large nose was crooked, reminding Aria of what Tommy Robbins' nose looked like right after Kevin Taylor broke it last year. What could he possibly want? He was gone almost 10 months out of the year. He was a professor at some mysterious private school up in Scotland. No one on the street knew its name or where in Scotland it was located. Aria's theory amongst the Spinner's End kids was that it was a school for children the government was training to be the next generation of British MPs and international ambassadors. Either way, it was very rare that Mr. Snape ever made calls when he was home, even though he had grown up on the street and knew most of the grown-ups, like Kenneth, because of that. "I thought I told you to keep your hand under the water," Kenneth scolded. "I put it in a towel," Aria said, showing him the wet towel around her hand. She followed the men into the living room. "Do you want tea?" Kenneth asked. "No, thank you," Snape replied. "I am here on official business." "Official business? For what?" "The school I teach at. I am here to offer a space to Aria." "Did someone put her name in for it?" Kenneth asked. "I certainly didn't." "That's not exactly how it works," Snape replied, reaching into an inner pocket of his coat and pulling out a thick envelope. He held it out to Aria, who took it with her good hand. It was parchment and sealed with a red wax seal, stamped with what looked like the school's crest, which included a shield in 4 parts with an eagle, lion, snake, and badger. The letter was addressed, Diagon, 2&D bedroom on the left, 24 Spinners in Coaksworth, England. Very curious, she decided. There wasn't even a postcode. Carefully, so as not to disturb the towel on her hand, she broke the seal and pulled out 2 pieces of parchment and a golden gilded piece of paper that read Platform 9 3/4, King's Cross, London. It reminded her of what she envisioned Wonka's golden ticket to look like. Ignoring the strange train ticket for the moment, she turned to the first piece of parchment and began reading the letter aloud. "Dear Miss Bourne," it read, "it is with great pleasure that I invite you to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Witchcraft and Wizardry?" Aria demanded. "Is this a joke? Do I look like a joking man, Miss Bourne?" Snape asked. Aria shook her head. "Please be assured," she continued reading, "that Hogwarts is one of the finest schools of magic in the United Kingdom. You will find with this letter a supply list for your first year of Hogwarts. Note, First-year students are not allowed their own brooms. Acceptable pets are cats, owls, and toads. We look forward to your owl. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Aria turned to the second piece of parchment, which was indeed a school list. Items included the standard school uniform of white collared shirt, sweater vest, black pleated skirt for girls, black wizarding robes with Hogwarts crest, books like Standard Book of Spells Volume 1, and potions for beginners. Also included was a standard number 2 pewter cauldron and first-year potions kit, as well as a wand. She handed everything over to Kenneth, who glanced over it all before looking to the corner of the living room for a minute before looking at Aria. Then Snape, then back to Aria again. It all makes sense now, Kenneth muttered. What makes sense? Aria asked. All the weird stuff you've done, her dad replied. The floating objects, the random wind, the way you just set your school uniform on fire by just glaring at it. Snape snorted with amusement at that. Aria felt her face grow hot with embarrassment, knowing she was turning fully pink all the way to her shoulders. Well, if you teach at Hogwarts, then you must be a wizard, Aria said to Snape. Can you show us something? Snape smirked and reached into his coat, rummaging around until he pulled out a round container that looked like the moisturizer container Melissa Jacobs, the 16-year-old across the road, had. Snape unscrewed the top and revealed a lotion-type filling. I teach the subject of potions, he told her. I am a potions master, first class, meaning I have the equivalent of a doctorate in the subject. Do I call you Dr. Snape? Professor will do in the academic setting. I actually prefer it over the more formal term of Master Snape. He held up the lotion for them to observe more closely. It was orange and looked rather thick. This is a burn salve, he said. Any good potions master will carry standard first aid items on their person. He unwrapped the towel from Aria's burned hand and carefully applied the salve to her skin, not rubbing it in like a lotion, but letting it sit there. After a moment, her skin absorbed the salve, and her burn was gone. Wicked, she whispered, showing off her hand to Kenneth. Kenneth inspected her limb before glancing at Snape. Did you go to Hogwarts? He asked. Yes, Snape answered. I did. As did Lily Evans, if you remember her. Who doesn't? Kenneth cried. She was the nicest person that came from that side of the river. Well, one of the nicest. Aria watched her dad's eyes flicker to the nearby picture of her mother, Abigail, who had died of cancer when Aria was 9. She had grown up on Darby Street, which was on the other side of the river a quarter-mile from St. Bridget's Secondary. How is she? Kenneth asked. That is if you know. I remember hearing that you two fell out at one point. We did, Snape replied, tucking the burned salve away. We went our own ways. I'm afraid I fell into the standard stereotype of spinner's end for a few years after school. You joined a gang? Kenneth cried. I left it, Snape snapped. Kenneth raised his hands in peace. Unfortunately, Lily and her husband got on the wrong side of the leader of the gang I had joined, and he killed them. That's awful. Yes, well, as far as I'm aware, he's gone. But not really. He fled to the continent. Maybe. Most people in the wizarding world think he's dead. But he was steeped in dark magic, so it would not surprise me if somehow even he managed to cheat death. Aria folded her arms. Typical adults hijacking a conversation about her future with talks about gangs. Hello, she cried. We were talking about my education, right? Kenneth agreed. Severus, how much is all of this going to cost? Tuition at Hogwarts is paid for all students, Snape replied. Hogwarts is over 1,000 years old. There is a hefty endowment that the Board of Governors has set aside to pay for tuition. There is also some assistance if you need help buying supplies. But I assure you that if you buy second-hand books and clothes, the largest expense will be first year, since you'll have many one-time purchases to make that won't come during the other 6 years. Items like a school trunk and a wand, in total a first-year list, at bare minimum. If you purchased everything new, comes to a total of £400. Does the wizarding world take credit cards? Aria winced at that. Kenneth had been trying to pay off the 2 credit cards he had used to be able to pay for her mother's funeral expenses. No, you'd have to exchange money, Snape said. Cash, no checks. You said there may be assistance for buying supplies? You're gonna let me go? Aria cried. Excitement and a little bit of trepidation filled her. This was a boarding school. Christopher Haynes was going to go to Ackworth in Yorkshire, and it had been all he could talk about for the last half of the school year. Aria, how could I not? Kenneth asked. Your mother always said you were special. She was never as shook by your strange abilities as I have been. I'm sure at this school, you'll not only learn how not to set your clothes on fire, but you'll be able to meet other children who are just like you. You'll be able to make friends. I have friends, Aria argued. I've got Robert Jacobs and Tommy Robbins and Samuel Tweed. They're 2 years older than you and already are trying the patience of the entire street, Kenneth replied. Do you want to go? Or do you actually want to go to St. Bridget's? No, I want to go. Aria took back the letter. What does "we await your owl" mean? We use owls to deliver the post, Snape answered. Now, what day works best for you to go get her supplies? We will have to go to London. I am the faculty member assigned to lead you through the process of introduction to the wizarding world. We have time on Saturday, Kenneth replied. Is there a wizarding way to get their brooms or such? Or are we going to have to drive? Will I have to fill out any forms for the financial assistance? There are several ways of transportation, Snape replied with an amused upturn of his mouth. Brooms being one way, but there are quicker methods. We will use the flu system. My house is connected to it. Come over at 9 o'clock Saturday morning. I will relay to Hogwarts that you have accepted your spot for the upcoming school year. He rose and Kenneth hurried to stand. Snape looked down at Aria, who struggled to meet the man's dark and unreadable gaze. Finally, he nodded to Kenneth and saw himself out. Diagon Alley. Saturday came soon enough. Aria was up before her dad, going through her pitiful amount of clothes trying to find something to wear. What did wizards wear? Did they have their own fashion? She finally settled on a pair of jeans, her favorite Converse that she had gotten at the local charity shop, a pink t-shirt, and a denim jacket. She topped it off by putting her hair into a French braid and slipping on a cute olive green headband. Hearing her dad finally come out of his bedroom, she grabbed her blue cross-the-body clutch and sped out into the hallway. He looked her up and down, and she looked over his dark jeans and collared shirt. Someone's excited, he teased. You've got your supply list? Aria opened her clutch and showed him where she had stored it. Breakfast consisted of a bagel with cream cheese and juice, while Kenneth poured himself a strong cup of coffee. When the clock read 8:50, Kenneth slipped on his shoes and they left the house, locking the door behind them and walking the few yards over to Snape's house. Professor Snape let them into his dingy entryway. Aria almost knocked over a set of books piled against the wall. Snape raised an eyebrow and she giggled nervously. Sorry, she muttered. What are you wearing? The man had a black robe over his other black clothes, except this robe wasn't like a bathrobe, and it had more buttons at its center and sleeves than Aria had ever seen on a piece of clothing. This is called a robe, Snape replied. They are the staple piece of clothing for all wizards and witches, although the more informal non-robe fashion is quite common among school-age children. Will we stick out like this? Kenneth asked. You might, Snape replied. Depends on how many other Muggleborn families are shopping today. Muggle what? My apologies, I didn't explain. Non-magical people are called Muggles. Children with magic whose parents are Muggles are called Muggleborns. What other kinds of kids are there? Aria asked. And I won't be the only Muggleborn, will I? No, you won't be, Snape assured her, bringing them into his living room. The walls were lined with bookcases overflowing with papers, periodicals, and books. There were books in stacks all along the edge of the room and a stack of magazines on the coffee table. Read much? Kenneth asked. Snape glared at him. What other kinds of kids are there? Aria asked. What do they call kids with two magical parents? Or if only one parent is magical? The other two types of magical people are pure blood and half-blood, Snape told her. Pure blood meaning that there has never been a Muggle in the family, and half-blood. The simplest answer is that half-bloods have had Muggle ancestry at some point, but that's just in Wizarding Britain. There are wizards and witches outside of the UK? Aria cried. Of course there are. We don't have a monopoly on magic. Snape led them to the fireplace. This is the flu. This is flu powder. You throw it into the fire, step into the flames, and speak clearly where you want to go. Now, since it is the first time for both of you, I will take you both through one at a time. So, which one of you would like to go first? Aria shook her head. No way would she step foot into a fire. You can't be serious, Kenneth muttered. I assure you I am completely serious, Snape drawled. I expect I'll have to say that many times throughout our adventure today. Kenneth, I'm volunteering you to go first. Miss Bourne, watch closely. I will be back for you. He grabbed Kenneth's arm, threw in a pinch of the flu powder, yelling his destination as he dragged Kenneth into the green flames. Aria screamed as they disappeared, and the flames returned to their normal orange and red. What had just happened? Aria sat on the armchair, shaking. Where had they gone? When would Snape return? Was her dad all right? The greens turned green, and suddenly Snape was stepping out of the fireplace. Aria cried out again, springing to her feet. "Where's my dad?" she cried. "At the leaky cauldron," Snape replied. "Please take my arm and don't let go. I wouldn't want to lose you in the wrong grate." With a whimper, Aria grabbed Snape's arm and allowed him to drag her into the fire. To her surprise, the fire did not burn, but the tossing and whirling did surprise her, as did the sudden yank out of a grate into another room. Gasping for breath and whirled around, seeing her dad sitting at a table drinking from a cup. An older man stood behind Kenneth and grinned, seeing Professor Snape. "Good to see you again," the man replied. "Just got Mr. Bourne here a glass of water." Kenneth handed the cup to Aria, who drank from it, clearing her throat where some soot had gotten in. Snape pulled out a long stick from his sleeve and waved it over Aria. She felt a cool breeze rush over her, and she looked down, realizing that all the soot she had been covered in was now gone. "Wicked," she cried. "Well, I learned to do that. Eventually. Finish your water." Aria finished the water, handing the goblet to the old man, who introduced himself as Tom, and Snape ushered her and Kenneth through the pub's back door into a small courtyard that had empty crates and a crow that flew off when they stepped outside. "Now, I want you to watch carefully," Snape said to Aria. "You'll need to remember the brick combination to get back into Diagon Alley. Though Tom will help you if you forget, it's best not to." Aria nodded, staring intently as Snape took his wand and tapped a pattern on the brick face of the courtyard's back wall. She gasped and Kenneth yelped as the bricks pulled apart, creating an archway which led out onto a cobblestone street straight out of Anne's novel. "This is amazing!" Aria squealed as she followed Snape down the street, passing witches and wizards of all shapes, sizes, and looks. Some wore bright-colored robes and pointy hats. Others wore more muted colors. Still others had what looked like high-end clothes, and others more common clothing. They passed street carts selling fruit, a bookshop called Flourish and Blots, an animal store called Elop's Owl Emporium. Through the window, she could see owls and other animals. "Where do we start?" Kenneth asked Snape. "We will start at Gringotts," Snape answered. "That's the bank. It is the largest wizarding bank in the world. We will get our money there." They came to the end of the street before it branched off in two directions and climbed up the granite stairs. The building was a little crooked to Aria's amusement. Snape stopped them right before they entered. "A warning," he said. "Gringotts is run by the Goblin Nation. Do not stare. It's rude. Be respectful, and we'll have no problems." "Goblins?" Kenneth squeaked. Aria took his hand, wondering if they were anything like the goblins from The Princess and the Goblin. They entered the bank, the floor marble, and the bank teller windows dark would like the bank from Mary Poppins. Goblins ended up being small creatures with gnarly-looking faces and teeth like fangs, and each goblin walked around in suits with tails. It was very difficult not to stare, so Aria turned her attention to the crystal chandelier hanging above them. Snape led them to a teller with a nameplate Red Fist in gold lettering. The goblin showed off its teeth in what could have been a smile. Snape touched his right fist to his left shoulder and nodded to the goblin. "Professor Snape," the goblin greeted, his voice harsh like there was sand in his throat. "What can I do for you? I see you have a Hogwarts student? Muggle exchange?" "We will actually need an application for assistance," Snape replied. "I, of course, will vouch for the need of the family. A full amount will be necessary." Redfist rifled through whatever drawers he had on his side of the teller window and produced a parchment and quill. "I'll need this filled out and signed by the guardian of the child," Redfist said, glancing at Kenneth. "I have no idea how to use a quill," Kenneth replied. Redfist sighed but put the quill away, producing another quill that was blue. "This is a never-out quill," the goblin said. "I am told it is most similar to the Muggle fountain pen, though I've yet to verify it myself." Kenneth took the blue quill and, after fiddling with it for a few seconds, began filling out the application. Aria stood on her toes to see what her dad was doing, which was nothing more than filling out his name, Aria's name, what year at Hogwarts she would be entering, and signing off on the parchment. Redfist took the parchment, looked it over, yelled at another goblin in words that sounded like angry gibberish, and handing him the parchment. A few minutes later, the goblin returned with a sack, which Redfist slid over to Kenneth. 100 galleons, the goblin said. "That should be enough to get your child through her first year." Next summer, if you're still in need of assistance, you can request a form via OWL or come in person to fill out a new application. Kenneth nodded, taking the sack. Aria peered into the sack. It's gold, she cried. The goblin chuckled. Those are galleons, Snape replied. There are 3 coins, galleons, sickles, and nuts. 17 sickles to a galleon and 29 nuts to a sickle. He motioned them to leave the bank. Those seem rather arbitrary, Kenneth commented. Though I suppose that's the pot calling the kettle black, seeing how we Brits used to do money. Aria ignored the 2 adults, pulling out her supply list. Where should we go first? She asked. I suggest that we go to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to get you measured for your school robes, Snape answered. You'll need to be measured for them, and we'll be able to shop while they are being made. The 3 walked almost all the way back down Diagon Alley to the store in question. A bell jangled overhead as they entered. They heard a woman call. Just a minute. Aria appeared behind the front desk to several sets of mirrors and stools. One child was currently getting measured for robes, though it looked like he had just started as a measuring tape was whizzing about him. Good morning, Professor Snape. A plump woman greeted as she came up to the counter. Her graying blonde hair was up in a messy bun, and there were already wisps of hair strands framing her face. First-year student, eh? Indeed, Snape replied. Full set of robes with the longest-lasting growth charms on them, as you can manage. Do you also happen to have any secondhand uniforms? If you're looking for secondhand uniforms, you're going to want Ditto's secondhand shop, Malkin said. My stuff's all new. An assistant came forward and led Aria to one of the mirrors, having her stand on a stool just a few feet from the dark-haired boy who was now being draped with black fabric. He and Aria met gazes in the mirror and gave each other tentative smiles while the whizzing measuring tape began measuring Aria, and the shop assistant began writing down her measurements. Are you a first year too? The boy asked while a young lady began pinning the fabric over him. Yes, Aria replied. I didn't even know about magic until Professor Snape delivered my letter. I didn't know about having magic either, the boy said, until Hagrid delivered my letter last night. But my aunt and uncle knew. They just never told me. Are they magical? Aria asked. That seemed like a strange thing to keep secret. Her accidental magic had terrified her on more than one occasion, and to know that there were other people like her in the world made her feel a little better. No, the boy said, my parents were magical, but they died when I was really little, so I live with my Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. I'm Harry Potter, by the way. He gasped when the seamstress pricked him with a pin. The young lady, now pinning black fabric over Aria, even paused, her head turning sharply to peer at the boy, who blinked his large green eyes with a touch of wariness. What are you staring at, girls? Madame Malkin snapped. Her assistants hurried back to their duties, but Aria noted that the woman helping her now had shaking hands. I'm Muggleborn. Who's Hagrid? Aria asked Harry. My guide's Professor Snape. He'll be teaching us potions. That sounds interesting, Harry said. I don't think Hagrid's a professor. He said he was the groundskeeper and keeper of the keys. Aria saw Professor Snape frown in her mirror's reflection. All right, Mr. Potter, the assistant helping him said, removing the pinned fabric from him. Come back in 2 hours and your robes and uniform will be ready. It was only now that Aria was able to get a good look at Harry's clothes. For a moment, she was glad to see that she didn't look as poor as Harry, but then she immediately berated herself. That was an awful thing to think. Still, no one on Spinner's End ever had clothes that bad or so many sizes too big. Harry handed over the required galleons and gave Professor Snape and Aria's dad a polite nod before exiting the shop. What a polite young man, Madame Malkin sighed. Not like many others who come in whining to their mothers about getting pricked with needles. The bell over the door rang again, and a boy entered the shop, this time with the blondest hair Aria had ever seen. It could have almost been white. Behind him came a thin woman dressed in an elegant, yet casual, wizarding robe of the darkest blue. Her dark blonde hair styled towards the back of her neck, small strands of hair pulled out to curl and frame her face. Aria tried not to stare too much in the mirror. The lady was beautiful. Behind the boy and lady, a tall man entered. He had a long, straight nose and sharp eyes. It was clear that the boy got the color of his hair and his eyes from his father. Professor Snape and all the shop workers straightened, and a slightly tense feeling came over the shop. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, Madame Malkin greeted, her cheerful voice taking on a forced strain. And young Draco. School robes I assume? With your best growth charms, Mrs. Malfoy insisted. Aria jerked in surprise as the shop assistant pulled the pinned fabric off of her. You're all set, dearie, the girl said. Aria hopped down from the stool, passing the blond boy as he went to stand on the stool. Severus, the man greeted with a nod. Aria noticed he had a black walking cane, the top a gleaming silver snake head poised to strike. Lucius, Snape replied. Narcissa, I see you're on student duty, Mr. Malfoy said, looking at Kenneth and at Aria, who had come to stand by her dad. She could not help but keep looking over at Mrs. Malfoy. Her clothes were well crafted and clearly tailored. She could see that the woman's hair was held in place by small jeweled hair combs, and her makeup was flawless. Aria, Kenneth hissed, don't stare. Aria's eyes widened, and she felt her face grow red as Mrs. Malfoy's gaze turned in her direction. Sorry, Aria muttered. But you've always told me that I've got to stop long enough to appreciate beautiful things, and Mrs. Malfoy's one of the most beautiful ladies I've ever seen. Mrs. Malfoy laughed, a gloved hand covering her mouth as Aria caught amusement in her eyes. Mr. Malfoy's mouth turned into a smirk as he glanced at his wife, then at Professor Snape, the smirk growing as he met Professor Snape's gaze. Well, I am glad you have heeded your father's advice, she said to Aria. And I thank you for the compliment. Aria grinned, leaning against Kenneth as he gently tugged her braid before he maneuvered past her to pay Madame Malkin. And what is your name, child? Mrs. Malfoy asked. Aria Born, Aria said. I wish my hair looked as good as yours. I've only figured out how to braid it, though. Dad's no help. I give it my best try, Kenneth cried. Well, Mrs. Malfoy said, I'm sure you'll make lots of friends at Hogwarts who will be able to help you do your hair. Plus, there are many helpful spells one can learn, even at your age, to help take care of your hair. I'm stopping you right there, Narcissa, Snape said, before you delay our shopping trip by talk of hair and hair baubles. You are the worst, Severus, Mrs. Malfoy said, but there wasn't any hint of anger in her voice. Rather, there was a soft fondness, as if she was used to Professor Snape's grouchy and dour ways. Aria decided she liked Mrs. Malfoy very much. She waved goodbye as she followed her dad and Professor Snape out of the shop. They seem nice, Kenneth muttered. Aria watched he and Professor Snape share a grown-up look, one that told her that they knew or thought the same thing, but weren't willing to tell her. From the robe shop, they went to Ditto's secondhand shop, where they found uniform bits that fit her as well as most of her schoolbooks. They also managed to find a sturdy, if not a bit scuffed, school trunk that still had all its charms on it. Apparently one of those charms was a featherweight spell which made it very easy to pull along. A trip to Flourish and Blots got her the remaining books, followed by a trip to Scrivener's where she found all the notebooks, parchment, ink, and quills she needed. There were some very pretty quills that she admired, but those were expensive, and Professor Snape told her there was no point in getting them until she had actually mastered the quill. The professor purchased her an exercise book for her so that she could practice before school. In Slug and Jiggers, the apothecary, Aria found her cauldron and the first-year potion kit, which came with all the ingredients she would need for the upcoming year. Soon the item on the list was Aria's wand. Snape guided them to a shop called Ollivander's. Entering the dusty shop, they, once again, met Harry. Several boxes sat in front of him on the counter, and a white-haired man grabbed a wand out of Harry's hand before grabbing another box off the shelf. Difficult, the man muttered. Ah, Professor Snape, lovely to see you. Blackthorn, Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, solid. I remember you came in with your friend. What was her name? He handed a wand to Harry, who waved it, knocking several boxes over, and quickly confiscated the wand back. Ah yes, you came in with young Harry's mother, Lily Evans. Bright Witch, yes, Bright Witch. 10¼ inches, willow, dragon heartstring, swishy. Aria noted the brief daggers. Professor Snape glared at the shopkeeper, while Harry turned to look at the man. You knew my mother? He cried. I knew I'd seen those eyes somewhere. Kenneth added. Professor Snape and your mother went to Hogwarts together. The three of us grew up in the same town. We went to primary school together. Here, Mr. Potter. Ollivander shuffled out of the back room, holding a dark box with a thick layer of dust still on top. He flipped the lid and removed a brown wand, the handle raised with carvings at the top and bottom of the handle. Harry reached for the wand, and, when he touched it, A soft wind blew through the wand shop, putting boxes back in their places and removing dust from the tops of surfaces. Yes, Ollivander murmured. That is the one. Curious, curious. What's curious, sir? Harry asked. Ollivander glanced from Harry to Professor Snape, then back again. That is an 11-inch holly wand with a phoenix feather core, Ollivander said. Many of the phoenix wands in the shop were made by my ancestors, as feathers are difficult to come by these days. However, there have been a few that I made myself. But I very rarely have the pleasure of having multiple feathers from the same bird. Brother wands are more common with dragon heartstrings and unicorn hair. The phoenix which supplied the feather for your wand, Mr. Potter, gave only one other feather. That feather resides in the wand of the wizard who gave you that scar. Professor Snape stiffened, his mouth becoming thin, while Aria tried to peer at Harry's face. Only now did she see that there was a lightning bolt scar under his hair fringe, pink and raised, almost as if it were newly healed. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter, Ollivander continued, sending a tape measure to whiz around Aria. The man with the brother also did many great things. Terrible, but great. Aria decided she did not really like Mr. Ollivander with his big eyes and wild hair and ominous sayings. It appeared neither did Harry or the two adults. Mr. Potter, Snape said while Ollivander began gathering boxes. Where is Hagrid? Dunno, Harry replied. Ollivander handed Aria a wand, but it jumped out of her hand, causing her to yelp and him to mutter. He said he had to go buy something and that he'd be back to return me to Surrey. Aria glanced at the boy. Harry looked like he'd rather go anywhere but Surrey. The next wand Aria was handed felt too hot to the touch, making her drop it. Interesting, Ollivander murmured, rubbing his chin. Going to be tricky, aren't you? He pushed the boxes he had brought aside and brought out several more. These are a bit older, Ollivander told Aria. Many are from my own apprenticeship days. Take this one here, 12 inches of holly with a unicorn hair. Aria took the wand and gave it a wave, only for a mighty wind to blow through the shop, almost knocking a lamp over. Definitely not. Ollivander pawed through the boxes he had brought out until he pulled out one box. He looked Aria up and down with a smirk before pulling out the wand. This is a 10-inch willow wand made with the heartstring of a feisty and strong female unicorn, Ollivander said. This hair was actually gifted to me. Professor Snape can tell you that ingredients from unicorns are much more potent and powerful when given freely instead of harvested from their shedding. This is reasonably supple. He handed the wand to her, and the moment Aria's hand wrapped around the vine-carved handle, green, red, blue, and golden sparks burst from the tip, and Aria was filled with a warm feeling that spread from her head to her toes. That's the one, Ollivander cried with a laugh. 7 galleons, please. Kenneth dug out the money, handing it over while Aria studied her wand. The handle was carved with vines that wrapped around the wood halfway up the wand, and what she had thought were leaves on the vine were actually intricate little roses. Don't let anyone bully you for those roses, Ollivander said. My mother, may her soul rest in peace, was the one who taught me wood carving. Taught my father too, until she came along. The wand handles were your standard boring affair. Mother always said that the handle was just as important as the wood and core and length of the wand. She was right. I expect you'll be showing people that roses can have thorns too. Aria looked at Snape and her dad for explanation, but they ushered Harry and her out of the shop. He was bonkers, Kenneth whispered. Bonkers and brilliance are sometimes one and the same thing, Snape replied, looking up and down the street. Ah, there's your escort, Mr. Potter. Aria gaped as a large man, easily 8 or 9 feet tall, and just as broad with thick hair and a long beard, came lumbering up to them, carrying a care with a beautiful white owl inside it. Hello, Professor Snape, the man greeted, his voice booming across the alley. Hagrid, Snape replied. What do you have there? Oh, this here's a present for Harry. It was his birthday just yesterday. Hagrid thrusted the bird cage at Harry, whose entire face broke out into a smile as he beheld the bird. It's a female snowy owl, Hagrid explained. I've also got owl treats for you. She's amazing, Hagrid, Harry said. We've got nearly the same birthday. Aria cried. On July 27th. Hagrid, Harry said. This is Aria. She's going to be a first year with me. Aria, this is Hagrid. Pleasure to meet you, Aria, Hagrid cried. I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts. He pulled out a banged-up pocket watch. Would you look at the time? We've got to grab your robes and get moving. Harry sighed and waved goodbye, following Hagrid back to Madame Malkin's. Aria's robe should be done too, Snape said as they followed after Harry and Hagrid, but at a slower pace. Now, Aria, you must remember to not practice any spells while you're alone. Spell damage is serious business, and besides, the wizarding world is hidden from Muggles, and to reveal our world to the Muggles would be devastating. So, no magic until Hogwarts? Aria cried. That's not fair. What about summer? Same thing, I'm afraid, Snape said. All wands have traces on them which connect to your magic. Once your magic has its maturity at age 17, the trace disappears, and you can practice magic wherever and whenever you want. As long as Muggles don't see, Aria added. Correct. So, then why do I get to know about the world? Kenneth asked. Because you are Aria's guardian. I'll be sure to leave some pamphlets and things for you to show off to Muggles should anyone ask about Aria's school. The robes paid for, they returned to the leaky cauldron and, once again, were subject to the flu. Once returned to their own home, Aria and her dad brought her new school items up to her bedroom where she tried on her uniform for her dad, and he looked through her school textbooks. I think you should read at least the first chapter or two of each textbook, Kenneth said, since you'll be going into the school a bit behind your peers who grew up in the wizarding world. I'm going to be the smartest in the class, Aria stated. I wouldn't expect anything different, Kenneth answered. You always were the top of your class in primary. I also want to make friends, Aria said. You think Harry will be my friend? Or someone else? Kenneth pulled her to his side, kissing her head. You'll find friends your own age, he told her. It's a new world, and you'll be around kids who are exactly like you, and you don't have the baggage of being a Spinner's in brat weighing you down. So, chin up, girl. You're going to do great. The Hogwarts Express. So, where were you Saturday? Robert Jacobs asked Aria when she joined up with him and their two other friends, Samuel Tweed and Tommy Robbins, at the town's playground. It was Monday. The morning was slowly becoming warm. The day would be a scorcher. Robert sat on the swing beside Aria, while Samuel and Tommy laid out on the grass. London, Aria replied. The boys perked up. School shopping. Why'd you go to London? Samuel asked. What's St. Bridget's asked for that you can't buy it here? I'm not going to St. Bridget's, Aria said. Samuel and Tommy sat up. What? All three boys cried. My neighbor, Mr. Snape, scouted me for the school he teaches at. I got in. You got into the mystery school Mr. Snape teaches at? Robert cried. Yes, and I can't tell you much about it except that it is in Scotland. You're only going to be able to write me to by giving your letters to my dad, and you probably won't see me except on summer holidays. I can't believe you're not going to St. Bridget's. Tommy cried. We were going to show you the ropes. Sorry to disappoint you, Aria drawled. She glanced at Robert, who was frowning at his knees. Robert? What's the matter? You're going to some old posh school, Robert muttered. You going to come back better than us? Aria punched his shoulder, knocking him off the swing. Don't be daft, she snapped. Besides, there's nothing wrong with trying to better yourself. Imagine it, Robert, Tommy said. Christopher Haynes, Margot Beach, and Anthony Burks, who's going to Eton this year, have nothing on Aria, and they know it. Aria laughed, glad to see that at least one of her friends was happy for her. We must celebrate this, Samuel cried, leaping to his feet. Make that 2 friends. How? Tommy asked. Ice cream, obviously, Samuel replied, yanking Aria off the swing. The 4 made their way to the center of town to ice cream shop, where Samuel paid for Aria to get 2 scoops of ice cream, strawberry and chocolate. It was not long before Spinner's Inn knew that Aria had gotten into a prestigious private school up in Scotland. Kenneth got inquiries from his co-workers at the mill, especially those who lived on or around Spinner's End on their side of the river. A few of the shopkeepers who were old enough to remember the Snapes, and Evans even commented that it was good that Snape was using his connections to help people in his neighborhood. Aria wasn't sure Professor Snape would like to be seen as a neighborhood hero, but that was the reputation he was suddenly getting. Don't forget where you come from, was the advice from several neighbors on August 30th as they came around to say goodbye to her. Many handed her tins of homemade snacks, which she tucked into her school trunk or her backpack. It was a strange bit of advice, she thought, as if she could forget where she lived. Melissa Jacobs, Robert's older sister, came over with a new set of hair accessories and nail polishes for Aria, which she gleefully packed away even as her dad rolled his eyes in good humor. On August 31st, she and her dad loaded her trunk into the boot of the 10-year-old car and headed down to London. Along the way, Kenneth muttered several times about wishing that the Hogwarts Express made stops at other stations along the way. Like, do the kids from Scotland still have to make it down to London? He asked Aria. I mean, sure, if you're a wizard, you can just fly through the fireplace to London, but what if you live in Edinburgh or Glasgow? Who wants to travel all the way to London when you could just be picked up somewhere in Scotland? In London, Aria was awed by how expertly her dad maneuvered around through the crowded streets without hitting anyone, even the tourists who weren't looking where they were going. He managed to find a parking spot near King's Cross and then snagged Aria a trolley so that she wasn't forced to lug her trunk and backpack through the crowds. What does your ticket say again? Kenneth asked. Platform 9 3/4, she replied. They reached the entrance to the train station in time to hear the screeching of tires as an SUV pulled into the drop-off area. A familiar boy with a black mop for hair climbed out of the back seat, while a walrus of a man climbed out of the driver's seat and threw a school trunk and caged owl out of the car's book. He laughed, getting back into the vehicle, causing it to lower dangerously to the ground, before speeding off into London traffic, forcing several cars and taxis to honk at him. Harry! Aria cried, rushing over to the boy who now crouched, attempting to soothe his owl. Harry's face lit up seeing her. Is your owl okay? Aria asked. Are you okay? Kenneth questioned. He pulled the trunk on top of Aria's and took over steering. Harry set the cage on top of the trunks. She's fine, Harry answered. Her name's Hedwig. Hi, Hedwig, Aria greeted, reaching in and running her finger over the owl's chest feathers. Hedwig puffed with pride. Did Professor Snape tell you how to get onto the platform? Harry asked as they walked into the station. Hagrid left before he could tell me how. Yes, Aria said, but it didn't make sense. He said to walk into the wall between platforms 9 and 10, and that my dad wouldn't be able to follow me through. Walk into the wall? Yes, that makes no sense. They stopped on platform 9 and peered towards the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Kenneth glanced at his watch. Maybe it's like Diagon Alley, Harry said, hidden from Muggles. At that moment, a small, red-haired girl bounded up to them, her eyes on Hedwig. That's a pretty owl, she cried, making Hedwig look all the smugger. My brother Percy got one this year too, called Archimedes. Ginny, a harried-looking woman with frizzy red hair, came up behind the child. She turned to Kenneth. My apologies, sir. Ginny knows better than to just run off like that. I was looking at the owl, Ginny insisted. And everyone else was taking too long. Everyone else ended up being 4 red-haired boys, 2 of them twins. Aria and Harry shared astonished looks at the amount of red hair they were now surrounded by. Off to Hogwarts? The woman murmured to Kenneth. You're looking a bit lost. We aren't quite sure how the entrance works, Kenneth said. Aria was told to walk into the wall, but it looks solid. It's only solid to Muggles, the woman replied. I'm Muddy Weasley. Come, Percy and the twins will show you how it's done. Percy's made prefect this year. The tallest of the brothers straightened his shoulders with pride, and after glancing to see if any Muggles were around, pushed his trolley straight into the wall, disappearing into the brick. Aria and Harry gasped. He's on the platform now, Mrs. Weasley told them. Nothing to worry about. Fred, why don't you go next? I'm not Fred, he is, one of the twins cried. I'm sorry, Zort. You go. The boy stepped forward, grinning at his mother. I'm just joking. I am Fred, he raced it with a laugh, even as Mrs. Weasley sighed dramatically. His twin, the real George, followed close behind him. All right. Mrs. Weasley turned to the last red-haired boy. Ron, you go. He's going to be a first year with you too. The freckled hair boy, gangly for his age, pushed his trolley forward, and soon after he disappeared, Mrs. Weasley took Ginny's hand and went after him. Aria turned to her dad, hugging him tightly. You be good, Kenneth whispered in her ear. I don't want to hear about you getting into any trouble, okay? Make me proud. I will. Aria kissed his cheek and turned to Harry. Together, they pushed the trolley forward towards the barrier. Aria tensed, preparing to run into a solid brick wall, but they kept going forward, briefly in a black space, before appearing on a train platform crowded with people in robes, shouting and running. Steam billowed from the front of the gleaming black train, and in golden letter, the Hogwarts Express was painted on its side. Wow! Harry breathed. They looked back towards the barrier, back to where they had come from. It was then that Aria realized the enormity about what was happening. And for a brief few seconds, the gravity of knowing she had access to a world her dad didn't wait on her. Until Mrs. Weasley appeared again with the twins. "There you two are," she cried. "It's almost 11. Fred and George will help you get your things on the train." Fred and George grinned and helped Aria and Harry get their secondhand trunks up into a train car. A gust of wind came down the platform, rifling Harry's hair. Only for the second time did Aria take note of the peculiar lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. Fred and George saw the scar too, both of them gasping and gaping as Aria and Harry lugged their trunks down the corridor and into an empty compartment. Aria opened the window, allowing the breeze to enter the stuffy compartment before she and Harry got their luggage stowed above them. "Mom! Mom!" They heard the twins outside the train. "Mom, you won't believe it. That boy was Harry Potter. We saw the scar. Can I go say hello to him?" Ginny asked. "Absolutely not," Mrs. Weasley stated. "Poor boy's probably got enough of people gawking at him. You treat him like a normal boy. Understand?" Aria turned to Harry. What's special about your scar?" she asked. Harry shrugged. "I got it the night my parents were murdered," he replied. Aria's eyes widened. "I guess there was a war of sorts in the wizarding world years back, and my parents were part of a resistance against this dark wizard called Voldemort. Though I guess everyone was so scared of him, they just call him He Who Must Not Be Named. Anyway, he killed my parents and tried to kill me, but something happened that night that no one can explain. He died, and I lived. This scar is proof. Hagrid said that people see me as some sort of hero for getting rid of the guy. I've heard a few people in Diagon Alley call me the boy who lived." "That's interesting." Aria wasn't sure she was meant to say much more. Harry shrugged. "I'd rather have my parents," he said. "It's weird being seen as a freak at my relatives because of my magic, and then to suddenly be a celebrity. I'm not sure I really like either." The train gave a loud whistle and began to move forward. Aria settled on the bench across from Harry, peering out the open window as the train pulled out of the station and followed what seemed like an invisible track through London. The compartment's door opened, and the youngest red-haired boy stuck his head in. "Can I sit with you?" he asked. "Everywhere else is full." "Sure," Harry said. Aria nodded. "I'm Ron Weasley," the boy said, getting his trunk up beside Harry's. "I would have sat with the twins, but their friend Lee brought his tarantula, and I hate spiders." He sat beside Harry, looking him up and down before turning his attention to Aria. "I'm Aria Bourne," she said. "That's Harry. Good to meet you," Ron said. He pulled a rat out of his coat pocket, making Aria squeak in alarm. "This is Scabbers. He was Percy's, but he gave him to me because he got Archimedes for making prefect." "Scabbers is not food," Harry told Hedwig. The owl hooted from her cage. Ron grinned. "Most familiars like yours are trained not to eat other people's pets," Ron said. Scabbers yawned and closed his eyes, beginning to snooze on Ron's lap. "What an invigorating animal," Aria teased, pulling her charms book out of her backpack. Ron ran a finger over the animal's head. "Yeah," he agreed. "He's a bit useless, but he's all mine, and I don't have to share him with anyone." The scenery had changed from London to the country. Aria watched villages and towns pass by, amazed at how no one saw the massive steam engine train roll by. Magic was truly amazing. "So, what house do you guys think you'll get into?" Ron asked. "House?" Aria asked. "Yeah, the Hogwarts houses." Hagrid mentioned something about Voldemort. At the name, Ron's face paled, his freckles becoming stark against his face. "Being a Slytherin," Harry said, but he didn't really explain what that meant. "There are 4 Hogwarts houses," Ron explained, still shaking a little, "named after the 4 founders of Hogwarts: Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, Godric Gryffindor, and Salazar Slytherin. Every student gets sorted into a house." "Oh, it sounded like a dormitory system then." "Interesting. How do we get sorted?" Aria asked. Ron shrugged. "Dunno. It's not mentioned in Hogwarts, a history, and no one would tell me. I think it's a bit of a tradition to not tell anyone how you get sorted." Fred and George said we had to battle a troll, but knowing the twins and how much they love their pranks, I'm not sure that's true. "That would be truly awful," Aria decided, seeing as she knew next to nothing about magic. "Everyone in my family's been in Gryffindor for generations," Ron continued, "though a few people from Mum's family have sorted into Ravenclaw." Percy said that each house has things. I think he used the word attributes, that each house prefers in their students. Like Gryffindor is sometimes known as the House of the Brave because Gryffindor liked those who were brave and chivalrous. Ravenclaw is a bit of a bookworm house because they value intelligence. We're all actually really surprised Percy didn't get sorted in Ravenclaw. Anyway, Hufflepuff prefers loyalty and hard work, and Slytherin likes those who are cunning and ambitious. Though lots of dark wizards have come out of Slytherin recently, so says my dad, so I'm not sure that's where I want to go. You who must be named was a Slytherin. Hagrid told me, Harry said. He also said that my parents were Gryffindor. Will people think I'm a dark wizard if I'm sorted into Slytherin? I think the Potters were sorted into Gryffindor for as long as us Weasleys, Ron answered. So you being sorted into a different house would be a surprise. I think some people might think that, but I mean, Percy says that judging people by their house is stupid, though I know he doesn't get along with several Slytherins because he writes about it in his letters home. He shrugged, unsure how else to answer. The compartment door slid open, and a smiling older woman poked her head in. Anything off the trolley, dears? She asked. Aria eyed the wondrous-looking assortment of candies and treats, even as she shook her head. Mom packed me a lunch, Ron said. Dad packed me one too, Aria added. Harry reached into one of the pockets of his oversized pants, pulling out a handful of galleons. What do you want? He asked. Ron and Aria stared at him. What? I've got more than enough for us to share. Go on, Ron. Tell us what to try. Ron took another few seconds to stare at Harry before grinning and turning to the cart. Within a few minutes, Aria had a nice stash of food, including chocolate frogs, licorice wands, cauldron cakes, pumpkin pasties, and 2 boxes of Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. Watch me, Ron said as he tore into a chocolate frog. Aria yelped as the frog jumped, but Ron caught it, biting its head off. She laughed, opening her own frog and barely catching it before it jumped out the window. The cards in the chocolate frogs are collectible, Ron told them, holding up his own card. I've got a collection that I brought and I'll show you at Hogwarts. This one's Dumbledore. He's pretty common. One of you can have him if you want. Harry plucked the card from Ron's hand. He and Aria watched as a long-bearded wizard winked at them before walking off the page. He's gone, Aria cried. Your pictures move. Well, he can't stay around all day, Ron replied. Who did you guys get? I got Alberta Toothill, Harry replied. Famous duelist, apparently. I've got a few of her, Ron said. That's a good one, though. Not too common, but not rare either. What about you, Aria? Artemisia Lufkin, First Witch Minister of Magic. Aria grinned, tucking that card away into her backpack. She picked up the every flavor beans, peering at the jelly bean-looking candies, though some of them were strange colors or had polka dots. What do they mean by every flavor? She asked. Ron spoke around a licorice wand, saying, it means every flavor. George swears he got a booger tasting one once. Aria decided to share that candy for whoever became her dorm mates. She unwrapped a cauldron cake and bit into it, savoring the moistness of the muffin-like cake as it filled her mouth with the taste of spices. The compartment door slid open, and a girl with the bushiest hair Aria had ever seen appeared. She held her head high in a way that reminded Aria of a few girls from primary. Has anyone seen a toad? The girl demanded, exposing 2 overly large front teeth. A boy named Neville lost his. Neville would lose his head if it weren't attached to him, Ron said. No toads here. His stuff always turns up eventually. I wouldn't worry about it. The girl sighed and almost turned to go before she noticed Aria's charm textbook that was being used as a little table for her cauldron cakes. You're reading ahead? The girls cried. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I didn't know I was a witch until Professor McGonagall came to our house, and I feel so very behind, even though Professor McGonagall said that I will be starting near the same level as all other first years. Probably true, Ron said. Mom and Dad wouldn't teach us any spells, but you can bet that some families have probably already started teaching their kids once they got their wand. The girl plopped down on the other end of Aria's bench. Aria offered her a cauldron cake. No, thank you, the girl said. My parents would kill me if I had something with that much sugar. Health nuts? Aria asked. Dentists. Rotten luck. The girl grinned, holding out her hand. I'm Hermione Granger. Aria born. I'm Muggleborn, just like you. This is Ron Weasley and Harry Potter. Good to meet you. Ron sat around another chocolate frog. Hermione's mouth twitched, not looking impressed as his manners. She turned her attention to Harry. Your name's in a modern history, she said. Did you know that? Somehow it's not surprising, Harry replied with a sigh. Though I grew up with my Muggle relatives, and they didn't tell me about being a wizard until Hagrid showed up. Are there a lot of us? Hermione asked. I mean, a lot of us with Muggles for parents? They all turned to Ron. I have no idea how many of you there are, he said. But you're not uncommon. Dad works at the Ministry, and he has several Muggleborn co-workers. They've been over for dinner. Most people are probably half-blood if I had to guess. Percy Wood. No, that's my brother. What are you? Aria asked. Or is that not polite to ask? I wouldn't ask it as an icebreaker, Ron replied. I'm pureblut. That means that there aren't any Muggles or Muggleborns in my family. Is this important? Hermione asked. Some people think so. There are plenty of people who think that purebloods are better in everything and that Muggleborns don't belong here. Aria and Hermione's eyes widened. But not my family, Ron insisted, realizing he had scared the girls. Dad's the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the Ministry of Magic. The Weasley family's considered blood traitors by many purebloods because of how pro-Muggle we are. The compartment door slid open again, and the white blonde-haired boy that had been with Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy appeared, followed by two large, dark-haired boys. Word on the train is that Harry Potter's in this compartment, the boy declared, his voice dripping with a smug confidence. He and his friends were already in their uniforms. Who wants to know? Harry asked. I'm Malfoy, the boy said. Draco Malfoy. This is Crabbe and Goyle. Draco peered around the carried, eyes briefly stopping on Aria, and she saw him recognize her before his gaze slid to Hermione, then to Ron. Let me guess, Draco said, eyeing Ron up and down. Red hair and hand-me-down clothes? You must be a Weasley? Ron's face turned as red as his hair, much like Aria's face when she was embarrassed. Though the way Ron's mouth turned down, there was a hint of anger in him, too. Even Harry's face tinged pink, and Aria was aware of how his clothes were probably hand-me-down, too. What's wrong with hand-me-downs? Aria demanded. Draco's attention shifted to her. And you are? He demanded. Aria Born. I met your mother at Madame Malkin's. Professor Snape was taking me shopping, right? Muggleborn. The little boy sneered the word like it was a disease or curse. He was certainly nothing like his mother. That is clear. Do you have a problem with that? Aria questioned. Like you do with hand-me-down clothes? Bit pathetic, really. Are you calling me pathetic? You said it, not me. Draco scowled at her, before focusing on Harry. Yes, Harry said. I am Harry Potter. You'll find, Potter, that some wizarding families are better than others, Draco said. I can help you navigate the wizarding world unlike these people. He held out a hand. Aria and Hermione exchanged a glance, a form of camaraderie coming between them, as they both indicated with slight tilts of their heads how much they did not like Draco Malfoy. Harry ignored Draco's hand. I think I can figure out who comes from better wizarding families on my own, he said. Clearly your parents never taught you manners. Surprise flickered across Crabbe and Goyle's faces. Shock filled Draco's. A smirk played at Ron's mouth while Aria and Hermione tried not to giggle. Draco struggled to answer, his mouth opening and closing several times before he spun on his heel, pushing past Crabbe and Goyle, stomping down the corridor. The two oversized goons almost got themselves stuck in the doorway as they turned to follow their friend. Aria and Hermione did burst out laughing at that. The sorting. Hermione stayed with them for most of the ride to Hogwarts, only leaving when an announcement came through the train saying there was an hour left before Hogsmeade Station and for students to get into their uniforms if they had not done so already. 15 minutes before Hogsmeade Station, another announcement was made instructing students to leave their belongings on the train as their luggage and pets would be brought up to Hogwarts for them. Now in her uniform, Aria looked at her reflection in the girls' bathroom, hands shaking. This was real. She was about to see her magical school. Nervous? An older student asked, coming out of one of the stalls. She had brown hair pushed back with a wide headband, and her tie wasn't black burr, rather blue and bronze. Another crest with an eagle on it was on her robe. A shiny prefect badge was pinned beside the crest. Just a bit, Aria replied. What if I make an idiot of myself? What if I fall behind? What if I can't keep up because I'm Muggleborn and didn't grow up around magic? You're not going to fall behind, the prefect insisted. The name's Penelope Clearwater, Ravenclaw prefect. I'm Muggleborn. I had all those worries too, but as you can see, I'm now a prefect. You'll only fail if you don't work hard, and I will warn you, you're going to have to work harder to prove to the bigger pureblood idiots who say we don't belong in the magical world. She reached out and straightened Aria's tie. You come get me if someone's bullying you, okay? Okay, Aria murmured, smiling at the girl. Penelope walked her back to her compartment. Ron and Harry were already back. Are you another Weasley? Penelope teased, making Ron blush again, before walking off. The train pulled to a stop at a station with a sign that read Hogsmeade. Aria, Harry, and Ron stayed close to each other as they exited the train. A booming voice carried over the heads and voices of disembarking students, calling for the first years. It's Hagrid, Harry cried, hurrying towards the giant of a man. Aria, Harry, Hagrid greeted. Ah, you've got our friends, Aria Born and Ron Weasley, Harry introduced. Another Weasley? Well, welcome, welcome. Hagrid hummed as more first years joined them. Is this everyone? Follow me. The first years followed Hagrid down a lantern-lit path to a long dock. To a boat, Hagrid ordered, motioning to the small boats, each equipped with a lantern on a pole. Aria, Harry, and Ron climbed into a boat and were quickly joined by Hermione, who sat beside Aria at the front. Once all the first years were in the boats, Hagrid climbed into one just for him, and Aria was certain magic was being used to keep it from sinking before shouting forward, and all the boats began gliding forward. For several minutes, the only thing Aria could see were the other boats with first years. She could see Draco Malfoy in a boat with his two larger goons and another girl. She seemed to be whispering something to him. Overhead, Aria could see thousands of stars, more stars than she had ever seen in her life. Coaksworth wasn't exactly known for having clear enough skies. At one point, she thought maybe she had seen a shooting star. Suddenly, the boats rounded an outcrop of rocks, and hundreds of soft lights greeted the first years from a towering castle. Gasps filled the boats, and the students began to whisper excitedly to each other. Aria felt a fuzzy, warm feeling bubble up in her chest. There was an atmosphere of welcome and peace that the castle seemed to give, like she was always meant to be here, always meant to come. This is amazing, Hermione whispered. She and Aria clutched each other's arms as they giggled, glancing back at the boys who were gazing in awe at the castle. After another 10 minutes, the boats docked at a boathouse, and Hagrid led them up a path, which led to a stone staircase, which led to a small door in the side of the castle. He brought them into a room where an older woman in velvet emerald robes and a pointy hat waited for them. Thank you, Hagrid, the woman said, adjusting her spectacles at the man. Hagrid lumbered out. Welcome, first years, the woman said, her Scottish brogue calming yet stern. I am Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress and transfiguration professor. In just a few moments, you will be led into the Great Hall, where you will be sorted into your houses. There are 4, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. While you are here at Hogwarts, your house will be like your family. I wish you well at your sorting ceremony. Motioning them to follow her, Professor McGonagall led them out into a brightly lit corridor. What do you think the sorting is? Hermione asked. Hogwarts, a history didn't say. It's a secret, Ron said. Apparently no one tells anyone how it works. As they came closer to a great entryway, Aria heard several kids gasp. Looking towards the noise, she too gasped as 4 ghosts floated by. Ah, little first years, one ghost who looked like a monk cried. Welcome to Hogwarts. A sad-looking woman ghost and a happy-looking man ghost greeted the children, while another ghost, this one a man, scowled at the students. Those are the house ghosts, Professor McGonagall called over her shoulder. You'll meet them in good time. Through the entryway, she led them, and through large double doors into the Great Hall. All the other years sat at long tables, above which were banners with the colors and crests of each house over them. Aria gazed in wonder at the floating candles above their heads and the vision of the night sky over their heads. She had been certain she had seen a roof when they were crossing the lake. It's just an illusion, Hermione whispered to her. Apparently, Hermione chatted when she was nervous. In Hogwarts, a history, Rowena Ravenclaw enchanted the ceiling to always reflect the weather outside. The first years stopped at the foot of a raised dais where a head table was with all the faculty was set up. At the very center of the head table sat a man with a long white beard in a purple robe and wizard's hat. Behind his half-moon spectacles were twinkling blue eyes, and he was seated on a throne-like chair. To the man's immediate left was another man, almost goblin-sized, with slicked-down dark hair and glasses. To that man's left was a plump woman with a happy face, tanned, with curly gray hair, who wore a witch's hat with leaves in it instead of something more common like feathers. On the other side of the enthroned man was an empty chair, and on the other side was Professor Snape, who stared at the group of first years with slightly narrow eyes. He was dressed in his customary black clothes, and he did not look happy to be in such a magnificent castle. Beside her, Harry made a quiet noise of discomfort. Glancing his way, she watched as he hurried to hide a grimace and made it look like he was just running his hand through his hair, even though he pressed down on his scar like it hurt. "You all right?" she whispered. "Yeah," Harry said, glancing towards the head table. It's nothing." Aria shrugged, turning her attention back to Professor McGonagall, who now stood on the dais next to a stool. A ratty-looking wizard's hat was on the stool, looking like it needed a good wash. A hush fell over the great hall, and then the hat opened, a rip appearing like a mouth, and it began to sing, "You may not think me pretty, you may not think me bright, but put me on your head, and I'll sort you out right quick. You may be placed in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, or Slytherin, its counter, where the cunning make their friends. Ravenclaw is where those daring intellects live, and as for Hufflepuff, they kindly take the rest. So put me on your head, don't be shy, you see, for I may be thousands years old, but I'm still a thinking cap." Aria clapped along with the rest of the student body and teachers, all while trying not to laugh at the sheer ridiculousness of a talking hat. Several first years looked relieved, and Ron was complaining to Hermione about the twins, trying to convince him that the sorting included battling a troll. Professor McGonagall unrolled a scroll of parchment. Abbot Hannah, a small brunette, pushed through the first years from the back. McGonagall picked up the hat, and Hannah sat on the stool. The professor put the hat on, and, for several seconds, Aria could only hear her third-grade teacher's voice yelling not to share hats because of lice. "Hufflepuff!" the hat shouted. The Hufflepuff table, which sat underneath the yellow and black banners, erupted into cheers as McGonagall lifted the hat off Hannah, and she hurried over to her new house. Mandy Brocklehurst was sorted into Ravenclaw, the group underneath the blue and bronze banner. Bones Susan, an auburn-haired girl, went to the stool and was quickly sorted into Hufflepuff. Aria glanced to the Hufflepuff table where Hannah was excitedly cheering. Susan greeted her friend with giggles and a hug. Terry Boot was also sorted into Ravenclaw. McGonagall glanced at the parchment in her hand. "Born, Aria," taking a deep breath, and with an encouraging thumbs up from Hermione, Aria made her way to the stool, sliding onto the chair. She got a quick look at everyone staring at her, before her vision was obscured by the hat coming to rest on her head. "I do love sorting Muggleborns," she heard inside her head. The hat laughed at her surprise. "Why do you love it?" she thought. "People get attached to their houses," the hat explained. "Every family promotes certain ideals within their own homes, and many times it is influenced by where their families have been sorted. But Muggleborns have no such influence. You come in fresh like the first students I ever sorted all those centuries ago." Aria wrung her hands as the hat hemmed and hawed over where to put her. "I see you have lots of ambition," the hat said. "You desire to prove yourself to others, to prove that you're better than where you come from, that you aren't just another spinner's end brat destined for menial work and living. I cannot wait for you to get out of my head," Aria thought. The hat laughed. "You've also got a brain inside your head," the hat continued. "Very clever girl you are. Very clever. I guess quite a bit of powerful magic within you too. I know just the place to put you then, the best place that'll guide you in what you desire." "Where's that?" "Slytherin." As the first student to be sorted in a Slytherin house, the group underneath the green and silver banners erupted into loud cheers. Professor McGonagall lifted the hat off Aria's head, and she made her way over to the house, sitting in the first empty spot, shaking hands with a few kids while Lavender Brown was sorted into Gryffindor. Glancing towards the head table, Aria caught Professor Snape's gaze. He nodded at her before going back to watch the sorting where Millicent Bulstrode was now being sorted into Slytherin. The very large girl came and sat across from Aria. After that, the students were sorted steadily. Stephen Cornfoot was sorted into Hufflepuff, Michael Corner into Ravenclaw. Vincent Crabbe was sorted in Slytherin, while Faye Dunbar made Gryffindor. The next Slytherin after Vincent was Tracy Davis, a square-faced girl with mousy brown hair. She sat beside Aria, and they shared a smile. Finally, after Seamus Finnegan was sorted into Gryffindor and Anthony Goldstein went to Ravenclaw and Gregory Goyle to Slytherin, Hermione was called up. Aria almost laughed seeing her friend giving herself a pep talk as she made her way to the stool. The hat sat on Hermione's head for several minutes, much longer than anyone else's. Achta? Aria heard someone whisper. What's that? She asked. When the hat takes more than 5 minutes to sort you, came the answer. Gryffindor. The Gryffindors cheered as Hermione hopped off the stool and scurried over to join her fellow first years, even as Aria felt disappointment at being separated from her friend. The girl after Hermione, Daphne Greengrass, was sorted in a Slytherin, and she sat on Tracy's other side. The two grinned at each other, clearly already friends. Soon enough, the blonde brat Draco Malfoy was called up. The hat had barely touched his head before he was sorted into Slytherin. Aria sighed, sharing a look of resigned apathy with Harry, who was still waiting to be called up. The next Slytherins were Theodore Nott and Pansy Parkinson. Theo sat beside Daphne, while Pansy sat beside Draco, before fluttering her eyelashes at him. Aria almost laughed. Potter Harry. All noise within the great hall ceased. The unnerving silence was only broken by the sharp pops of the torches along the wall and Harry's steps as he made his way to the stool. He sat down, and the hat was placed on his head. He's going to be Gryffindor, Pansy whispered. All the Potters have been. Aria held her breath, hoping that at least one of her friends would get sorted into Slytherin with her. She crossed her fingers under the table. Slytherin. Shocked voices drowned out Aria's excited whoop as she and other Slytherins rose to their feet to welcome Harry to the house. Aria had the first years on her bench scoot down so that Harry could sit between her and the upper year. As everyone began quieting down to allow the sorting to continue, sharp boos carried across the great hall from the Gryffindor table. Unnerved, Aria glanced to see who was making the rude noise, seeing several students who could have been 16 or 17 standing up and cupping their mouths to make their noises louder. That is enough, Professor McGonagall snapped. Immediately, the entire hall fell silent. Now, if houses do not wish to begin the year in the negative numbers, I expect you all to behave appropriately. Numbers? Harry questioned. House points, a second-year Slytherin explained, pointing to giant hourglasses at the back of the Great Hall. You can earn or gain house points, and at the end of the year, whoever has the most house points wins the House Cup. Slytherins won the last 7 years. It seemed like forever before Ron was called up. At the Gryffindor table, Aria saw the twins climb on top of the benches, yanking up their other brother Percy, preparing to cheer for their brother. The sorting hat took 2 minutes before declaring Gryffindor, and Ron hurried over to the Gryffindor table, welcomed by the loud cheers of his brothers. Rotten luck, Harry muttered to Aria. I was kind of hoping all 4 of us would be in the same house. Eventually, the last student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted in a Slytherin, and the bearded man on the enthroned chair rose to his feet. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts, the man said, his voice kind like a grandfather's. I am Albus Dumbledore, your headmaster. I would like to remind you that there is a banned items list which Mr. Filch has issued. You may take a look at it outside his office at your pleasure. Please remember that the Forbidden Forest is forbidden. Here he looked over his half-moon spectacles towards the Gryffindor table. And at this moment, the third-floor corridor on the eastern side of the castle is off limits. Now, I believe it's time to eat. Neat. Twit. Meat. A feast appeared on the table before Aria. She and Harry gasped. Never before had she seen so much food. The great hall filled with laughter and chatter as students helped themselves to the food before them. Aria eagerly put a little of everything on her plate. The succulent smells of seasoned meat and sautéed vegetables made her practically drool. Beside her, however, Harry appeared a bit lost. His hands, clenched tightly in his lap, were shaking. Only Aria seemed to notice. Try something, she whispered. Harry glanced at her, then the food platters before finally reaching out and putting some chicken, rice, and vegetables on his plate. He poured himself water. His hands didn't shake as badly. So, Aria, Tracy said. Where are you from, Cockizort? Aria replied. It's in the West Riding area of Yorkshire. I thought I would be familiar with most of the families getting sorted into Slytherin this year, Pansy said, "but I don't recognize your last name." "You wouldn't," Draco stated. "She's Muggleborn. I saw her going shopping with Professor Snape this summer." "You're Muggleborn?" Millicent cried, causing a few heads to turn from further up the Slytherin table. Aria paused, glancing around at the Slytherins who now stared at her with varying degrees of shock. "Yes," she answered slowly. "Is that a problem?" "No, that not blade." "Yes," Pansy said. The two girls glared at each other. Up the table, the older students were now whispering, glancing at her just as much as they were glancing at Harry. Aria felt her stomach painfully clench, and the food lost its flavor. Dinner popped away, replaced immediately by a large assortment of desserts. Harry served himself treacle tart and served Aria a slice as well, motioning for her to eat. When dessert finally disappeared, two older Slytherin students, a boy and a girl, came to the first years and introduced themselves as the fifth-year prefects, Marcus Flint and Tracy Paddington. They had the first years follow them out of the Great Hall and down a staircase just off the Great Hall behind the first-year Hufflepuffs. The Hufflepuffs turned off down a corridor, while the Slytherins descended further into what Marcus called the dungeons. In the dungeons, they came to a life-sized portrait of a man in green robes. "Are these the new Slytherins?" the man asked Marcus and Tracy, cool eyes glancing the first years up and down. Aria's eyes widened. She and Harry shared a look of surprise. "Talking and moving portraits." "Yes, sir," Marcus replied. "First years, this is our founder, Salazar Slytherin. He guards the entrance to our dormitories. No one from another house is allowed into our common room, just like you'd never be allowed access to another house's area. When you come, you will give Slytherin the password. The password changes once a month and is posted on the announcement board in the common room. This month's password is greatness." The portrait swung open, and the prefects ushered the first years in. The common room spread out from the portrait hole into a single room larger than Aria's house. A humongous fireplace with a roaring fire took the chill off the room, which had seeped in from the stones. Tapestries hung from the walls, and a painting sat over the mantel. The rest of the room was covered with couches, chairs, and tables. One wall was covered with bookshelves, and at another wall, two different staircases disappeared upwards. "Those staircases lead to the dormitories," Tracy said. "Boys on the right, girls on the left. Each level is dedicated to a year. First years are on the first level, second years the second, so on and so forth. Each level has its own shared bedroom and bath. But for those who might need a little more help, each level is labeled so you shouldn't get lost. Now, if you would all gather around the fire, we will wait for the rest of the house to come, and then our head of house will be here to greet us and go over the house rules." "Who's our head of house?" Aria asked. "Professor Snape, the potions master," Marcus replied. "He is an alumnus of Hogwarts and a former Slytherin." Aria and Harry sat on a two-person couch while Daphne, Tracy, Blaze, and Theo squished onto the larger couch directly in front of the fireplace. Draco marched over to Aria. "Move yourself," he ordered. "Why?" Aria asked. "That's where I want to sit." "Well, I was here first. You can find somewhere else to sit." She was beginning to like Draco less and less. Not that he had much to like in the first place. "I don't have to take orders from the likes of Dash." Draco's voice turned into a shriek as Marcus grabbed him by the collar and pushed him to the floor next to Theo's feet. "You can sit there," Marcus snapped. "I don't want to see you bullying your housemates. You're going to be bullied by the other three houses for being a Slytherin. Might as well make nice with your housemates." "But she's a Muggleborn." Marcus glanced at Aria, then back at Draco. "But she is a Slytherin," he stated. "Professor Snape has very strict rules about how we are to treat each other, and I doubt being a Muggleborn will change that." The portrait hole opened, and the rest of Slytherin house pushed in, gathering around the rest of the common room, moving chairs and couches so that they were as gathered around the fire as possible. Several people peered over to stare at both Aria and Harry. She was ready to hide away in her bed. Professor Snape swept into the common room, the portrait door slamming shut behind him. With his robes billowing behind him, Aria almost envisioned him as a bat, and she almost laughed. "Welcome to Slytherin," Snape said. "You've been selected, however strange it may seem, into the most noble of houses. Now, it is true that our house has a dark reputation, but that should not stop any of you from doing your best to bring honor to this house. I expect all of you to practice house unity during your time here. Whatever problems you have with your housemates stays here in the common room. Out there in the halls of the school, I expect you to present a unified front." He stared hard at all the students gathered. Many students nodded their heads. "The house rules are simple," he continued, "as they mostly correspond to school rules. I expect all of you to keep your grades up and to come to me or one of your other teachers if you are having problems with the materials. There is also a curfew here at Hogwarts. It's 10 o'clock on weekdays, meaning you need to be inside your common room by 10 o'clock. Here in Slytherin, we also have bedtime curfews. I will not have you falling asleep in class and losing points because you don't know how to regulate your sleep schedules. First years, your bedtime is 10 o'clock. Second and third years, your curfew is 10:30. Fourth and fifth years are 11 o'clock. A new student must be out of the common room, if not in bed, by quarter of midnight. We have a bedtime." Draco whined. "Indeed, Mr. Malfoy," Snape answered. "And you'd well to adhere to the rules I set before you. I rarely, if ever, take points from Slytherins in public, but rest assured I will make up for it in my office or in this common room. Additional punishments on top of any detentions you receive may also be given. Would you care to find out, Mr. Malfoy, what I am capable of?" "No, sir," Draco replied. "I thought not." Aria smirked at Draco's put-down. Snape turned to her and Harry, his dark eyes studying them intensely for a moment. "I expect there will be no bullying between housemates," he finally said, glancing back over the rest of the Slytherins. "You've already got a dark enough reputation as it is. Don't add to it." Several Slytherins glanced at each other. "Now, you've got less than an hour before 10 o'clock, Snape continued. "I should hope I don't need to come by and put people to bed. Prefects a word." He and the three sets of prefects stepped through a doorway that was hidden by a tapestry. When Snape was gone, nearly every head turned towards Aria and Harry again. "So," one girl with curly hair said, "the boy who lived and a Muggleborn. What a pair you make." "Leave them be, Prudence," someone else said. "You heard Professor Snape." "I was just making an observation," Prudence replied, tossing her curls over her shoulder. "One can make an observation, can't they? Let's be honest, we're really good at that." We all expected Harry Potter to follow in his parents' footsteps and be placed in the Golden House of Gryffindor, and certainly no one expected a Muggleborn to be sorted into the House of Salazar Slytherin. Has there ever been a Muggleborn in Slytherin before? The students looked at each other with frowns. "I didn't think so," Prudence continued. She rose to her feet. "I guess only time will tell if they'll be an asset or a blight upon our house." She twirled around, made her way to the stairs, followed by several other girls that Aria could only guess were her yearmates. The tapestry moved, and the prefects returned. "Best start getting ready for bed," Tracy told the first years. "You'll want to be well rested for the first day of school." Aria followed the other first-year girls up to their dorm room. There were 5 twin beds in the room, 3 against one large wall, and the other 2 split between the other 2 walls. On one side of each bed was a closet with 3 drawers and a 3-shelved bookcase. On the other side of each bed was a nightstand that also had a drawer and shelves. Except for the fact that the beds had canopies and bed curtains, it was pretty much a standard dorm room, though Aria noted how the bedding were all Slytherin green. "You can adjust the layout of the room," Tracy said from the doorway. "This is the standard layout. If you want ideas, you could just ask the upperclassmen to show you their rooms." The prefect left. Aria went over to the bed where her trunk was stationed at the foot of the bed, her backpack on top. She put the backpack on the bed and opened her trunk, glad to see that everything had stayed in place just like Professor Snape said it would, and began moving clothing items from the trunk to her closet space. The other girls began unpacking too. "I can't believe we're going to have to share a room with you." Pansy finally sneered at Aria, breaking the awkward silence that had come over the room. She and Millicent had immediately swapped with Daphne and Tracy, taking the 2 beds farthest from Aria. "Look at you, secondhand clothes and a trunk that's falling apart." "Professor Snape said it should last me until I graduate," Aria replied. "He even checks the charms on it." "Was he the one to take you shopping?" Tracy asked. "Yes. He also delivered my letter. I think my dad was relieved, having an explanation for all my accidental magic." Pansy flounced out of the bedroom into the connected bathroom. Aria grabbed her toothbrush and followed Pansy. There were 5 sinks in the bathroom, 3 showers with tubs, and 3 toilet stalls. Aria brushed her teeth before putting her hair into a braid and changing into her pajamas. The other 4 girls had very pretty nightgowns. Pansy's was a pale pink, while Daphne's was a navy blue. Tracy's nightgown was a standard white, while Millicent's was a very nice green. "Why are you wearing boys' pajamas?" Millicent asked. Aria looked at her blue and white matching set of pajama pants and short, sleeve-button shirt. Kenneth had gifted her 2 brand new sets of pajamas, one for warm weather and one for cold. "These?" she questioned. "No, these are for girls. Sometimes girls wear pants to bed instead of a nightgown." "Muggles are a bit weird," Daphne said. "I don't know what my mother would do if she caught me in trousers." "So, you never wear pants?" Aria cried. "Girls wearing pants is more of a Muggle trend," Tracy replied. "Though it is becoming more popular. I think since we have to live with you for the next 7 years," Pansy said, "that we set out some ground rules." "What sort of rules?" Aria demanded. "Who is we?" Daphne asked. "You cannot use the showers before any of us," Pansy told Aria. "And you can't use the same sinks as us." "Well, there are 5 sinks, so I think if we all stake a claim on one we should be fine," Tracy pointed out. "But why do you want to make Aria wait for us to use the showers?" "I am not using the shower after she's used it," Pansy snapped. "Who knows what diseases she's got?" "Being a Muggleborn isn't a disease, Pansy," Daphne argued. "You're being mean. Aria doesn't have to listen to anything you say." "Don't feel like you have to listen to Pansy, Aria. She's just being mean." "I wasn't planning on listening to her anyway," Aria said. "The person who uses the shower first uses the shower first. I think, Pansy, if you have a problem, you can take it up with Tracy or Professor Snape." She climbed into bed, sliding the curtains closed. Immediately, the noise from outside disappeared, and Aria was glad. She did not want to have to listen to whatever whining Pansy was going to do. Laying down, she wondered how she would explain all this to her dad. This wasn't exactly the welcome she had expected. Should she even tell her dad? She didn't want him to worry. She had hoped things would be different at Hogwarts, that she would not be picked out for bullying. Guess some things did not change. Friends and bullies. Aria was the first of her roommates to wake up the next morning. Quietly, she gathered her uniform and toiletries, heading into the bathroom and entering one of the shower stalls, laying her things out on the bench before turning to the shower and tub. There were a variety of knobs along the wall. Turning on the water, she found the water immediately adjusted to the desired temperature and, after fiddling with the knobs, discovered that the knobs made things come out of the shower head like bubbles or fancy-smelling water. She had fun playing with the knobs for a few minutes before finally actually showering. When she finished and came back to the bedroom dressed, she smelt like roses and strawberries. Someone had fun with the shower knobs. Daphne yawned as she walked by Aria. "It's all new to me," Aria said in way of explanation. She put her toiletries back in her trunk and then spent a minute staring at the books she had taken out of the trunk and put on the shelf in her backpack. What books would she need? When did she get her class schedule? Leaving her things, she went down to the common room and, to her relief, found Tracy Paddington was already down there reading a book. Beside her was the girl from last night, Prudence, who was filing her nails. Tracy," Aria murmured, coming up to the 2 fifth years. "What can I do for you?" Tracy asked. "I was just wondering when I'll get my class schedule." "At breakfast," Tracy said. "Breakfast lasts about 2 hours, and it started about 30 minutes ago. Plenty of time for you to come back here for your things." "Great. Thanks. You've got nerve." Aria paused and turning away, glancing at Prudence. "Prue," Tracy warned. "What?" Prudence asked. "It's just an observation. Most first highs are too damn scared of us big kids to talk to us. Guess I'm just not like other first years," Aria snipped. "Apparently not," Prudence replied with a grin that Aria wasn't sure was meant to be friendly. "Do you have any other questions?" Tracy asked. "Actually, I do. I made friends with 2 other students on the train, but they were sorted into another house. Can I sit with them during meals, or is that against the rules?" "Good luck," Prudence muttered. "Most people would rather die than be friends with a Slytherin. With an attitude like that, it's no wonder." Prudence raised her eyebrows at Aria, and Tracy burst out laughing, her book falling off her lap. "Oh, that's great," Tracy cried. "You're going to fit in right enough, Aria. You might survive yet, kid," Prudence said, pointing the nail file at Aria. "Anyway, as to your question, there aren't any rules about not being able to sit at other tables," Tracy said, still laughing, scooping her book up from the floor. "I know most people usually sit at different tables during lunch or sometimes at breakfast before a test to get some last-minute studying in, but it's not usual if you get my drift. At least, not for us Slytherins. Prue's right. Most people outside Slytherin don't want to be friends with us. Why not? Aria asked. Because we're dark wizards in training, Prudence replied dramatically. I don't even know what that means. Of course you don't. Prudence. Tracy gave her friend another warning look. Prudence shrugged, finished her nails, and tucked the file back into her bag. Morning, Aria. Harry greeted, entering the common room. Marcus said we'll get our schedule at breakfast, so we should have time to come back. Yeah, Tracy was just saying that too. Making sure she had her wand, Aria and Harry left the common room, retracing their steps back to the Great Hall, passing a few Hufflepuffs on their way. Harry, Aria. The call reached them just before they went through from the entrance hall to the Great Hall. Hermione came bounding down the steps, Ron and 3 other boys following her. Gryffindor is amazing, Hermione cried. We are up in a tower, and it's guarded by a portrait called the Fat Lady. Cool, Aria said. Our portrait's Salazar Slytherin, the founder. Do you think I could talk to him? I have so many questions. I'm sure you do, Ron muttered. She's been chattering nonstop. Really, Hermione, you're going to have to take some deep breaths every once in a while. Hermione's face went bright red, and her hair seemed to expand with her embarrassment. Sorry, she said. Mum and Dad do say I can go off on tangents. Guys, this is Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom, Ron said, gesturing to the 3 boys. Seamus had a sharp nose and freckles. Dean had short hair with dark skin, and Neville was a bit chubby and his robe was crooked. Guys, this is Harry Potter and Aria Bourne. We shared a compartment on the train. It's nice to meet you, Seamus said, revealing him to be Irish. Ron says you're Muggleborn, Aria. How's that working for you in Slytherin? Rumors that they don't like Muggleborns. I mean, it could have been less awkward, Aria replied. Pansy Parkinson already hates me. She's the one in our year with a nose that looks like a pug. I don't think Millicent likes me, but Daphne and Tracy aren't too bad. Not too sure about the boys, but Draco Malfoy's an idiot. We could have told you that, Neville muttered, looking in his pocket. Aria spotted a toad peeking out. I'm Muggleborn too, Dean told Aria. Liverpool. Coaksworth. Nice. Ron's brother, Percy, said we get our schedules at breakfast, Hermione said. Do you think we'll have any classes together? Oh, I hope we all do. It's so nice to have friends for once. Do you think we can sit with each other? Ron asked. Tracy, that's one of our prefects, said it's not against the rules, Aria offered, but that most people only do it because of having schoolwork and stuff. She also said most people don't sit with Slytherins. Why not? Hermione asked. Is it because of the history between Slytherin and Gryffindor? Hogwarts, a history, only had a few short paragraphs on the feud, and it would be wonderful to talk to Slytherin himself and get his side of the story. It's cause you know who was a Slytherin, Ron told Hermione. Plus, a lot of his followers are sympathizers. Some of their kids are here at school, like Pansy Parkinson and Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott. They glanced over at the stairs leading up from the dungeons as several Slytherin first years made their appearance. Draco, Pansy, and Theo were 3 of them. Slumming with the Gryffindors? Draco asked as he walked by them. You must truly be desperate for friends if you're slumming with blood traitors and squibs. Shut up, Malfoy, Aria snapped. Draco and his crew disappeared into the Great Hall. Wow, Seamus muttered. What's a squib? Dean asked. It's the opposite of a Muggleborn, Neville replied. And he's talking about me. You're not a squib, Neville, Ron said. You wouldn't be here if you were. Grandmother was so shocked at me getting my letter that she called Professor McGonagall to make sure there wasn't a mistake. Neville replied, sadness creeping into his voice. I really only ever had one outburst of accidental magic, and that was when Great Uncle Algie dropped me out of the window to try and scare the magic out of me. I bounced. That's terrible. Hermione cried. Absolutely awful. Aria agreed. Stick with us, Neville. Don't let Malfoy get you down. He's just a spoiled brat. The group split off for their breakfasts, Harry and Aria deciding to sit farther away from Draco, Pansy, and Theo. Within a few minutes, Daphne and Tracy joined them while Crabbe and Goyle sat with Draco. Millicent arrived and joined Pansy while Blaise joined Theo, but not after taking a minute to decide which group he wanted to sit with. Theo and Blaise really aren't that bad, Daphne said as she poured herself some tea. But many of us have known each other since we were little. And while I can't totally excuse Draco, his bark is worse than his bite. You should have seen him when we found the litter of abandoned Krupp puppies last summer. He was gentle and very serious about feeding them. Draco can always come and apologize for his behavior, Harry replied. It's not like Aria and I have actually done something to make him mean. Professor Snape come by their group with a large pile of parchment in his hands. He handed them all a slip of parchment before moving up the table. Aria pushed aside her oatmeal to lay her class schedule out. Transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts in the morning. Daphne read, with herbology and potions in the afternoon every day of the week. Astronomy on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 11 o'clock. Aria cheered in her head about getting to stay up so late. Her dad only let her stay up that late on New Year's Eve. Hermione rushed over once Professor McGonagall handed out the Gryffindor schedules. Several Slytherins and members of other houses looked over in surprise as she plopped down next to Aria, slapping her schedule on the table for side-by-side comparison. We've got Transfiguration, potions, and astronomy together, Hermione said. Oh look, it's already marked. Daphne, Tracy. This is Hermione Granger. Aria introduced them. As you heard, we'll be having 3 classes with her and the other Gryffindors. How fun, Daphne replied, though she did not seem sure about Hermione. Aria could understand that. Hermione was pretty energetic and intense, and if she hadn't spent several hours with the girl on the train, she would probably be just as unnerved by Hermione too. Aria and her friends fell into a routine after that first day. It was usually her, Harry, Hermione, and Ron hanging out and doing homework together, though they were joined many times by Neville, Seamus, and Dean as well as Daphne and Tracy. It was soon clear that out of the 4 of them, Ron was the least studious of them all, but with 3 friends who were studious, he begrudgingly did his homework with them, which, he also admitted, gave him more free time since he was finished with his homework quicker. Aria and Harry's friendliness with the Gryffindors did not go unnoticed, and while most of the Slytherins seemed to postulate between ignoring her completely or being downright snide with her because of her blood status, they were downright rude when it came to her and Harry's friendship with Hermione and Ron. Should have been sorted into Gryffindor, was the popular shot at them. Aria and Harry spent most of the time in the library or great hall. If the weather was nice, they found a spot near the Black Lake and hung out there, their Gryffindor friends and Daphne and Tracy joining them. Unlike their Slytherin counterparts, the other Gryffindors did not really know what to do about the Slytherin-Gryffindor friendship, especially since it was understood that if anyone picked on Ron, they would have Fred and George Weasley to deal with, and no one wanted to be on the bad side of the pranksters. Even with difficulties of navigating Slytherin house dynamics and the inter-house relationships, Aria knew that Hogwarts was much better than St. Brigid's would have been. Better yet, mail was free, so she could write as many letters to her dad without worrying about running out of stamps. She, however, avoided telling him too much about being Muggleborn in a predominantly pure-blood house and the problems that came with it. He did not need to worry any more than he did. 3 weeks after school started, an announcement was posted in the common room on the announcement board that the first of several flying lessons would begin for the first years during their free period on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I can't believe that this is one of the things that Muggle fairy tales get right, Aria cried as she, Hermione, Ron, and Harry made their way down to the inner courtyard where the flying lessons would take place. Besides the witch's hat, I'd rather not learn to fly, Hermione admitted. I don't like heights. Well, this is standard wizarding transportation, Ron stated. Besides, how are you going to play Quidditch if you don't ride a broom? I don't want to play Quidditch, Hermione said. I'd rather just read about it or watch someone else. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, had put out rows of broomsticks and instructed each first year to stand next to a broom. One look at the school brooms told Aria these were nothing like the brooms that the Slytherin Quidditch team had been polishing the night before. These brooms had bristles that needed to be combed and handles that needed polishing. She only hoped she didn't get a splinter during this class. Now remember, Madam Hooch cried, voice in tune with her marching up and down the rows of first years. Speak to your broom like you mean it. On the count of 3, I want you to command your broom to come up. 1, 2, 3. Aria nudged her broom with a foot before holding her hand out over it. Up, she commanded. The broom rolled over. Up, she commanded again. This time the broom hopped up in her hand. She gripped the wood, grinning, bursting into laughter as she lifted her head in time to see Ron's broom smack him in the face. It's not funny, Ron muttered, rubbing his nose. It kinda is, Harry said from Ron's other side. Aria glanced at Hermione, who was yelling in great exasperation at her broom, which kept rolling over, but never leaving the ground. Finally, Hermione simply bent down and picked up the broom. "Mount your brooms." Madame Hooch's voice carried over the heads of the first years. Aria watched several people, including Draco, mount their brooms first before throwing her leg over hers. She should have worn shorts under her skirt. Madame Hooch came around, correcting people's grips and stances. Apparently, Aria was holding her broom too low, while Hermione gripped hers too high. Draco gripped his too tightly, and Aria had to snicker at that. "Now, on the count of 3, I want you to gently push off the ground," Madame Hooch said. "I want you to gently hover and then point your broom downwards. That'll make it land." 1, 2, 3. Aria pushed off the ground, tilting her broom handle up a little. She felt her feet leave the ground, and she hurried to mount them on the broom stirrups. She struggled for a minute to balance, almost falling off. Dean Thomas, Kevin Entwistle from Hufflepuff, and Lisa Turpin from Ravenclaw all managed to roll off their brooms before eventually getting the hang of it. When everyone could hover and land, Madame Hooch allowed them to start moving around, not going higher than her head. Aria grinned, managing not to run into anyone as she puttered about. Most of the kids who had grown up in the wizarding world were already flying higher than Aria. Harry seemed a natural on the broom, and Neville seemed to struggle to control his broom. Suddenly, Neville's broom shot forward, and he screeched at the loss of control. The top of his broom bounced off the courtyard wall, and he tumbled to the ground, landing hard on his arm. Aria winced as Madame Hooch called everyone down to the ground and rushed over to Neville. "Looks like a broken arm," Harry said. "How can you tell?" Ron asked. "I've broken my arm before." Madame Hooch helped Neville to his feet, using her wand to immobilize his arm. "I'll be taking Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary," she told the class. "Please remain on the ground until I return. If I found any of you in the air without a teacher, I will have you suspended." "Understood." The first years nodded, and the professor disappeared into the castle with the student. "What a klutz!" Draco cried. Pansy, Millicent, Crabbe, and Goyle laughed. A few Ravenclaws snickered too. You'd think he was a Muggleborn by the way he approached the broom. Aria rolled her eyes, setting her broom down. She stepped over to 2 Gryffindors, Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil. "I love your hair clip," Aria said to Parvati, nodding at the clip holding her long black braid together. Parvati held it up so that she could inspect the butterfly on it. The butterfly's wings beat gently. "My grandmother sent it to me from India," Parvati said, "as a good luck present. Padma has one too, but it's red instead of gold." Aria glanced over at Parvati's twin, who had been sorted into Ravenclaw. She was huddled with the Ravenclaw girls. "I noticed the headband you were wearing yesterday," Lavender said, a little hesitantly. "I like the color. Blue suits you." "You think so? I think it looked hideous," Pansy declared from behind Aria. "No one asked you," Lavender snapped. "If you saw half the stuff in her trunk, you'd think so too," Pansy declared. "Garish Muggle fashion. It's a disgrace." "Shut up, Pansy," Aria cried. "We're not all rich like you." Everyone stared at the growing confrontation. Behind Pansy, Aria noticed Draco had mounted his broom and was making lazy laps over the heads of the other Slytherins. "Why don't you go back to watching your boyfriend?" Aria suggested. "He looks like he's trying to get your attention." Pansy's face went red, while she glanced over her shoulder at Draco. Aria turned her back to the girl. "How do you get your hair so curly?" she asked Lavender. Hermione, having joined her, rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on, Hermione. You and I are meant to have curly hair, not balls of frizz." "My mom taught me a spell," Lavender said. "But before that I used Mallory Wiggins' curly cream. Here, I'll teach you the spell if you want." She pulled out her wand, only for her eyes to widen and her mouth to drop open. "Look out!" Lavender cried. Aria started to turn around, only she never got the chance. Someone flew by her head, grabbing onto her hair which she had worn down, dragging her several feet across the courtyard. Aria screamed. Several of her classmates screamed. Her weight apparently was more than the person on the broom had anticipated, and she fell to the ground when the broom rider fell off the broom, releasing her hair. Pushing to her knees, Aria flipped her hair back over her head, staring in shock at Draco, who seemed a little winded from his fall. "What do you think you were doing?" someone shouted. What had he been thinking? 3 weeks of pent-up anger at Draco boiled over. With a yell, Aria launched herself at Draco, landing a solid punch to his eye just like Robert, Tommy, and Samuel had taught her. She yanked at his hair, always so nicely slicked back in a perfect hairstyle. He tried to scratch her, catching her in the face with his nails. She pressed his face into the grass. "Eat dirt," she shouted. Hands grabbed her, yanking her off Draco. He rolled over, spitting up grass. Aria yanked herself out of the grasp of whoever was holding her and spun around to see who it was, stopping short seeing Mr. Filch, the caretaker of the castle. Beside him was Professor McGonagall. Both were livid. "I am shocked at such behavior," McGonagall cried. "Absolutely shocked. She hit me, Professor," Draco cried. "Don't think you're getting away with your behavior, Mr. Malfoy," the Scottish woman snapped. "We saw you drag her by her hair halfway across the courtyard." Aria glanced back to where she had been standing. It wasn't quite halfway across the courtyard, probably only a few yards, but it certainly had felt like it. She glanced down at her uniform. Her tights were ripped, and there was grass and dirt all over the front of her skirt and robe. "Both of you, come with me," McGonagall ordered. Aria, throwing a scowl at Draco, marched after McGonagall towards the castle. Professor McGonagall, after taking Aria and Draco to the infirmary to make sure they wasn't seriously injured, and after seeing Madame Hooch get mad at Draco, took 10 points from Aria for fighting, while she took 50 points from Draco and gave him 2 weeks of detention. Though she promised the boy that she would be having a serious discussion with Professor Snape. Aria was glad she was not the one Professor McGonagall would be discussing. For 2 days, Draco and his cohorts avoided Aria. Almost everyone at Hogwarts had heard about the incident, and Aria found herself on the receiving end of pitying stares and random older students coming up and telling her to come find them if the Slytherins continued to bully her. On the 3rd day, though, Aria was dragged out of defense with Draco, summoned to Dumbledore's office where Filch, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Dumbledore were waiting for them alongside 3 other people. Aria immediately recognized Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, though the older gentleman with short white hair and a turned-up nose she did not recognize. "Welcome," Dumbledore greeted them. "Take a seat. Lemon drop?" Aria declined the sweet as she sat in the chair between McGonagall and Snape. Draco sat by his parents. "We are here to discuss the incident from 3 days ago," Dumbledore explained. "Professor McGonagall, perhaps you can explain what you saw." "Mr. Filch and I were walking by one of the courtyard entrances," McGonagall replied. "I had passed Madame Hooch, and she had asked that I watch over her first-year class as she was escorting Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. Mr. Filch wanted to discuss peeves, so we were walking together when we arrived at the courtyard in time to see Mr. Malfoy swoop down on his broom, grab Miss Bourne by the hair, and drag her several yards. He fell off his broom, and that was when Miss Bourne escaped his grasp and proceeded to punch him. Mr. Filch and I pulled them apart and took them to the infirmary where Madame Pomfrey healed them. I took 10 points from Aria for fighting and took 50 points from Draco for his actions and gave him 2 weeks detention. Afterwards, I spoke to Professor Snape, who agreed that Draco's punishment was sufficient. "And what about the little twit's punishment?" the older man demanded. "You only took 10 points. Miss Bourne had 10 points removed because she reacted violently, and we do not condone violence here at Hogwarts," Snape replied. "It's truly more a slap on the wrist at this point, Lord Malfoy," as she acted in self-defense. "Lord Malfoy?" Aria gave the other man another once-over. "Must be Draco's grandfather." She had heard Daphne ask Draco how his grandfather was doing in the common room a week ago, and Draco had said he was still alive. "I simply cannot accept that my grandson would act in such a way unprovoked," Lord Malfoy stated. "The girl must have done something to aggravate him. Their classmates all say that Aria was chatting with several girls when Draco attacked her," McGonagall replied. "Talking about what?" Lord Malfoy demanded. Aria glanced over at Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. Mrs. Malfoy had a hand on her husband's arm, while Lucius sat at attention, his walking stick straight up as if he were preparing himself to rise. Draco slouched in his chair beside his mother. "Aria," Professor Dumbledore said, "would you mind informing us what you were talking about?" "Yeah," Aria replied. "I was talking to Lavender and Parvati." It started off as a conversation about Parvati's hair clip which her grandmother sent from India. It's a little butterfly, and its wings flap, which I thought was cool. Then she said she liked my headband that I wore the other day, and then I asked Lavender how she got her curls to be so nice and neat, and she told me about the hair cream she used, but that her mom had also taught her a spell, and she was going to show me the spell, but then Draco grabbed my hair. And well, you know the rest. Lord Malfoy's frown deepened, and his face began to turn pink. Your grandson's punishment still stands, Dumbledore stated. 2 weeks detention and the 50 points. You're just going to take the word of that little moo dash. I wouldn't finish that sentence, Abraxas. Dumbledore's voice changed from the soft, grandfatherly tone to one of steel. The temperature in the room dropped, and the red bird, which Aria had thought had been a statue of a sleeping bird, suddenly awoke and flapped its wings with a loud cry. Beneath Aria's chair, a sharp hiss sounded. She yanked up her feet, peering down to see Filch's cat, the red-eyed Mrs. Norris, hissing at Lord Malfoy. The cat came out from under the chair, jumping onto Aria's lap, hissing again at Lord Malfoy. She ran her hand over the cat's head, earning a purr from the feared feline. Glancing back to the Malfoys, she found Lord Malfoy glaring at her. Or maybe the cat. But noticed Mr. Malfoy's mouth had a bit of upward cork to it. Miss Bourne, Snape said, I think it's time you and Mr. Malfoy headed to lunch. Aria nodded, scooping Mrs. Norris in her arms and heading for the doorway of the headmaster's office. She handed the cat off to a surprised-looking Filch, following Draco out of the office and down the spiral staircase to the corridor below. Both were silent as they began the long walk to the Great Hall. Aria was tempted to quicken her gait to avoid being anywhere near Draco, but there was something in her that burned with curiosity. Why are you so mean to me? She demanded, stepping in front of Draco, stopping him in his tracks. Draco's gray eyes widened. What? He cried. Why are you so mean to me? Aria asked. I haven't done anything to you. Draco's mouth opened and closed as he continued to stare at her like she had 3 heads. You're Muggleborn, he finally said. What's wrong with being Muggleborn? Your parents are Muggles. Well, I can't help that. Just like you can't help having been born to your parents. Well, grandfather says Muggleborns don't respect our traditions. What traditions? See? You don't know anything. Oh, for God's sake, Draco. If I dropped you into the middle of Eden at age 11, would you know all the Muggle traditions? Draco frowned. No, he replied. Then how do you expect us Muggleborns, who only discovered the world of magic this summer, to know all your traditions? Isn't that what Hogwarts is for? Teaching us stuff? Hogwarts doesn't have classes like that. Why not? I don't know. Then can you really hate for me something I didn't even know I didn't know? Can you hate me because I was born of Muggles? What if you had been born like Mr. Filch, without magic? Would you want to go to a boarding school with Muggles and be treated like how you and other Slytherins have treated me? Well, my grandfather doesn't like Muggleborns. Well, my dad doesn't like Manu, and I do so. Draco sighed, rolling his eyes. You just don't understand, Aria, he told her. Perhaps it's easier for people to disagree with their heads of house in the Muggle world, but here we don't do that. Heads of house? What are we? Royalty? If you hadn't noticed, my grandfather is Lord Abraxas Malfoy. He is in charge of the Malfoy family. When he dies, my father will become Lord Malfoy. Someday I will be too. Grandfather is just trying to make sure that the family is respected. Respected or feared? Aria scared. Your grandfather's a bit scary. Grandfather says that if people fear you, then you don't have to worry about people hurting you. That doesn't sound like a nice way to live. Aria folded her arms. Do you agree with your grandfather then? Do you really believe that you're better than me because you've got a wizard and witch for parents while my parents are Muggles? Do you really think I don't deserve to be here? Draco tilted his head, as if pondering her question. If I did think you had every right to be here, then I would be saying my grandfather's wrong, Draco muttered. I've never done that. He pushed past Aria, knocking against her shoulder. Rubbing her shoulder, Aria followed some distance behind, wondering what Draco's answer meant. Halloween. Hogwarts was abuzz with the preparations for the Halloween feast. Pumpkins and other harvest decorations appeared throughout the halls of Hogwarts, and the Great Hall constantly smelled of pumpkin and cinnamon. The castle was preparing for the Halloween feast, and Aria heard nothing except talk about the feast for days. Why are we having a feast for Halloween? She asked the fifth-year prefect, Tracy. Tracy was helping her, Harry, Daphne, and Tracy Davis with their transfiguration, and she seemed like the right person to ask. I mean, Muggles celebrate it, but not to the extent we seem to be going to. It's a twofold holiday, Tracy explained. It's Samhain, but it's also the night you know who was defeated, so we set time aside to celebrate that. Harry's head popped up from behind a stack of library books. Defeated? Aria questioned. By Harry. Tracy nodded. Halloween, Harry repeated. Halloween is when I defeated Voldemort. Several students in the common room gasped. One girl dropped her book. Several made hand motions over their hearts. Everyone swung their heads around to stare at Harry. Yes, Tracy replied. Didn't you know that? No, Harry bit out. I didn't even know I was famous until Hagrid took me shopping. My Muggle relatives told me my parents died in a car crash because my dad was drunk. He straightened, his emerald eyes widening behind his glasses while his face lost its color. Wait, he breathed. If Halloween is when I defeated Voldemort dash. There were more gasps than Aria thought one seventh-year might. Faint. Then, that means Halloween is when they died. He fell back against his chair with a faraway look, his quill dropping to the floor, splattering ink. The students in the common room began to whisper. Are you telling me, Prudence, one of the fifth years, said, that you didn't know the date that your parents died? Harry nodded, his jaw clenching. Sitting beside him, Aria could see he was trying not to cry. She glanced around the table, saw Daphne's eyes widen, and both Tracys dropped their jaws. Who the hell doesn't tell a kid the date his parents died? Someone asked. Who lies to a kid about how his parents died? Another person demanded. My relatives, Harry snapped. That's it, Prudence cried, jumping to her feet, her large curly hair bouncing about as she moved. We are doing Samhain properly this year. No dancing around the headmaster and whatnot. We're doing it. Bonfire, extra plates, the altar. Everything. What's Samhain? Aria asked Daphne. It's when the earth changes from harvest to winter, Daphne replied. The veil between the worlds is at its thinnest. It's one of the 5 old religion festivals still practiced here in the UK and Ireland. Most families celebrate it, and the others privately. Not this year, Prudence cried, scribbling away at a piece of parchment, apparently making a list. Professor Dumbledore, like so many, would like to see the oldest of our traditions just die, but we can't let that happen. All right, so we're going to need to have the bonfire and an altar for the ancestors, and we're going to have to set extra places at dinner. We don't have to set the extra places or the bonfire, Marcus Flynn argued. The altar should suffice. Yes, but the bonfire is more in your face, Prudence pointed out. While she and Marcus began to squabble over her list, Aria turned her attention back to her friends. What goes on an altar? She asked. Depends on how traditional you want to be, Tracy, the prefect, replied. My grandmom puts out offerings for the fairies like acorns or other nuts and dried fruit. But me and my family just set up a little altar with favorite mementos of people we want to remember. That's mostly what you'll find on people's altars nowadays. Oh, so like a little shrine, Aria commented. I suppose so, yeah. Well, I don't have any mementos of my parents, Harry said. You've got nothing of your parents? Tracy, the first year, cried. Harry shook his head. It doesn't have to be something they owned, the older Tracy said. It could be a picture or something. Mom always puts up her favorite photo of my Uncle David. He died in the First War. You don't seem to understand, Harry argued, his voice tight. I don't own anything that has to do with my parents, except the money they left me for school. No pictures? Daphne asked. Harry shook his head. Harry, Aria said after a minute. Do you even know what your parents look like? Another shake of his head. Blaise, Zabini, and Theo not suddenly appeared at their table, having abandoned their chess game from the table next to them. I'm sorry, you don't have any pictures of your parents? Blaise questioned. Your relatives are beasts, Theo stated. I wouldn't expect anything less from Muggles. My dad's not a beast, Aria snapped. Don't go judging all Muggles just because Harry got stuck with the worst kind. Theo looked skeptical. Aunt Petunia and my mum didn't get on, Harry explained. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon don't like magic. Absolutely insane, Tracy muttered. Prue and Marcus, stop your fighting right now. You're giving me a headache. The 2 fifth years lowered their voices while the rest of the common room filled with titters. Someone's got to have a photo of your parents, Tracy said to Harry, turning away from her yearmates. I'd go speak to Professor Snape and see if he would know where you can find pictures. Didn't my dad say in Ollivanders that your mum grew up with him and Professor Snape? Aria asked. Maybe my dad has primary school pictures. I can ask. Maybe Professor Snape will know if any of my parents' friends have pictures, Harry agreed. He and Aria began packing up their things. What about Professor McGonagall? Theo asked. What about her? Harry wanted to know. Well, your parents were Gryffindors, weren't they? Aria and Harry left the common room. Unfortunately, Snape was in the middle of office hours and had a very panicked fourth year with him. So Aria and Harry decided to trek up to Professor McGonagall's office. Her office hours had already ended, much to their disappointment. Think that fourth year's gone? Aria asked. Harry shrugged, his fists gripping and releasing his pants in obvious agitation. What are you two up to? Aria and Harry turned to see Ron's older brother, Percy, standing with his arms crossed, prefect badge shining in the torchlight. We're looking for Professor McGonagall, Aria said. Can it wait? Percy asked. Harry sighed. I suppose, he muttered. No. Aria insisted, grabbing Harry's sleeve as he made to walk away. It can't. I've waited this long dash, which is exactly why you shouldn't have to wait any longer. We're looking for Professor McGonagall because Harry's parents were in Gryffindor and we were hoping she might have some pictures of them. Harry's never seen what his parents look like. Percy's blue eyes widened. You've never seen your parents? No. Percy stared at them for a moment before motioning them to follow him. He brought them to a corridor that was leading up towards one of the towers and bowed politely to a large painting where a Victorian woman with red hair stood before a chalkboard while a group of children sat in desks. The woman and the children looked at Percy. Could you please fetch Professor McGonagall? Percy asked. Tell her Percy Weasley is asking for her. The Victorian teacher nodded to one of the children, and the child disappeared out of the frame, reappearing a moment later just before the portrait swung open and Professor McGonagall stepped out. What seems to be the problem, Mr. Weasley? She asked. You have brought me 2 Slytherins. Perhaps you need a reminder of whose house I am the head of? Harry and Aria were hoping to speak with you, Percy said. It sounded very important. McGonagall nodded, dismissing the prefect and inviting the two through the portrait hole into her sitting room. Now, what can I do for you? She asked. We were talking to Tracy Paddington about setting up an altar for Samhain, Aria said when she realized Harry wasn't about to start the conversation. She suggested that we use a memento or a picture of the ancestor we want to remember. Harry, however, doesn't have anything that belonged to his parents. Not even a picture. Nothing. McGonagall cried. But I am certain salvageable items were sent to your aunt. You should have had a few things. I've got nothing, Professor, Harry said. Not even a picture. No pictures? Are you telling me, Mr. Potter, that you have never seen your parents? Harry nodded. Professor McGonagall cursed, her Scottish brogue becoming more pronounced as she stalked into the next room and returned a few minutes later with a photo album. Those are the worst sort of muggles, she muttered. I said so myself to Professor Dumbledore. He was put in charge of finding you a home as Chief Warlock. So much chaos during that time. Wizarding Child Services hadn't even been created yet. She set the album on the coffee table in front of the fire. The front of the album was labeled 1971 to 1980. Your parents attended from 71 to 78, McGonagall said. Harry flipped open the album. Smiling Gryffindors waved at them from the pictures. Aria laughed in delight seeing them move. McGonagall flipped through towards the back where there were older children. She picked up one photo. Both of your parents were head boy and head girl their 7th year, she said, handing the photo to Harry. Aria looked over his shoulder. A man, who looked like Harry with the same hair and same glasses, waved while a smiling red-haired beauty blew a kiss to the camera. You look like your dad, Aria said. But you've got your mom's eyes. And her temperament, McGonagall added. James was always the more outgoing of the two, though Lily had a temper and was as stubborn as a mule. Your father and his friends were very much like the Weasley twins. Pranksters. She pulled out another photo, this one a large group of people. These are all the 7th years, she said. There's your parents. Aria peeked at the other side of the photo, where a list of names written. Why did I go to my Muggle relatives? Harry asked. Aunt Petunia doesn't like magic. I would have thought my parents would have wanted me somewhere else. Or did they not think about it? The only one who can answer that is Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall replied. Like I said, he was given the responsibility of placing you in all that chaos. Who are these guys with Mr. Potter? Aria asked, pointing to another photo where James Potter was with 3 other boys. The 4 made faces at the camera before slinging their arms around each other. Aria flipped it over and found it labeled. The Marauders. Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, James Potter, Peter Pettigrew. April 1977. They were James' closest friends, McGonagall said. Aria noted the sadness that crept into her voice. Well, I don't know whatever happened to Remus. But the others, they didn't survive the war. Many of my students didn't. She took out of her wand and began duplicating the photos until Harry had about 10 photos that had one or both of his parents in them. You might also wish to speak with your head of house, McGonagall said. He and Lily grew up and were quite good friends until their 5th year or so. Thank you, Harry said, voice all but gushing in excitement. He clutched the photos to his chest like they were a lifeline. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. You don't know how much this means to me. Professor McGonagall smiled and set a hand on his shoulder. Your parents were good students, she said, and after Hogwarts I counted them as good friends. Harry scrubbed at tears he seemed determined to ignore. Aria could not imagine what it must have been like never knowing what one's parents looked like. She had dozens of photos of her mom and dad, especially during the last few months of her mom's life. She didn't know what she would do if she couldn't go back and look at them. She even had one on her nightstand. They look so happy, Harry muttered, his voice thick with emotion. McGonagall found a picture of Lily and James' graduation class in their graduation robes, duplicating that for Harry as well. They had their ups and downs, she told him, just like every other couple. But they were happy, and they were also very brave. They wanted you to live in a place where war and blood supremacy were a thing of the past. Maybe they should have moved, Harry said. Then they'd still be alive. It may seem as if they died for nothing, Harry, McGonagall answered, lapsing from her usual formality. But as you grow and begin to understand the complexities of this world and the past war, you'll come to understand why your parents stayed. I cannot guarantee you'll agree with their decision, but they made it with nothing but you on their minds and hearts. This was their home, you are their son, and they were going to fight for both. A lone tear rolled down McGonagall's face as she gathered up the photo album and disappeared into her bedroom. She returned, no tears showing, though her eyes were a little red and wet. I'm glad I've been able to help you, she said as Harry carefully gathered the photos. Though, if you weren't aware, Professor Snape was in the same year as your parents. See? She pointed to the top photo, the class of 1978's graduation photo, and Aria found their head of house, only 17 years old, up in the top corner. You might have some pictures from when Lily was a child. It's my understanding they grew up near each other, and they were best friends until their 5th year. He doesn't look happy, Aria commented. McGonagall sighed. The war was unkind to many people, she told them. Even at Hogwarts, children were drawing lines, choosing sides. Severus was a Slytherin. He who must be named recruited heavily from that house, as many of his followers had children in there. A sudden memory of Snape and her dad came to the forefront of Aria's mind, about gangs and Snape saying he too had joined a gang and then left it. He joined Voldemort's gang, Aria said. McGonagall flinched at the name, and Harry stared with open mouth at Aria. Professor Snape and Lily Potter grew up with my dad, Professor. When Professor Snape brought me my letter, he and my dad got talking. Snape said Hogwarts was the school he and Lily attended, and after my dad asked after her, said that they had parted ways and that he had gone the stereotypical path of Spinner's End, which usually means a person joins a gang. But then he left the gang. McGonagall gathered herself. Yes, a gang is one way of putting it. He did, as you say, leave the gang. I don't know the full story. Professor Snape is a very private person. We'll go talk to Professor Snape, Harry said. He and Aria left the professor's quarters, quietly making their way back towards the dungeons. Do you want to talk to Professor Snape now? Aria asked. No, Harry answered. I'll do it later. October 30 first arrived with a calm morning and sun, though storm clouds gathered in the distance over the mountains on the far side of the Black Lake. There would definitely be rain that night. Still, Prudence was determined to try and have the Samhain bonfire after the Halloween feast, as she and Marcus spent their free period getting it prepared. Aria and her friends saw them through the windows on the way to Charms. The old religion's dodgy stuff, Ron said when Aria and Harry explained to him and Hermione what the Slytherins were doing. It's all spirit stuff, and it's half the reason the Muggles went after us in the first place. Their Christian god and our gods really aren't friendly with each other. We celebrate Yule still, though most people call it Christmas to know why. That's a Percy question. In Charms class, they were learning the levitation charm, which used a swish and flick movement. Once everyone got the movement right, Professor Flitwick gave each student a feather. Now, the charm is Wingardium Leviosa, the tiny professor said. Please repeat it to me. Wingardium Leviosa. Aria enunciated with the rest of the class. Excellent. Now, when you say it, swish and flick your wand so that your wand is flicked down at the feather when you finish. Observe. He levitated the feather in front of himself before releasing the children to attempt it on their own. Aria peered at her feather, looking all innocent on her desk. Hopefully, this would be easier than McGonagall's lesson on changing a matchstick into a needle. Wingardium Leviosa, she said, swishing and flicking her wand. Her feather did not move. She tried it again. Did her feather move that time? It might have moved a little. She leaned down closer to the feather to inspect it. She wanted to be the first person to get the spell. Wingardium Leviosa, she cried. This time her feather flipped over. So close. Beside her, she heard Ron growl as he shook his wand after a failed attempt at levitating his feather. Stop! Hermione cried from his other side, grabbing his wrist when it swung too close to her head. You're going to poke someone's eye. Ow! Probably mine at this rate. Besides, you're saying it wrong. It's Leviosa, no Leviosa. Well, then you do if you're so clever, Ron snapped, dropping his wand and folding his arms, his temper flaring. Aria almost whacked him across the back of the head. He was just asking for his temper to get worse. Hermione straightened her spine and primly swished and flicked her wand, speaking the incantation. Immediately, her feather levitated above their heads, and Aria groaned at not being the first. Well done, Miss Granger, Flitwick cried. 10 points to Gryffindor. Ron scowled, turning away from Hermione to Aria, who, now annoyed that magic seemed to come more easily for Hermione, turned back to her own feather. Wingardium Leviosa. Aria nipped. Her feather shot up to the ceiling before fluttering back towards the desk. Several students laughed. Excellent work, Flitwick said. I applaud your determination, Miss Bourne, but perhaps save such zeal and enthusiasm for larger and heavier objects. 5 points to Slytherin. When class ended, the rest of the classmates hurried out while Ron lagged behind to argue with Hermione, something the two of them did on a regular basis. You're a nightmare sometimes, Hermione, Ron snapped as they finally exited the classroom. I'm a what? She cried. A nightmare, Ron repeated. Why the bloody hell does it matter how I pronounce something? I was only trying to help, Hermione insisted. Aria could see the beginning of tears well up in her friend's eyes. Well, could you not be a little Miss Know-It-All when you do? Merlin, Hermione, have you ever wondered why you only have 3 friends? Ron, Aria cried. Hermione raced away, bushy hair flying out behind her. Several other students snickered, especially Pansy and Millicent and Lavender and Parvati. Ron, you're such an arse. She ran after Hermione, following her into a bathroom. Hermione tried to lock herself in a stall, but one swift hand from Aria stopped her from closing the stall door. Go away, Aria, Hermione wailed. I want to be alone. Probably why you shouldn't be alone, Aria said. Ron's being an idiot. You know how short his temper is. Not that that excuses him. If I left you alone, you'd stay here crying until the feast, and you'd miss all the fun. And why should you miss the fun just because Ron's an idiot? Hermione slid down to the ground. Aria sat beside her, digging in her backpack and pulling out a tissue, handing it to Hermione. Thanks, Hermione muttered. Am I really a nightmare? Well, you are a bit of a know-it-all, Aria admitted. I just want people to know that I'm smart, that I belong here. We belong here, Aria stated, making sure her voice was firm. Nobody is going to change that, no matter how much they want. She thought of Draco and Pansy and Millicent and Crabbe and Goyle. She thought of some of the 7th-year Slytherins who gave her nasty side eyes in the common room. But Hermione, there's other ways to showing that you belong here. Doing well on tests and quizzes and turning in your homework on time. That'll show the professors that you're serious as a witch. Dad told me back in primary that the best way to prove your intelligence was to be responsible with your grades, but not necessarily push people's faces in it. I had the habit of answering all the questions and not letting others do it. Mom and Dad said that if I answered all the questions, no one else would do the work to learn because they'd just cheat off me, and that wouldn't help anyone. Hermione sniffed. I guess that makes sense, she said. I mean, you don't go about waving your hand on all the questions like I do. And everyone in our year knows you're super smart. I heard people talking in the common room. Neville thinks you're pretty. Seamus thinks you're hot. He would. Aria sneered, thinking about how the Irish boy had managed to blow up his cauldron twice, disappearing his eyebrows in the process. I will not be looking at him anytime soon, though I suppose looking at Seamus can't be as bad as, say, Draco Malfoy. And Neville thinks I'm pretty? Frankly, I think he's latched onto you because you're so nice to him, Hermione replied. He doesn't really have any friends. I mean, he sits with Ron, but I think Dean and Seamus are better friends with each other, and Ron's with us all the time, so I think Neville gets kind of left out. Or else he ends up hanging out with Susan Bones or Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. Guess we'll have to invite him to study with us, Aria said. I hear he's really good in herbology. Oh my goodness, you'd think the plants loved him or something. The girls giggled, and Aria pulled Hermione to her feet. You should come to the Samhain bonfire after the feast, Aria said, if it doesn't rain. It'll look good to the others if you take an interest in Vizading Tradition. Think they'll let me? Hermione asked. Won't most of the people there be Slytherins? Well, I'll be there. And what's one more Muggleborn? They exited the bathroom only to find Ron and Harry sitting against the opposite wall, eating chocolate frogs. The two scrambled to their feet when the girls appeared, Ron's face as red as ever with obvious embarrassment. Hermione, he began, I would like to say that I am sorry for calling you a nightmare earlier. It was rude of me. Aria almost laughed at how proud Harry looked at Ron's apology. Obviously, Harry had a part in Ron's apology. Thank you, Hermione replied with a sniff. You're forgiven. Apparently, Prudence had gotten her way, and somehow there were stacks of empty plates and goblets at one end of the Slytherin table when Aria and Harry arrived at the feast with Ron and Hermione. What are the extra plates for? Hermione asked. You put them out for your ancestors, Ron explained, those that have passed on to the next life. The veil's thin tonight, so it's a matter of courtesy if anyone shows up, even though as ghosts they wouldn't be able to eat anything. Oh, I guess I never really thought of the wizarding world being religious. Ron shrugged, and he and Hermione split off to the Gryffindor table. Aria and Harry went over to the Slytherin table, where they joined the other Slytherins in preparing plates for the deceased, then writing the names of the deceased on place-setting cards and putting them at the top of each plate. Only then did the Slytherins sit down to enjoy the feast, squishing together on the remaining two-thirds of the long table. Aria ended up between Harry and Theonot. She wasn't sure who was more surprised, herself or Theo. Their actions drew more than one look from the other three houses, as well as the professors. Professor Snape looked oddly proud, though Aria supposed the look could be construed as a grimace. He did have a peculiar way of showing his emotions. The other heads of house and professors had a mixture of looks ranging from impressed to amused. Dumbledore did not look either when she caught him glancing towards the Slytherin table, but she supposed that was normal. According to the upper years professor, Dumbledore didn't care much for Slytherin. Most of the school didn't, but Slytherins went out of their way to avoid catching the headmaster's attention than any other professor. Halfway through the feast, the doors to the Great Hall burst open, and Professor Quirrell came racing down the center aisle between the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor tables, his robes flying out behind him. Troll, he yelled. In the dungeons! He skidded to a halt in front of the head table before falling to the ground in a dead faint. Several people guffawed, and she heard Adrian Pusey say to Cassius Warrington, some defense professor he turned out to be. Several students at the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables screamed. Dumbledore rose, bringing the tip of his wand to his throat. Calm yourselves, Dumbledore said, his voice reverberating throughout the hall. I and the heads of house will look into the situation. If the prefects could please escort their houses back to the dormitories dash. But we're in the dungeons, Marcus Flint cried. As are the Hufflepuffs, Professor Sprout pointed out. All students will remain in the Great Hall, Dumbledore amended, while the professors deal with the situation. The four heads of house, and several other professors left the Great Hall, closing the large doors behind them. Professors Vector and Sinistra, the ancient runes and astronomy professors, stayed behind and called the prefects and the head boy and girl up to the head table. The students began to mingle amongst themselves, a nervous chatter filling the room. Hermione and Ron came over and sat at the Slytherin table, surprising everyone. Do you really think a troll got in? Ron asked. I'm guessing this isn't like the troll dolls, Aria said to Hermione. I'm guessing more like the trolls under bridges, she replied. Trolls under bridges? Daphne cried. Lots of Muggle fairy tales have trolls, Hermione explained. The stories say they like to live under bridges. That's just weird, Pansy sneered. I would have thought it would have been impossible for trolls to get by the wards of Hogwarts, Theo said, a bit hesitant, as if he were unsure about speaking to Aria and Hermione and Ron. Hogwarts. A history says that Hogwarts is one of the most fortified places in Britain, and certainly Western Europe. There was a sudden shaking, and a terrible smell drifted into the Great Hall, making several students gag. The doors shook and students screamed, scrambling towards the front of the Great Hall, where Vector and Sinistra put all the students behind them and had the prefects and head boy and girl form the first line of defense behind them. Go through the professor's entrance, Sinistra ordered. The students stormed to the side door, only to find it would not open. Not even an unlocking charm could convince the door to budge. As the door to the Great Hall shuttered, the two professors gathered the students behind the head table while they stood in front of the table at the edge of the platform. Draw your wands, Vector barked, steadying herself next to Sinistra. The two witches looked formidable, Aria thought, as she drew her wand. Were they going to have to fight the troll? If the troll enters, we will send every stunning spell we've got at it. Aria glanced at Hermione. What's the stunning spell? She asked. How should I know? You're the smart one. So are you. It's Stupefy, Fred or maybe George said as the twins appeared by their side, stepping predominantly in front of Ron. You just point and shout. Stupefy, Aria repeated. Got it. She didn't feel like she got it, but at this point, with the doors caving in, there wasn't much else she could do. The doors crashed open. The full smell of the giant creature almost overwhelmed everyone. Pansy and Daphne vomited at the smell, and Millicent looked pretty close to doing so too. Fire! Vector shouted. Stupefy! The students screamed, pointing their wands at the troll. Red bolts of magic shot out of wands of dozens of students, mostly older, hitting the troll and forcing it back several steps, though it did not fall over or appear stunned. Immediately, the two professors and students began recasting the spell. Trolls must be resistant to magic, Aria heard Draco say to Blaze after she threw her third stunner, but with little success. She doubted her spell was even strong enough to reach the troll, which now advanced on them. Fear filled her stomach. It filled her. She could feel her magic tingle within her, reacting to her strong emotion, like it always had when she was little and about to do accidental magic. It had frightened her then, but now she knew what was happening, and this time, she grabbed onto the feeling of magic within her, magic that filled her and weaved through her, magic that was a part of her and knew that something was wrong. Focusing on her magic, even as the troll continued to advance, even as the mass of students pressed back against the wall, Aria suddenly felt a jolt within her as her heart and head connected together with her magic, the very center of her being. Fear wrapped around this connection, not a paralyzing fear, but an adrenaline rush. Her flight or fight kicked in, and it was fueling her magic to do one thing and one thing alone. Fight! She pushed past Fred and George, raising her wand. Stupefy, she screamed. Her magic shot out from her core, up her arm, and through her wand. Her magic was like a fire racing and raging within her, heating her wand until the wood was almost too hot to touch, and with a loud burst of red light shot from the tip of her wand with a deafening bang. Students ducked for cover, screaming as they covered their ears and as the red bolt hit the troll squarely in the forehead, snapping its neck back and toppling it over. The troll fell to the stones of the Great Hall, creating a crater around its body. Aria dropped her wand, the heat too much for her. Silence and dust fell over the Great Hall as everyone turned to stare at her. Aria? Turning at Harry's voice was a bad idea, Aria realized only too late. Exhaustion swooped over her as the room spun, and she felt her legs give out second before she was overwhelmed by darkness. Magical cores e magical boates. The first thing Aria was aware of when she opened her eyes was Hermione crying over her behind the head table. Her head was propped on her friend's lap, but the way Hermione wailed Aria almost thought that she was dying. Devilish, what happened? Aria whispered, finding her throat dry and her entire body heavy and hurting. It almost felt like she had been hit by a car, or at least how she imagined she would feel if she were ever hit by a car. You fainted, Ron answered. That was a brilliant show of magic. A bit of accidental magic, no doubt, Daphne said from over Ron's shoulder. She and Harry peered over Ron at Aria. Everything hurts, Aria said, tears now pricking at her eyes as her brain fully registered how much her body ached. What's wrong with me? Why does everything hurt? Why can't I move? Out of the way! Snape's voice cut a path through the students and brought some relief to Aria. Professor Snape would be able to figure things out. She just knew it. He pushed Ron aside and began waving his wand over Aria's body, muttering incantations as he did so. Behind him appeared the other heads of house. We need to get you to the hospital wing, he finally said. McGonagall transfigured a chair into a stretcher, and Snape helped Aria maneuver onto it even though moving hurt, and she had almost no energy to be of any use. Once she was on the stretch, a transfigured pillow was placed under her head and a blanket tucked around her. Only then, with the added warmth of heating charms, did Aria realize she was actually very cold. Here's her wand, Professor, Harry said, holding out Aria's wand. A look of surprise crossed Snape's face as he took the wand from Harry, tucking it into his pocket before levitating the stretcher with Aria on it. McGonagall, Sprout, and Flitwick began ordering students around as Snape took Aria out of the Great Hall and through the hallways towards the hospital wing. In the hospital wing, the Medowitch, Madame Pomfrey, directed Snape to bring the stretcher to one of the beds which Aria was transferred onto. Pomfrey pulled curtains around the bed, and Snape stepped out long enough for Pomfrey to magically switch Aria's uniform with a hospital gown that Aria felt was very much like a nightgown out of Jane Eyre. When she was clothed, Snape returned, and Madame Pomfrey waved her wand over Aria, producing numbers and runes in the air over her. Fascinated by it all, Aria stared in wonder as the two adults muttered over the numbers and runes, clearly seeing something she wasn't. What happened? Madame Pomfrey demanded. A first year should not have this kind of magical exhaustion. She had magical exhaustion? Well, that explained why she was so exhausted. You have truly missed a most eventful Halloween feast, Snape replied. Miss Bourne took down a fully grown mountain troll with one stunner. Burnt her wand out. He produced Aria's wand, showing it to Pomfrey, whose eyes widened. I have never seen such a thing, Pomfrey declared. Not even with adults. What, I mean I burn my wand? Aria asked, struggling to enunciate her words. Snape held her wand out for her to see since she was securely cocooned in the hospital bed. Her beautiful 10-inch willow wand made with the heartstring of a feisty and strong female unicorn, was cracked from handle all the way to the tip. The unicorn hair was exposed, and parts of the wood actually looked charred. You used a terrible amount of magic at one time in one spell, Snape explained. Your magic has literally fried your wand's core. I did think the wand was getting very hot, Aria said. Only those with exceptionally strong magical cores burn out their wands, Snape told her. And even then, it's rare. Dumbledore's the only one I know who's ever burned out a wand, and as far as I know, he's only done it once. Yes, only a few of our kind have ever had the strength, Madame Pomfrey agreed, returning to Aria's side with a tray full of potions. But they were adults, many years out of Hogwarts or whatever school they attended. Miss Bourne is a mere first year. It's astounding, and a miracle, thank Merlin, that she even has any magic left. She untucked Aria and helped her sit up so that she could drink several potions. One potion made steam come out of Aria's ears, tickling the insides of her head and filling her with a comforting warmth. You'll be staying the night, Pomfrey told Aria, tucking her back in. Perhaps even a few days. It'll depend on how quickly your magical core replenishes itself. But it will? She had not liked hearing Pomfrey's insinuation that she could have lost all her magic. Your scans look promising, Pomfrey said, waving her wand over Aria again. And the potions have already begun to improve your core. We'll see how you are in the morning. I might have someone from St. Mungo's come over and take a look just to be on the safe side. She waved her wand one more time over Aria, and she suddenly felt even more tired than before. Her eyelids dropped, and within seconds Aria found herself drifting off to sleep. The morning came with a little more clarity, but still a little pain. Aria felt like she had just completed running the mile in gym class. Every bit of her body ached, though not as terribly as last night. Her mind was not as fuzzy, and she did not have trouble speaking like she had last night. Madame Pomfrey was pleased. How are you feeling? the Medwitch asked once she finished her examination and a breakfast tray popped up on the table beside the bed. My scans say you're recovering, but how do you feel? Aria took a moment before speaking. I'm still achy, she told the matron. Like I've been exercising, or something hit me. I also feel like I'm being refilled. That would be your magical core, Madame Pomfrey said. I expect you'll be a bit sensitive to it for a while. Like I said last night, what you did was astounding, but it has never been done by someone your age. She handed Aria a few potions which Aria dutifully drank. Her pain disappeared and steam came out of her ears again. Eat your breakfast, Madame Pomfrey instructed, placing the tray over Aria's lap. The headmaster and Professor Snape will be here after breakfast, as well as a healer from St. Mungo's. What's St. Mungo's? The Wizarding Hospital. Finding herself famished, Aria tucked into her breakfast, a full English, complete with pumpkin juice and tea. Still, even when she finished, she felt like she could eat more. The tray popped away when it was empty, and she settled back against her pillow. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and an unknown man in lime green robes entered the infirmary. His robes were almost as ridiculous as Professor Dumbledore's turquoise ones. Madame Pomfrey greeted them cheerfully before handing the unknown man a clipboard which he began to study as the four wandered over to her. How are you feeling, Miss Bourne? Dumbledore asked. Tired, Aria said. And I'm still hungry. That's to be expected, the unknown man replied with a smile. Magic uses energy. The older you get, the more magic you can use without being tired. But at your age, the amount of magic you've performed could have put you into a coma. Or turned you into a squib, like Mr. Filch? Aria cried, alarmed. Yes, Snape replied, glaring at the healer. Aria, this is healer James Smith from St. Mungo's. He specializes in spell damage and magical cores. Healer Smith is the best in the field, Dumbledore said. He has studied my magical core many times over the years. The headmaster has one of the strongest cores of his generation, Smith stated. Possibly many generations. By the looks of it, Miss Bourne, you're on the way to developing a fine magical core yourself. Only time will tell how strong it will be, especially since your feat of accidental magic should have rendered you a near squib, and yet your core is already 2/3 replenished. But it wasn't accidental magic, Aria told them. I did a spell. I was trying to do stupefy, like the older kids. Healer Smith did not look convinced. I told you, Madame Pomfrey said. Here is what remains of her wand. She produced Aria's wand. Aria held her hand out for it, but no one gave it to her. A part of her wanted it back, even though she knew it would not be of any use to her. But it was her wand. Healer Smith's eyebrows rose as he inspected the wand. Finally, he handed it to Professor Snape, who handed it to Aria, who happily took it from him and hid it under the blankets so no one else could take it. Accidental magic or not, Healer Smith said, only time will tell her magical strength. I would say that her magical core does appear a little oversized. It appears to be the size of an average 13-year-old instead of an 11-year-old's, so she may experience some accidental magic for a few years as her body and mind catches up with the core. Will her magical core outstrip her ability to control it? Pomfrey asked. I don't think so, the healer replied. As she gets older, her natural maturity gained in her teen years will hopefully help temper any emotionally charged accidental magic. Accidental magic feeds off emotion, as you know. And this isn't a school of emotional, hormonal children, Snape drawled. I'd like to do a checkup on Miss Bourne once a year, Healer Smith finished, handing Aria's chart back to Madame Pomfrey. Around the start of each school year should do. I expect her body to catch up with her core. There should be no size difference by the time she's 14, I'd say. 15 at the latest. Still, I expect Miss Bourne will be a very powerful, which come her maturity at 17. He gave Aria a quick, toothless smile before turning fully to the three adults. Do any of you have any questions? When can I get a new wand? Aria asked. Give yourself another few days to rest and recuperate, Healer Smith told her. Aria groaned. Make sure she had plenty of nutritious snacks, he told Pomfrey. Until her core is fully replenished, she's going to need the extra energy. The two medical professionals and Professor Dumbledore headed back to Madame Pomfrey's office while Professor Snape stepped closer to the bed. I'm glad to see you recovering, he said. How are you feeling? I was a little sore this morning, Aria replied, but I'm feeling much more myself. You certainly are able to speak easier this morning, which is good. He pulled an envelope out of his pocket and held it out to her. She recognized her dad's writing. When children come to the hospital wing, overnight their parents are notified, Snape told her as she took the envelope. Depending on why they've been admitted, parents may opt to come and visit. Unfortunately, your dad being a muggle, that is not possible. Why not? Aria asked. There are many muggle-repellent charms and wards on Hogwarts, Snape said, not to mention Hogsmeade. If muggles do happen to come this far into the Scottish wilderness, they find nothing but rubble and a distinct desire to leave. I believe that is how there have come to be haunted woods and fields and plains and such. So, Dad can never come visit? I never said that. There is a process. It is unfortunate for our Muggleborn students, and I will instruct your dad on how to go through that process if he wants the ability to visit you next time you're admitted to the hospital, but most Muggle families never ask to come to. It's never been an issue. Aria opened the letter. Aria, I hear you fought a mountain troll. Do trolls really exist? And why were you fighting one? The way Severus Professor Snape explained it, it doesn't seem like a normal thing at that school of yours. Is it a normal thing? Anyway, I won't be able to visit you. Professor Snape said he would keep me up to date on your health. I would really appreciate it if you did not get sent to the hospital wing, since communication is so much slower than a phone call. Your dad, unfortunately, is a worrywart. I love you lots. Please stay safe. I love your letters. Love, Dad. Sighing, she placed the letter on the bedside table. A phone call will be nice. When can I see my friends? She asked. If she couldn't talk to her dad or see him, the next best thing was her friends. Surely, they didn't expect her to be alone all day. Ah, yes, your little friends, Snape muttered. I believe they are finishing up their own breakfast, and have been told they may visit you as long as they do not tire you. When can I leave? Only when you stop asking questions. Aria glared at Snape, but he was unmoved. You'll leave when Madame Pomfrey says you can, he informed her, and not a moment sooner. No one gets released early under her. Watch. He spoke like a man with experience. Madame Pomfrey reappeared carrying a basket full of snacks, which she placed on the table beside Aria's bed. Aria pulled the basket closer, studying the different food within. There was a large bag of dried bananas and another bag of pretzels, as well as a bag that looked like some sort of wizarding trail mix, but Aria didn't recognize any of the goodies in it. There were also miniature muffins wrapped in their own little cloth coverings. After sampling two, Aria discovered that one kind was chocolate chip and the other was blueberry. By the time she had unpacked the basket and had the food spread over her lap, Hermione, Harry, and Ron appeared. Hermione flung herself at Aria, hugging her tightly and filling Aria's mouth with her hair. I was so worried, Hermione cried. Aria spat out her hair, patting her friend's hair aside as she quickly returned the hug. Harry managed to nudge Hermione off Aria. Ron was perusing Aria's snacks. Why you got all the snacks? He asked. Ron! Hermione cried. Aria could have died last night, and all you can talk about is food? Aria laughed at Ron's wide eyes. Sorry, Ron muttered. I'm fine, Hermione, Aria said. I have magical exhaustion. A healer from St. Mungo's, that's the hospital, came to take a look at me. My core is refilling itself. He thinks that it's overextended itself and that I might experience accidental magic for a bit. My wand is burned out, and I'm supposed to eat a lot to gain my energy back. She held up the trail mix. What's this, Ron? Scroggin, Ron replied. It's just cereal, granola, chocolate, and dirigible plums. Dirigible plums? Yeah, it's a fruit. Aria repacked the basket and set it aside. You were all anyone could talk about last night, Harry told Aria. I think half the Slytherins are in denial that you, a Muggleborn and a first year, could take down the troll. But they saw it, which means they must believe it, Hermione stated. Harry shrugged. Some of the older students in Slytherin don't really like Muggleborns, Aria told Hermione. Professor Snape's made it clear that no one's to bother me, but it's hard to miss because they're always glaring at me or muttering whenever I walk by. You are all people could talk about too, Ron said. I think Fred and George are going to give you a gift or something. They were really impressed. Well, it's not all good news, Aria said, pulling her wand from under the sheets. I burned my wand out. That's why I have bad magical exhaustion. Healer Smith said I was lucky I didn't turn myself into a squib. Her friends stared in shock at her wand. I didn't think that was possible. Ron cried. Hermione studied the wand with the air of a scholar. Harry looked as surprised and intrigued as Ron. Professor Snape said only extremely powerful wizards and witches can do it, Aria told them, tucking her wand away. But only when they're adults. Well, I'm happy you're all right, Hermione said, and that you're not a squib because then you'd have to leave, and I'd be stuck on my own with these two. Harry and Ron sputtered with mock indignation, while Aria laughed. So, when do you think Madame Pomfrey will let you out? Hermione asked. Only when she's satisfied that my core's replenished enough, Aria said. Probably not for another day or so. That sucks, Ron commented. Fred and George have talked all about being sent here because one of their pranks backfired on them. Says Madame Pomfrey's a slave driver, only because your two brothers are hellions, Mr. Weasley. Madame Pomfrey bustled over to them with a tray of tea. This is for you, Miss Bourne. A special blend for energy. Makik dea? Aria asked as she lifted the top off the teapot and peered inside. Hermione peered in too. All the ladies know it, Madame Pomfrey replied. It'll soothe any lingering aches and pains and give you a little more energy. It'll keep you until it's time for another round of potions. Aria poured herself a cup from the teapot and grinned at the bright pink color that came out. My mom has a tea that looks at that, Ron commented. I'm sure she does, Madame Pomfrey muttered, walking away with a smirk on her face. Ron and Harry glanced at each other with shrugs. Anything new happen after the troll? Aria asked. I got these in the mail. Harry reached into his pants pocket and pulled out an envelope which he opened, pulling out several photos. Oh, wow! Hermione cried. Are those your parents? Yeah, it's on their wedding day, Harry answered, though Aria could have guessed that based off the beautiful white gown and flowered veil Lily Potter wore, her red hair long and flowing. In one photo, she and James Potter smiled and waved at the camera before kissing and posing for a standard wedding portrait. Another photo had James surrounded by the three other boys from some of the McGonagall's photos: Remus, Sirius, and Peter. Another photo had those four and a fifth man, which the back of the photo identified as Frank Longbottom. A photo of Lily had her with two women, identified as Alice Fortescue and Marlene McKinnon. Longbottom? Aria questioned. Is he related to Neville? Probably, Ron said. It's not exactly any old family name now, is it? The last few photos were not of a wedding. Rather, each photo had Remus in them, dressed in various states of casual clothes from brown tweed jackets to tan tweed jackets. And in each of them, there was a little black-haired baby. You were such a cute baby, Hermione cooed. Harry's face turned bright red. Aria held up one of the photos for closer inspection. It was labeled July 31st, 1981, Harry's first birthday, and it had Harry, his parents, Remus, Sirius, and Peter all gathered together with a cake in front of them wearing silly party hats. They all waved at the camera before Lily kissed Harry's cheek, James kissed Lily's cheek, and Sirius kissed Remus' cheek. Peter bounced a balloon off of Sirius' head. Who sent these to you? Aria asked Harry, setting the photos back down on the bed. Harry reached back into the envelope and pulled out a piece of parchment. Remus Lupin, he told them. Aria glanced at the smiling face of the young man in the wedding photos, his facial scars giving him a rogue-like handsomeness. I'll read what he wrote. Dear Harry, I hope you don't mind me writing to you, as you most likely do not remember me, but Professor McGonagall tracked me down a few days ago wondering if I had any photos of your parents that I could spare. She informed me that, for whatever reason, you had no photos of James and Lily. These are copies of the photos I have most readily on hand. There are many more which I will attempt to get out of storage. I have moved about since the night your parents died. I have not kept in touch with people in the wizarding world. Frankly, I'm surprised Professor McGonagall's letter even found me. But I'm certain there was a stern lecture in there for the poor harassed owl that delivered the letter in the first place, so maybe I shouldn't be so surprised. True that, Ron muttered. You should have heard her the other day, when she came into the common room to yell at Fred and George. I hope you are enjoying your first year at Hogwarts. Are you in Gryffindor like your parents, or did the hat put you somewhere else? There were times I thought Lily would have been better suited for Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Her intelligence had her sitting at the top of the class all 7 years, and she was loyal to a fault. Regardless, I'm sure you are a credit to whichever house you are now a member of. I hope you enjoy the pictures. Yourtrudy, Remugine Lupin. Harry put the letter back in the envelope with the pictures. He sounds very nice, Hermione said. He seems like a good person to ask all your questions about your mom and dad to, Aria added. Ron nodded. I've still got to talk to Professor Snape, Harry told them. See what he has to say about my mom. The infirmary doors opened, interrupting their discussion. Lavender, Parvati, Dean, Seamus, and Neville trooped in, the girls carrying a large bouquet of flowers in a vase. "We brought your flowers," Lavender cried, setting the flowers on the bedside table on Aria's other side. "Professor Flitwick taught Parvati and me the charm that makes them come out of your wand. Do you like them?" "They're pretty," Aria replied, not sure about how gigantic they were. "Are they supposed to be that big?" "We might have gotten a little enthusiastic," Parvati admitted with a giggle. "But we were so excited about learning the charm and so wanting to see you that, well, they came out like this." "We brought you chocolate," Seamus cut in, dumping an armful of chocolate into Aria's lap. "This is for me, Neville, and Dean." There was a wide assortment of chocolate, Aria noted, as Ron helped her paw through the sweets. There was Cadbury and Aero bars as well as chocolate frogs and chocolate bars labeled honeyducks. "Thanks," Aria said, putting them in her basket of snacks. "Where's Faye and Sophie?" "Oh, they couldn't be bothered to come," Lavender cried, flipping her curly hair over her shoulder. It was clear she did not think highly of the two other first-year Gryffindor girls. They seemed to think it beneath them to make friends from Slytherin. "They just don't know how cool you are." "I am not cool," Aria argued. "You took down a mountain troll single-handedly," Seamus cried. "And you burnt your wand," Ron pointed out. "You burnt your wand?" Neville cried. "We didn't hear that." Aria sighed, pulling her wand back out for inspection. "That's a little disturbing," Dean commented, pulling out his own wand to look at. "Like, that's not how a wand should look. When will you get a new wand?" Lavender asked. "Whenever Madame Pomfrey says I'm well enough." Eventually, Lavender and Parvati revealed they had brought a bag of hair care items, and the boys immediately vacated the infirmary with well wishes, leaving the girls to do Aria's hair and for Parvati to bully Hermione into letting her experiment with some styles on her. Aria immediately shared the chocolate with them. "I feel quite rebellious," Hermione stated, breaking into the bar of Cadbury. "My parents are dentists and don't allow sweets into the house." "What's a dentist?" Parvati asked as she parted Hermione's thick locks into sections and began applying conditioner to each section. "They're healers," Hermione explained, "but they specialize in the health of people's teeth." "Don't you have something like that in the wizarding world?" "No," Lavender said. "Our teeth get checked when we go for our healer's appointment every year. But if they specialize in teeth, why haven't they done anything with your two front ones?" "Lavender," Aria cried. Hermione's face went red. "Sorry," Lavender muttered. "It's just magic makes sure our teeth are white and straight and the right size." "Mom and Dad think I'll grow into them," Hermione said. "If not, there are ways to fix it." "You should have Madame Pomfrey fix them," Parvati stated. "That is, if you want them fixed. They aren't that bad." "Oh, please," Hermione cried, grimacing slightly as Parvati began brushing through her section hair. "I got called Beaver enough times in primary to know that's not true." "Beaver," Aria cried. "I'll sock anyone in the mouth who calls you that." "Thanks." The infirmary doors opened again, and this time it was the Slytherins who showed up. Daphne and Tracy led the crew into the infirmary, Theo and Blaze, and surprisingly Draco, trailing behind. "I'm glad we didn't bring you flowers," Daphne said, admiring the vase of flowers. Tracy practically stuffed her face in the bouquet in her haste to smell them. "I see your friends are making you comfortable. I might never have a chance to have Aria in one place for so long," Lavender answered, handing Aria a hand mirror. "What do you think?" Aria admired how soft her hair was, each curl defined without any frizz. "I'm not sure about the bow," she said. "I think it's adorable." "I think the color's off," Tracy replied. "You might be able to wear pink, lavender, but Aria's coloring really matches the gemstone colors better." Lavender looked thoughtful before waving her wand with a whispered incantation, and the hair ribbon expertly tied into a bow was changed to the Slytherin emerald green. Aria grinned with approval. Parvati handed Hermione another mirror so that Hermione could watch as Parvati managed to smooth out Hermione's own thick curls and the tight ringlets that fell to her shoulders. Her hair, held along with whatever hair product Parvati had used, was still full and big, but no long had the untamed bush to it. "We are glad that you are well," Blaze said to Aria, handing her a card that was signed by almost everyone in Slytherin. "You've managed to impress a few of the older students." "They should be," Lavender said. She burned her wand. "Lavender," Aria cried. "What? Bet no one bothers you anymore." She glared at Draco before handing Aria another brush and sitting cross-legged in front of her. Aria dutifully began to brush Lavender's hair. "You burned your wand?" Daphne asked. "Nearly turned myself into a squib," Aria said, showing her wand. "I'm in here for magical exhaustion. Pomfrey even called in a guy from St. Mungo's. I might experience some accidental magic for a while." "That's incredible," Theo muttered, his hand hovering over Aria's wand. "I've never heard of anyone burning their wand out before. How are you going to afford a new one?" Draco asked. "Draco?" Daphne cried. "That's so rude." "Well, it's true, isn't it?" Draco retorted. "I'm not trying to be mean, Dash. Well, you're doing a poor job at it. I'm just being realistic. I have money left over from the trip to Diagon Alley." Aria bit out, shoving her wand back under the covers. "I'm pretty sure there's enough there for a new wand. I'm sure Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore would make sure that you're able to afford a new wand," Parvati soothed, sending her own glare at Draco, whose face was now turning pink at all the glares being sent at him from the 6 girls. "Professor Snape seems really scary, but he really likes you Slytherins." "Do you think," Lavender mused, "that Professor Snape wears the exact same set of robes every day? Or do you think he has a wardrobe full of identical black robes?" "It's clearly a wardrobe full of robes," Tracy replied. "His robe would wear out eventually if he constantly cleaned it every night." "I didn't say he cleaned it every night." "Goals!" Hermione cried. "If you girls are going to talk clothes," Draco said as he yanked Blaise and Theo backwards, "then we don't need to be here anymore. We only came because Daphne and Tracy bullied us." "No, we didn't," Blaise cried. Draco shoved him out of the infirmary. With the boys gone, Daphne and Tracy climbed onto the bed with Lavender, and Daphne pulled out a Witch's Weekly, and the 5 pored over the issue. And Hermione complained every other page, even though her face turned pink and her lips quirked up with pleasure whenever any of the other girls involved her in the conversation. Aria hoped Hermione wasn't too lonely in Gryffindor Tower. She didn't seem to have too much in common with her 4 roommates. Faye and Sophie kept to themselves if they weren't hanging out with some of the older Gryffindor girls, and she was always hanging out with her and Harry and Ron. Still, she was glad that everyone here was willing to at least get along. From the way kids talked in the common room, she would have thought Parvati and Lavender would want nothing to do with her Slytherin yearmates. A soft hiss interrupted their dissecting of an article about up-and-coming hairstyles that women like Narcissa Malfoy and Patricia Parkinson were wearing. They all glanced to the bed beside Aria's and gasped as Mrs. Norris stared at them, hissing again. "Stop that, Mrs. Norris," Aria scolded, patting the bed. "Did you come to see me?" The cat, eyeing the other girls warily, jumped onto the bed and settled across Aria's lap, still glaring at the girls with her unusual and creepy red eyes. "Aria?" Hermione murmured. Aria petted Mrs. Norris, the cat eventually closing her eyes and purring loudly. "She likes me," Aria said. "Don't ask. I don't understand it either." She hissed at Lord Malfoy the day he came to try and argue against Draco getting detention for yanking me across the courtyard by my hair. Lord Malfoy tried to get Draco out of detention? Daphne cried. "Do you think Draco complained to his grandfather?" Lavender asked. "I think Professor Snape wrote the Malfoys," Aria replied. "Lord Malfoy's pretty scary," Tracy admitted. She reached out to try and pet Mrs. Norris, only to have the cat take a swipe at her hand. The others laughed while Aria soothed Mrs. Norris. In the later afternoon, while Aria did the reading assignment for History of Magic, Mrs. Norris, now snoozing at the foot of the hospital bed where a patch of sunlight was, the doors to the infirmary opened and Professors Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, and 12 other adults entered. Madame Pomfrey came out of her office, greeting most with a smile. Lord Abraxas Malfoy was among wizards and witches that had arrived. Aria slouched beneath the covers seeing him, hoping they would ignore her if she just stuck her face into her history book. "Miss Bourne is over here," she heard Dumbledore say. "So much for hiding." She lowered her history book to peek over at all the adults. "As you can see, she is quite well. When do you think you'll be able to release her, Madame Pomfrey?" "Tomorrow morning," Pomfrey replied. "I have been monitoring her vitals and magical core all day, and it is nearly back to completion. I will be advising her professors to not expect her to use her magic while in class for a few days, even after she gets her new wand. I find it very difficult to believe that a girl of her age and lineage could ever burn out a wand, Lord Malfoy stated. A few of the wizards and witches nodded. One woman, a severe-looking lady with a sharp nose and a hat with a large bird on it, glared at Lord Malfoy. You would be surprised at what people are capable of under duress, Abraxas, Madame Pomfrey replied. Aria, could you mind showing the governors your wand? These must be the Board of Governors then, Aria thought as she reached under the covers for her wand. Neville had mentioned his grandmother was on it. She wondered which was Augusta Longbottom. Producing her wand, she made to hand it to Madame Pomfrey, only to have Lord Malfoy snatch it out her hand. Several people gasped. "Give that back!" Aria shouted, pushing to her knees, reaching for the wand. Lord Malfoy pulled it out of her reach to continue looking at it. She did not want that man to have his hands on her wand. Even though she had shown her wand to her friends and others, they hadn't just taken it out of her hand without permission. And Draco said his grandfather thought Muggleborns were uncivilized. "Give that back right now," Aria ordered. "That's my wand." "Enough, girl," Lord Malfoy snapped, holding the wand up for closer inspection. "My name is Aria Bourne." A wind sped through the infirmary, whipping around Aria, waking Mrs. Norris up, ruffling the older witch's bird-topped hat and several cloaks. The wand leaped out of Lord Malfoy's hand, and Aria caught it. Mrs. Norris back-arched, and she hissed at Lord Malfoy. "Calm yourself, Bourne," Snape instructed, stepping between Lord Malfoy and Aria. Immediately, Aria's attention was on her head of house. The wind disappeared. Madame Pomfrey began waving her hand over Aria. "Really, Abraxas," Pomfrey hissed. "You would think you had been raised in a barn. If you insist on terrorizing my patients, I will throw you out of this infirmary. As the head of the Board of the Governors, I dash." "Don't go waving your position at me, sir," Pomfrey retorted. "You're still the little boy I hexed down 2 flights of stairs, and I'll do it again if you continue to act like a spoiled brat in my infirmary." McGonagall and the bird hat which snickered. "Ah yes," Dumbledore mused. "That was an excellent piece of transfiguration, though I hadn't even taught it to you yet. You were always one to read ahead in the textbook." Lord Malfoy sneered. "May the rest of us see your wand, Miss Bourne?" The bird hat which asked, stepping forward. "I promise no one else will take it without permission." "You were right to protect your wand like that." Aria frowned at her. "Only if you promise," she finally said. With a witch's nod, Aria pulled back out her wand and held it, allowing the Board of Governors to step forward one by one to look at her burnt wand. "Extraordinary," the bird hat which eventually said. "I thought my grandson, Neville, was exaggerating when he said you had burnt out your wand." "You're Neville's grandmother?" Aria cried. "He has spoken about me?" Aria looked the woman up and down. She was every inch as fierce and badly dressed as Neville had described. But she was also the lady who had cried tears of joy after Neville had bounced after being dropped out a window. "When will Miss Bourne be getting her new wand?" one of the governors asked. "Ollivander will be by tomorrow morning," Dumbledore replied. "Miss Bourne will leave the infirmary in possession of a new wand." Aria perked up at that. "Well, now that we have intruded on Poppy's time and Miss Bourne's," Lady Longbottom said, "we should return to your office, Headmaster. There's still the matter about the troll that we would like to discuss with you." "Ah yes," Dumbledore agreed, ushering the Board of Governors out, Lord Malfoy and Madame Pomfrey shooting one last glare at each other before he exited the infirmary. "You could have found a way to warn me that Abraxas was on his way here." Pomfrey snapped at McGonagall, who had the audacity to snicker. "And miss seeing you two go at each other's throats in less than 2 minutes?" the head of Gryffindor asked. "I wouldn't do anything to miss such a spectacle from happening." "Did you 3 go to school with each other?" Aria asked. "Abraxas Malfoy was in our year," Pomfrey replied. "He was a Slytherin, obviously, while I was a Hufflepuff and professor." McGonagall, a Gryffindor. "What about Lady Longbottom?" "Oh, Augusta? She was a Gryffindor as well." "Yes," McGonagall replied. "She and I shared a dorm room. Quite a time. Quite a time." "Did you really hex Lord Malfoy down 2 flights of stairs?" "Was he hurt?" "His pride was hurt," Pomfrey responded, giving Mrs. Norris her own pillow to sleep on. "He was fine. I transfigured him into a bouncing ball." Aria's eyes widened and her mouth dropped. It was a very large ball, and since it was a human transfiguration to non-animate object, he wasn't physically hurt by the experience. If I had transfigured him into something alive like a ferret dash. Do stop putting ideas into Aria's head, Snape ordered. I can just see her now attempting to transfigure her own Malfoy into a bouncing ball. I'd transfigure him into a football, Aria stated. Then Dean and I could kick him around a bit. The two older witches tried not to snicker, while Snape glared at her. I think I should tell you that I did receive 2 weeks of detention, Pomfrey told Aria. I'm certain Professors Snape and McGonagall would also give you such a punishment if you happened to transfigure young Mr. Malfoy into a football. You have no idea what football is, do you, Madam Pomfrey? That is correct. Is it a muggle sport? Only the best there is. I suppose, though, that instead of transfiguring Draco into a football, I could transfigure Pansy into a cricket ball, and then transfigure Draco into a cricket bat. That earned her another sharp glare from her head of house. Wands, cookies, and dragons. Just a reminder that I do not own Harry Potter. The next morning, Aria waited eagerly in the infirmary for Ollivander to appear. Daphne and Tracy had come early with a change of clothes which she had immediately put on, and now she was waiting to be allowed to leave the infirmary after one final checkup after she got her new wand. Ollivander finally arrived and set a carpet bag on one of the beds, opening the bag and summoning dozens of wand boxes out of the bag. Aria gasped as the boxes flew out and stacked neatly beside the bag. It was just like Mary Poppins. How do those all fit in there? She asked once all the boxes were stacked. An extension charm, Ollivander explained with a wink while she peered into the empty bag. The inside looked as innocent as ever. Mind you, it's registered with the Ministry. It's a regulated charm. Aria sat back down between Daphne and Tracy. May I see your old wand? Ollivander asked. Aria handed over her burnt wand, which Ollivander gently took in his hands, skiing and shaking his head as he studied the 10-inch willow with unicorn heartstring. The strength of your wand served you well, Ollivander observed, but it is clear you are in need of a more mature wand. I have brought some of the oldest wands in my shop, made by my ancestors. One of these will surely be able to handle any outbursts of magic without burning out. You can't just remake my wand? Aria asked. Oh no. The wand chooses the wizard, Miss Bourne. Or which in this case? Any other 10-inch willow with unicorn hair will be very different from the one that chose you. Each wand has a life of its own. Just like you and Miss Greengrass and Miss Davis are 3 Slytherin first-year girls, but are very different from one another. He handed a wand to Aria, who only had to hold it for 3 seconds before he snatched it back and went looking through the stack of wands on the bed. Try this one, Ollivander said. You dragon heartstring 11 inches. Aria took the wand, only to drop it as hot, searing pain went up her arm. She cried out, bringing Madame Pomfrey from her office. Ollivander scooped up the fallen wand while Aria inspected her hand. Definitely not, Ollivander muttered, moving several boxes around. You were a little difficult when you came into the shop the first time, Miss Bourne. Over the next 10 minutes, Aria tried a combination of wands. Yew and unicorn, holly and dragon heartstring, poplar and phoenix, among others of various sizes from trees she had never heard of. She even tried a cherry wand with a dragon heartstring that leapt from her hand before she could even wave it. That rejection felt personal. I'm never going to get a new wand, she bemoaned. Daphne and Tracy patted her shoulders. I have never had a customer not get a wand, Ollivander declared. If I must have my apprentice bring me another 3 dozen wands, I will. You will have your wand today, Miss Bourne. Mark my words. Try this one, young lady. Elm. Unicorn hair, 10 inches, very pliable. I took hold of this wand. This time, to her immense relief, silver and green sparks shot out of the tip, and there was a gentle hum that ran through her body from her hand, holding the wand to her magical core, which she could just feel beating within her if she concentrated hard enough. An excellent wand, Ollivander cried, packing up the other wands with a flick of his own. That wand will be good for many spells. And I don't just mean everyday charms and such. I mean sophisticated ones. Magic that needs detail, but also a little imagination. You know, there is an unfounded legend that elm wands only work for purebloods. Really? Aria asked, admiring the detail of her new wand. The handle had intricately detailed leaves and vines carved into it. Yes, some idiot probably trying to discredit Muggleborns came up with it, no doubt. No wand maker worth his or her salt will ever play into such nonsense. The wand chooses the wizard and wands don't care how old your bloodline is. Ollivander bowed to the girls. How much do I owe you? Aria asked. Nothing, Ollivander stated. Headmaster Dumbledore said the school will be paying for your new wand. He nodded to Madame Pomfrey, who had remained nearby, and left. Aria tried several spells, happy to feel her magic flow through her. It's perfect, she declared. Madame Pomfrey put her through one more set of tests before letting her leave with a warning to not overexert herself and to not use too much magic in classes for the next week. She, Daphne, and Tracy hurried out of the infirmary, intent on finding their friends so that Aria could show off her new wand at breakfast. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and their other Gryffindor friends admired her new wand, especially the detail around the handle. Blaise and Theo pretended not to be interested while Pansy and Millicent sneered at her. Shouldn't have given you a new wand, Pansy snipped. You don't belong here. She saved us from a mountain troll, Prudence said as she passed the first years. She slapped Pansy along the backside of her head with a rolled-up Daily Prophet. Pansy at least had the brains enough not to talk back to Prudence. She's a bit upset that the bonfire had to be canceled due to the weather and the troll, Tracy told Aria. Plus, we think Dash. Who's we? The whole house. We think that she and Flint like each other, but both are refusing to do anything about it. Poor Paddington. She has to be the buffer between the two. Aria glanced over at the two fifth-year prefects. Marcus sat on one side of Tracy while Prudence sat on her other side. The two kept glancing at each other, and Tracy kept trying to ignore them by reading her Transfiguration textbook, but it was clearly not working. They'd make a cute couple, Aria observed, but I think they'd end up killing each other. A group of owls swooped into the Great Hall with mail. One owl landed in front of Aria, to her surprise and delight, with a package. She eagerly lifted the burden from the owl, giving it a drink of water and a piece of bacon, before tearing into the box. She found a tin and a letter written on notebook paper. Your dad said you got hurt and might have to spend a few days in the hospital. Here are some cookies to cheer you up. Don't worry, I baked them. The boys only ended up taste testing a half dozen or so. Yours, Melinda. Underneath Melinda's name was Robert, Samuel, and Tommy's names. It also appeared that one of the boys, most likely Robert, had written Aria a note, but that someone else, most likely his sister Melinda, had scribbled it out. Aria lifted it up to the light to see if she could make out the words through the scribble and could only make out an unrepeatable word. No wonder Melinda had scratched it out. What did you get? Theo asked, trying and failing to appear nonchalant. Cookies, Aria replied, opening the tin. Chocolate chip. Chocolate what? Daphne asked. Aria and Harry stared at each other with wide eyes before turning to their housemates. The wizarding world doesn't have chocolate chip cookies? Aria cried. We have lots of cookies, Daphne said. Chocolate, vanilla, snickerdoodle, molasses, but no chocolate chip. Here, take one. Eat and be glad that I have been able to introduce you to the wonders of Muggle baking. Aria shoved the tin at them, though Harry yanked the tin his way to grab one of the cookies before anyone else. Aria laughed at his antics as he bit into the soft, chewy cookie. Melinda knew how to make the cookies right. Aria always ended up making them as hard as rocks whenever she attempted to make cookies or any kind. Daphne, Tracy, and Theo all reached in and took a cookie. I'm assuming these dark bits are chocolate? Theo asked. Aria nodded, ignoring her oatmeal in favor of a cookie. Blaise scooted closer to Theo, and Aria let him have one too. Sweet Merlin, Tracy cried. These are amazing. Are they really good, or are you just joking? Pansy asked. Millicent, Crabbe, Goyle, and Draco stared at Blaise, Theo, Daphne, and Tracy like they might fall over dead having eaten a Muggle food. Aria glanced at the tin. There were a lot of cookies in it. She held out the tin towards the rest of her yearmates. Millicent looked interested, but a swift elbow to the side from Pansy, and the girls shook their heads and turned their noses up to the sweets. Crabbe and Goyle eagerly sampled a cookie, which was no surprise to Aria. Draco appeared like he wanted to try a cookie, but was too stubborn or prideful to take one, even though he kept eyeing the cookie tin. Aria eventually just set one on his plate. Harry grabbed another cookie. Aria put the lid back on so that they would not eat all the cookies before the end of breakfast. As it was Sunday, Aria joined her friends from the other houses for a homework session. They tucked their group in a back corner of the library and snuck out her cookies, always keeping one or two of them on guard from Madame Pants, who would throw them out if she knew they had food on them. It was fun watching the kids who had grown up in the wizarding world sample their first chocolate chip cookie. Ron, Neville, Lavender, and Parvati did enjoy the cookies, though Seamus said that his mother made better cookies. Dean ate too. Hermione split a cookie with Aria. An hour before dinner, Aria made her way back to the infirmary for a pepper-up potion from Madame Pomfrey, as she had been ordered to do for the next few days. Pepper up after breakfast and pepper up before dinner. She would be glad when she did not have to traipse all over the castle. On her way down from the infirmary, Aria passed the corridor leading to the headmaster's office. She paused, hearing a muffled, yet distinct sound of someone crying. Pausing at the head of the corridor, she peered down, seeing the griffin statue at the far end, which she knew led to the headmaster's office. The crying, she determined, must be coming from one of the alcoves in the corridor. Walking down the corridor, she discovered an alcove she had missed the one time she had gone to the headmaster's office, tucked behind a statue of wrestling bears. There, on a stone bench, sat the Gryffindor fifth-year prefect, Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, quietly crying into his school robes, which were bunched in his hands against his face. "Percy," she whispered, not sure how the 15-year-old would feel about a little first year seeing him cry. The older boy's head shot up. "Are you all right, Aria?" Percy cried, giving a short chuckle, though it sounded wet and weak. "I've fine." That was a lie. Aria shuffled into the alcove, sitting next to Percy on the stone bench. She dug out from her backpack the tin of chocolate chip cookies and offered one to Percy, who sniffed, laughed again, though more genuinely, and took one. The two sat munching on their cookies for a moment. Why was Percy in this alcove crying? Aria wondered. How much could she pry without the boy getting mad at her? She knew Ron complained about Percy's obsession with the rules and trying to keep their twin brothers in line. But Percy had always been nice to her, and she knew him as one of the prefects that kept a particular eye on her and the older students of Slytherin, particularly the 6th and 7th year students. Also, whenever Ron didn't know the answer to a question, he always said, "That's a Percy question," as if he truly believed his older brother had all the answers to life. "Are you sure you're all right?" Aria asked. "Do you want me to go find one of your brothers? Fred and George?" "Ron," Percy cried. "The twins would have a field day seeing me like this. They're perfect." Percy the prefect, Pratt, having a bad day. "And Ron can't see me like this. How can he possibly come to me with any problems if he sees me like this? If I can't handle my own problems, how can I handle his?" Aria wasn't sure he had meant to say some of that out loud. She bit into another cookie. "I don't want any of my brothers seeing me like this," Percy stated firmly, pulling out a handkerchief and mopping up his face. "I can't believe you've seen me like this. I promise I won't tell, if that's what worries you," Aria replied. Robert, Samuel, and Tommy all hated it when they thought she had seen them cry. It was a boy thing, her dad said, but she thought it was a silly thing. If they were her friends, why would they try and hide that they were hurt from her? "Thanks," Percy muttered, taking another cookie. "I appreciate it. And thanks for being friends with Ron. I was a little worried for him, but he's got good friends in Gryffindor and in Slytherin with you and Harry. Harry, Hermione, and me just sort of fit together, you know? We just clicked." She noticed his book bag was on the ground by his feet and slipped the rest of the cookie tin into it while he continued to stare at the opposite wall, nibbling at the cookie in his hand. "I'll leave you alone. Adia cuestión." "It's almost dinner," Percy replied, picking up his bag, seemingly unaware of the new object in his bag. "I'll walk you down." They stopped off at a bathroom for Percy to wash his face, and they parted at the doors to the Great Hall. During the month of November, the students of Hogwarts were flung into exam prep. Professors assigned additional homework, worked the students harder, and covered more material than Aria thought possible in a few short weeks. By the time Dead Week came around, Aria did feel dead. Aria and Hermione managed to convince several of their housemates to form a study group, and so the two girls found themselves corralling a group of Gryffindor and Slytherin first years together to study. Neville, Dean, Seamus, Lavender, and Parvati all agreed to the study group, even if it was with Slytherins, and Aria was pleased that Theo and Blaise joined Daphne and Tracy in coming. Even if Blaise said the only reason he was coming to was copy Hermione's notes. Hermione sat as far from Blaise as possible. Halfway through revising their data notes, Draco entered the Great Hall, school bag slung over his shoulder. He made a quick beeline for their group. "Can I join you?" he asked. The group stared at him. Aria couldn't help but drop her jaw in surprise. "Don't look at me like that," he snapped. "Can I join you or not?" "If you can keep any snooty comments to yourself," Aria stated. "And if you can keep your hands to yourself too," Lavender added with a sniff. "Or if you've brought food," Seamus called from down the table. He had arrived with his school bag half filled with snacks. I said I was sorry for dragging Aria across the courtyard, Draco muttered as Daphne and Theo made room for Draco. He plopped down between them and pulled a box from his school bag, setting it beside the pile of snacks. "La petite macaron?" Daphne cried, flipping the lid open. "My mother was just in Paris," Draco answered. "That's where she does much of her gift shopping. She sent me 2 dozen. Is this a peace offering?" Ron questioned as everyone abandoned their notes to peer at the delicate and colorful-looking pastries. "Where are the rest of the Slytherin first years?" "They don't care much for studying," Draco replied. Aria reached into the box of macarons and pulled out a pink and yellow ombre one. Underneath it, in the box, was the label Dragonfruit. She bit into the confection and was immediately greeted with a shot of sweetness that practically melted on her tongue. "Oh God," she cried. "This is amazing. Have you ever had a macaron?" Hermione cried. Aria shook her head. "Neither have I," Harry said, taking a chocolate one. "My aunt loves them, though. Uncle Vernon always comes home with a box on her birthday." "Well, it's a good thing both of you have cultured friends now," Draco stated, pulling out his data notes. "I'm not sure what drivel you've eaten before this, but at least I have been able to introduce you to proper sweets. If muggles have macarons, then how wizarding cultured are they?" Tracy asked. "Because we've got more flavors," Draco replied. "For instance, that yellow one's dirigible plum." "Well, since you've shared macarons, it's only right that we share the rest of the hoard with you," Dean said, tossing Draco a crisps bag. Aria snatched the bag. "Introducing him to crisps with salt and vinegar is just mean," she told Dean even as he laughed. She handed over a regular crisp bag to Draco. "What are crisps?" he asked. "It's just potatoes," Aria explained. "There are many different flavors." Draco pulled open the bag and reached in, pulling out a small crisp and popping it into his mouth. "Not bad," he admitted. "I shouldn't have eaten the prawn-flavored one," Seamus said with false regret. "Those are revolting," Hermione answered. "They're the best." The afternoon mail came flying in, interrupting their conversation as several owls delivered to them. Neville got a package which the owl dropped on his head. Ron and Daphne got letters, and Aria got a letter from her dad. "Dear Aria, I know this is very last minute, and you're bound to be upset, but you're going to have to spend Christmas at Hogwarts. One of my co-workers, Andy Chase, has had a family emergency and has had to go down to Falmouth and won't be back until maybe the new year. I've been asked to cover his Christmas shifts, with an additional bonus on top of the regular holiday pay. I know you were looking forward to coming home. I was looking forward to having you home, but I think it's for the best if I take the shifts. I've already sent a note to Professor Snape so that he is aware of the change of plans. Do well on your exams. I'll see you come summer. Love, Dad." Just like that? She wasn't going home? No asking her how she felt about it. Just, "You're not coming home?" So what if he was working most of the days she would be home? They would still have the evenings and nights. "What's the matter?" Harry asked. "Aria, change of plans," Aria muttered. "Dad's got to cover the Christmas shifts at home, so he's basically ordered me to stay at Hogwarts." "I'm sorry," Harry replied, "but you'll be here with me. We'll have the whole house to ourselves." "You're not the only one with a change of plans," Ron said, waving his own letter. "Mom and Dad are going to Romania with Ginny to see my brother Charlie. Bit unfair, really. Ginny gets to be at a dragon reserve for Christmas." Aria stuffed the letter into her bag, a little harder than necessary. Her dad was going to get a letter full when she wrote him. By the time Aria, Harry, Daphne, Tracy, Theo, and Draco returned to the Slytherin common room, Aria's name had been added to the short list on the bulletin board where students who were staying over the holidays put their names. At the moment, it was only her and Harry staying for Slytherin, and it was immediately noticed. "I see you're not going home," Pansy taunted when she noticed Aria in the common room. "Your Muggle family not want you around? I hear that's what happens to lots of Muggleborns. Their families kick them out." Aria made a go at Pansy, but Daphne and Tracy pushed her back. "You're such an ass, Pansy," Aria hissed. "Such language," Pansy sneered. "Hardly befitting a witch. I will use whatever fucking language I want to describe you, you bloody bitch," Aria shouted, shoving Daphne and Tracy off of her. "The moment I walked into Hogwarts, you have been nothing but an ass to me and you have the balls to say that my behavior is hardly befitting a witch? Tell me, why does your blood status give you a better right to magic than mine? Which one of us learns spells quicker? Which one of us gets better grades? Where were you for the last 3 hours while some of us were off revising for exams? Exams don't give a shit what your blood status is, but how hard you work and study. So, tell me, Pansy, which one of us is more of a witch? The one who can barely do any spells in class? Or the one who can? That was a pretty low blow, Aria knew, as she watched Pansy's face turn pink from embarrassment and then red with anger. Her dad had always said you shouldn't make fun of people because they weren't as quick as she was at school, but Pansy Parkinson was just asking for it. At least, Pansy hissed, "I'm not a jumped-up little mudblood." Gasps filled the common room. Pansy, Daphne all but shrieked, her voice reaching a pitch no one had ever heard it reach before. Millicent, Crabbe, and Goyle all looked shocked at Pansy's language, even if they didn't look angry about it. Aria curled her fists, feeling her magic swirling deep within her. She wasn't quite sure what a mudblood was, but it did not sound nice. And from the looks of their housemates, it was definitely not a nice word. The couch Pansy, Millicent, Crabbe, and Goyle sat on cracked down the middle, sending them sliding towards the center. Pansy and Millicent screeched in surprise. Several upperclassmen yelped in alarm. Daphne covered her mouth while Tracy buried her face in Daphne's shoulder, as if convinced she was about to witness a horror. "Call me a mudblood again," Aria growled. "Go on. Do it. I dare you." Pansy shook her head. "Anyone else feel like calling me a mudblood?" Aria demanded. "Come on, I bet so many of you have just been waiting to do so. Your looks, your whispers all tell me that you'd rather I wasn't here. Well, too damn bad for all of you. I'm here to stay." She noticed two seventh-year girls, Kennedy Caro and Yolanda McDougal, glance at each other, little simpering sneers twitching at their lips. Those two liked to hiss insults at her when she passed by, liked to pick on other students in other houses. With one glare and a wish, the chairs underneath the two girls collapsed. "Something you'd like to share with the class?" Aria demanded. A wind sprang up in the common room, whirling around, whipping up parchment and flipping open books. Kennedy and Yolanda shook their heads. "Good." Aria took in a deep breath. She felt her magic swirling inside, agitated and yet eager to do more. That was new. It was as if she reached out. She could control it with a thought. She thought about stopping the wind. She had not meant to do that, and felt the wind die. Several Slytherins sighed. Pushing past her friends, she made for the stairs to the dormitories. "Hey!" Millicent cried. "We're stuck. Get a prefect to help you, dimwit." Aria shot over her shoulder, disappearing up the stairs. She burst into the first-year girls' room and flung herself onto her bed. Within a minute, she heard people barreling up the stairs, and then Daphne and Tracy came bursting into the room. "Was that your accidental magic?" Tracy asked. Aria peeked at her. "Some," she admitted. "The couch and the wind. The chairs. I wanted those chairs to collapse." Daphne and Tracy tossed their things onto their beds before climbing onto Aria's. "I thought you said that Madame Pomfrey had said your magical core had stabilized," Daphne said. "I did," Aria answered. "She did? I can still feel it, you know? Like if I just pay attention, I can feel it inside me. Does that make sense?" Both girls shook their heads. Aria huffed, hugging her pillow to her chest. The day before everyone left for the holidays, Harry received an invitation for tea with Hagrid, the groundskeeper. Harry immediately invited Aria, Ron, and Hermione, and Aria was only too happy to stomp through the snow down at Hagrid's cabin. At least it was something to distract her from the fact that tomorrow she was not going home. Even though she had been introduced to the man in Diagon Alley, she had only seen Hagrid in passing a few times since arriving at Hogwarts. Aria knew Harry had visited the giant of a man several times. Apparently, besides being his Diagon Alley escort, Hagrid had rescued Harry off a tiny island in the middle of the English Channel. Aria wasn't sure why Harry had been on a tiny island in the middle of the English Channel, but had not pressed the issue since it did not seem like something Harry wanted to talk about. Ron talked about how his older brother, Charlie, used to write home about Hagrid all the time, usually stories about antics he and the care of magical creatures Professor Kettleburn, got up to. They would not take care of magical creatures until their third year, if at all, since it was an elective. Ron had pointed out the professor at the head table once. He was missing an eye, covered usually with a patch, and he had one prosthetic leg and one prosthetic arm. Hagrid's hut was at the bottom of a hill in the opposite direction of the Black Lake. Smoke swirled up out of the hut's chimney as the 4 first years approached. A boarhound bounded up to them as they arrived, slobbering all over the boys. "Down, Fong!" Harry cried with a laugh. He knocked on the door. Hagrid swung open the door, and the children entered, immediately swamped with the gentle warmth from the fireplace. A large black cauldron was over the fire with a lid on top. Aria wondered what the man was cooking. The children hung up their cloaks and coats, in Aria and Hermione's case, and settled around the table in the center of the hut where a pot of tea was ready for them along with a stack of scones. "I am so happy you've come," Hagrid said, pouring them tea into mismatched and slightly chipped or dented cups. He gave them each a scone, and Aria eagerly tried to bite one, only to realize with a bit of pain to her teeth that it was as hard as rock. She tried dunking the scone into her tea, but that didn't seem to help. When Fong came up to her elbow, she discreetly fed him the scone. He had no problem gobbling it right up. "The Christmas trees you brought in look very beautiful," Hermione said as she took Slytherin rock cake, as Aria now dubbed them, to Fong. "That's all Professor Flitwick. He's the one who puts all the decorations on." "Yes, but you're the one who chose which trees to bring in, and Flitwick couldn't do any of the decorating without your trees." Hagrid puffed his chest, grumbling merrily at Hermione's compliment, and almost knocking over the cream as he went to pour some into his teacup. He did, however, spill the sugar bowl when a rattling sound erupted from the pot over the fire. He rushed over, putting on heavy oven mitts and taking off the pot's top, reaching in. He withdrew a large oval object, a beautifully smooth object that was dark blue and bronze. It reminded Aria of a watercolor painting. "Hagrid," Ron cried as the children made room for the object on the table. "Is that what I think it is? What is it?" Harry asked. "How'd you get one?" Ron continued. "They're incredibly rare and not at all for sale. I got it off a chap at the Oggs down in Ogsmead," Hagrid replied. "Won it in a poker game I did." "What is it?" Hermione questioned. "It's a dragon egg?" Ron cried. "A dragon egg?" Aria repeated, her voice rising an octave in both excitement and slight terror. "As in a fire-breathing dragon with wings and scales and hoarding gold and everything." "Well, it's not going to be hoarding any gold anytime soon," Hagrid said. "It'll just be a lil baby." The egg suddenly cracked and broke open. A tiny gray head poked out of the shell, blinking sleepily before a pair of tiny wings knocked the rest of the shell away. Aria's jaw dropped, as did her friends. A real live dragon. Suddenly, all she could think about was writing her dad about this. The baby dragon chirped. "Oh, look," Hagrid cooed. "It knows its mummy." The dragon burped, and a tiny ball of fire came out, almost catching Hagrid's beard on fire. "Where are you going to keep him?" Ron asked. "How can you tell if it's a boy?" Hermione asked. Ron shrugged. "I'll keep him in air," Hagrid insisted. "Always wanted a dragon." "But Hagrid," Ron insisted, "my brother Charlie says that normal people can't keep dragons. They're a protected species." Aria wanted to point out to Ron that Hagrid was hardly a normal person, but decided it was not the right time to say it, especially since the dragon's gaze fell on her, and the little baby decided it wanted to get to know her better. Teetering across the table, the dragon chirped at Aria before rubbing its head against her chin. "Ah, you got a new friend," Hagrid said. "It's not as scary as I thought it would be," Aria replied. Hermione gently stroked the top of the dragon's head, while Aria ran a finger over the wings. The dragon hummed with pleasure. "Promise me you won't tell anyone," Hagrid said. "I'd like to keep the little tyke. I'm gonna name him Norbert." "You'll get in trouble," Ron pointed out. "Nonsense. Once he's too big for the hut eel. Ave the whole forest to roam in." Aria wondered how fast Norbert would grow. She giggled as the baby dragon curled up and began to snooze. After that, the 4 promised not to say anything about the dragon to anyone else, and Aria, Harry, and Ron promised to come down to the hut as often as possible during the school holiday to see Norbert. Unicorns and centaurs. The first several days of Christmas break passed slowly. Aria and Harry were 2 of 6 Slytherins who ended up staying over the holidays, but the other 4 were 6th and 7th years, and all boys, so the 2 first years made themselves scarce from the common room for most of the day. With Ron, they finished their holiday homework over the first 4 days of the holidays, something they all felt Hermione would be proud of, and they immediately sent her a letter telling her so, hoping that her parents didn't mind Hedwig coming for a visit. When they weren't doing their homework, they were either exploring the castle or outside, either exploring the grounds or visiting Hagrid and Norbert. The baby dragon was how half the size of the table, and Aria worried that the dragon would soon outgrow the hut. Hagrid insisted that Norbert would be able to survive on his own once he got too big for the hut, but Aria wasn't too sure. A trip to the library and a book on dragons later, the three tried to convince Hagrid to let Ron write his brother Charlie. Apparently, baby dragons needed to stay with their mothers for the first 5 to 6 years of their lives before they were even minimally able to fend for themselves in the wild. Norbert was definitely going to outgrow the hut before then. Maybe we tell one of the professors, Aria said to Ron and Harry as they trekked back up the snowy path towards the castle after another failed attempt to convince Hagrid to do something about Norbert. It's only been a week since Norbert was born, and he's almost the full size of the table. He's going to burn down the hut. But Hagrid asked us not to tell anyone, Harry pointed out, worry evident in his voice. Isn't that what friends do? Keep each other's secrets? Yeah, of course, Ron cried. But Dad always said that if the secret put someone in danger, then it's best to still tell an adult and let them help. I don't like telling on Hagrid either, but Aria kinda has a point. Maybe we should talk to Percy or something, get his advice, Aria suggested, seeing how uneasy Harry seemed at revealing Hagrid's secret. Without actually telling him about the dragon, Ron gasped, stopping the three just before their final ascent to the castle. Aria glanced at him, then in the direction he was staring. She too gasped as a cream-colored foal pranced in the snow several yards ahead, whinnying in what sounded like distress. What's a foal doing here? Harry asked. I didn't think we had stables. Is it lost? It's not just a horse, Harry, Ron whispered, excited. That's a baby unicorn. A unicorn. They were real. Aria all but squealed, glancing back towards the unicorn foal who pranced forward, a little nervously. Where's your mama? Aria asked, keeping her voice low. She held out a gloved hand, and the foal dipped its head, nuzzling her hand. She noticed a tiny horn starting to grow out of the foal's forehead, and she could not keep the giggle that came out at seeing it. Unicorns were real. This was the best thing ever. Where's your mama? Aria asked again. This time the foal pushed at her, nudging her off the path towards the forbidden forest. Now she could see the track marks the little one had made in the snow, heading back in the direction of Hagrid's hut, but just on the other side of where his garden ended. Should we get Hagrid? Harry asked as they followed the foal. The three stopped at the edge of the forest, peering into the forest. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The forbidden forest appeared, as gloomy as ever, if not a bit more snow-covered. The foal neighed, this time sounding distressed. It entered the forest, and Aria made to follow, only for Harry to grab her arm. We're not supposed to go in there, he hissed. I'm following a unicorn. Aria pointed out. How bad can it be? We should get Hagrid, Ron said. The foal neighed, drawing their attention about 20 yards into the forest. It was pawing at the ground. Aria pulled away from her friends, hurrying through the snow to where the foal was, standing by the fallen body of another unicorn, this one pure white with a long horn at least a foot long. It breathed heavily as a thick silver substance ran out of its neck, staining its white coat and the snow beneath. The pain and distress of the unicorn was almost unbearable. Aria fell to her knees beside the animal, stroking its mane. The unicorn flinched, its eyes meeting hers. For a moment she was sucked into the depths of the unicorn's eyes. It was like staring into the vastness of an unseen world. And for a moment, it was as if she and the unicorn were one. It left her breathless and her magic whirling within her. She managed to murmur. You'll be okay. Hagrid will know what to do. She looked back to her friends. Harry was the only one standing at the edge of the forest, looking towards Hagrid's hut. Clearly Ron had already gone to get the gamekeeper. Aria kept stroking the unicorn's mane. The foal knelt down in the snow, wedging itself between Aria and her mother. Aria looped an arm around the foal. Aria! Harry's panicked scream startled Aria. She looked again to Harry, seeing him running towards her, wand pulled, green eyes wide with fright, seeing something beyond her. She turned to see further into the forest, screaming at the floating specter that was coming straight towards her and the unicorns, the same silvery substance that was pouring out of the dying unicorn dripping off its chin. There was a sudden pounding of hooves in the snow and the chorus of men giving battle cry. Horses, no, they weren't horses, Aria realized, but creatures which were half man, half horse attacked the fiend, sending it fleeing back into the forbidden forest with an angry and bone-chilling scream of anger. Several of the creatures went after it, while many more surrounding Aria, the unicorns, and Harry as he arrived at Aria's side, panting. "Are you all right?" he asked, leaning over his knees. Aria nodded, glancing back at the unicorn, only to realize that its flank was no longer rising and falling. The little foal put its head on its mother's neck, making a noise that sounded very much like a whimper. "It's dead," Aria whispered. The unicorn, so beautiful and so innocent, was dead. The unicorn, which even at his final moments had peered into her soul and seen her like they had known each other forever, was gone. Tears blurred her vision before streaming down her cheeks. She leaned over the foal, hugging it close as it mourned its mother. "Aria, Aria turned her head to peer through the legs of the creatures around them as Hagrid and Ron came stomping through the snow. Hagrid carried a crossbow that she had seen in the corner of his hut. Hagrid, one of the horsemen creatures, greeted, his tone deep like thunder. "Bane," Hagrid greeted. "What's a fiend?" "A fiend of the worst kind has entered our forest," Bane replied. "We managed to chase it off before it could do harm to your colt and foal." Bane's eyes turned to Aria and Harry. "Is that a unicorn?" Hagrid questioned, coming closer. "Oh dear. Yes," another of the creatures said. "The fiend drank its blood. The foal came to us," Aria said with a hiccup. "It wanted our help. We couldn't help it." "Of course you couldn't," Bane said, his stern voice suddenly taking a gentler tone. "You are a child." "Aria's nifd. What happened to the baby?" she asked the creature. She felt like she should know what these creatures were, but she could not think of the word. "We will look after it until it can be reunited with its herd," a third creature replied. "Rest assured, Aria-born, the foal will be taken care of." Aria sat up at her name. "How do you know my name?" she asked. "Centaurs are seers," Hagrid said. "They see lots o' things." Centaur, that was the word. Aria wiped the tears away with a hand, taking in the centaurs gathered around them in a circle. Many had coats of varying colors and were all bare-chested. Their skins on the human part of them matched their horse part, and many carried bows and arrows or a spear. "You should take your young ones," Bane stated. "I can hear the others coming, and you know how we feel about your kind coming into our forest." "You own the forest?" Aria asked. "We do." "Oh." She petted the foal. "You'll look after the baby unicorn?" "As if it were our own," the third centaur said. "Come along, Aria," Hagrid murmured. "Bane, Firenze, and the others will look after the baby." With one last watery sniff, Aria kissed the baby unicorn between its ears, pushing herself to her feet. She glanced again at the staring centaurs and, feeling that it might be appropriate to such majestic creatures, bowed towards Bane, who seemed to be the leader of the group. "At least some humans have manners," Bane mused as Aria, Harry, and a pale-faced Ron followed Hagrid out of the forest. All of Ron's freckles stood out in stark contrast to his skin. "Hagrid!" As the four exited the forest, Dumbledore and the four heads of house could be seen making the final descent of the hill. "Hagrid, we received your call." "What's happened?" "Death of a unicorn, sir," Hagrid said. "Something killed it." "No," McGonagall cried, her hands flying to her face. "Oh, dreadful. And what were you three doing in the forest?" Snape demanded of the students. "The baby unicorn came and got us," Aria cried. "It wanted our help. And if Hagrid hadn't been able to scare away this killer of unicorns? The Forbidden Forest is forbidden for a reason. The centaurs scared it off." "Actually," Hagrid said, "Aria was with the unicorn when it passed." "I think a lecture can wait, Severus," McGonagall murmured, reaching a hand out to Snape's arm. "Look at the state of Miss Born." Aria glanced down at her winter cloak, which she had pulled on over her usual Muggle winter coat, jeans, and boots. The thick, silvery substance that had been coming out of the unicorn and that had dripped from the chin of the fiend stained the bottom half of her cloak. "Hagrid," Snape murmured, the horror unable to stay out of his voice. "What exactly did the killer do to the unicorn?" "I don't rightly know, P.R. Fessor," Hagrid replied. "I didn't see it. It floated," Harry told them. "The fiend. and it had that silver stuff dripping down its shin. The stuff came out of the unicorn's neck, Aria added. Merlin! Sprout cried, even as Flitwick swore beside her. Let's get you to the castle, Snape finally said, grasping Aria's shoulder. Try and get the blood out of your cloak. Blood? That's unicorn blood, Aria. Somehow, she had guessed that that was what it was, but she hadn't wanted to think about it like that. It made the whole thing far more brutal and terrible. Aria felt tears well up again in her eyes. Barking from Hagrid's hut brought the party's attention elsewhere. Fire licked at the roof of Hagrid's hut, and Fong's barking came from within. Fong! Harry cried. Norbert! Ron shouted. Stay here! Snape hissed, grabbing the two boys before they could race towards the burning hut. Hagrid, Dumbledore, Flitwick, and Sprout were already hurrying over. The three first years glanced at each other, Aria crying harder now. Norbert would be discovered, Hagrid would get in trouble, and they would get in trouble for hiding the dragon. This was turning out to be a terrible day. I wonder what set that off, McGonagall murmured, handing Aria a handkerchief. Hagrid's usually so careful. Dumbledore opened the door to the hut and was knocked over by two creatures. Hagrid caught the man before he could fully tumble off the front stoop, and Sprout and Flitwick dived out of the way of a panicked Fong and an excited baby dragon who thought the furry companion was playing tag. I don't believe it, McGonagall cried as Hagrid went chasing after Norbert. Is that a real? That's a dragon, Snape stated. Aria watched as the man stared at the sky, as if looking for wisdom or patience. What's Hagrid doing with the dragon? McGonagall demanded. How should I know? Severus. This is serious, Snape sighed, steering the three first years away from the commotion and back up the hill towards the castle. Severus, McGonagall cried. Come along, Minerva, Snape called over his shoulder. I'm sure the others can get this handled. Aria peered over her shoulder, almost tripping in the snow as she watched the headmaster attempt to corral Norbert. McGonagall hurried after them, muttering about fiends and dragons, and why couldn't she just have a quiet yule? Snape kept a firm grip on Aria's shoulder, as well as Harry's, as he too seemed intent on staring back at the dragon and Hagrid and the other professors. At the front doors of the castle, the other students had gathered. Is something wrong, professors? Percy asked. We all saw you dashing outside, and well, Fred and George are here and not hurt. He eyed Ron, though, as if Ron might be hurt. What's all over, Aria? George asked while Fred glared at their older brother. The other students, the four Slytherin 6th and 7th years, a 4th-year Ravenclaw girl, and 3 5th-year Hufflepuff girls, all eyed the silvery substance on Aria's cloak. That's unicorn blood, one of the Slytherin's 7th years said. You showed us a vial in potions class a few weeks ago. That I did, Mr. Lawrence, Snape replied. And you are correct. It is unicorn blood. He ushered the three first years into the warmth of the castle and straight into the Great Hall, ignoring Filch's cries as they tracked snow across the atrium. In the Great Hall, a table had been prepared with hot chocolate and other snacks, a particular table that had been there every day of break. It was close to the roaring fire along the side of the Great Hall, where couches and armchairs and carpet had been set out for the students and staff, while most of the long tables had been pushed to the far end of the hall. Snape yanked Aria's cloak off of her, tossing it over the back of an armchair, which he set her in while ordering Fred to bring Aria a cup of hot chocolate. Chocolate always helps, Snape stated as Fred handed Aria the steaming mug. Wizards and witches react to chocolate differently than muggles. It has both calming and invigorating components. Aria nodded, taking a sip, noting the familiar way its warmth filled her, almost tickling her from inside. The other students gathered around, asking questions all at once. Enough! McGonagall cried. Let Miss Bourne have a minute without all your chattering. Now, Miss Bourne, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Weasley had an encounter with a dying unicorn. As you can see from the state of Miss Bourne's robes, the unicorn was, unfortunately, attacked. She was by its side when it passed. It was so beautiful, Aria cried, taking another sip. It was helping keep her tears at bay, the warmth that now encircled her doing much to calm her. I didn't even know unicorns existed until today. I thought they were just stories. Or centaurs. You saw the centaurs? One of the 6th-year Slytherins, Robert Harrod, cried. What were they like? Huge. Ron cried. Taller than any horse. It wasn't the centaurs that attacked the unicorn, was it? Robert asked. I thought the centaurs and unicorns got along. At least that's what Professor Kettleburn said. We do not know what killed the unicorn, Snape replied, but it was not the centaurs. I suggest, though, that you take this as a reason why the Forbidden Forest is forbidden. That forest is magical. And while we have wards around the grounds, there is deep magic within those woods that even our wards might have missed. Stay away from the woods until further notice. Understand? Yes, sir. Good. Dumbledore, Sprout, and Flitwick entered the Great Hall at that moment. Sprout and Flitwick made a beeline to the hot chocolate while Dumbledore chose a scone before meandering over to the group. Professor Sprout, one of the Hufflepuff girls cried. You've been singed. Ah, yes. Sprout glanced at her robes, soot clinging to the fibers. It appears our gamekeeper rescued a dragon egg from a poacher a few days ago, Dumbledore told them. The students gaped at him. He bit into the scone, chewing thoughtfully before continuing. As the holidays have been so busy, he did not have the chance to tell me before the egg hatched. The baby dragon escaped Hagrid's hut, and he needed our help in containing it. I have sent a missive to the Welsh Dragon Preserve for their help. Aria wondered when he had the time to send the missive between Hagrid's hut and the castle. She finished off her hot chocolate, and George brought her another one along with a gingerbread man. I assume Professor McGonagall and Snape have informed you about our young first year's encounter with the unicorn? Dumbledore peered over his spectacles at the students who all nodded his head. Then I must press upon you that in avoiding the forest, you also avoid overrunning Hagrid's hut while the dragon is there. Dumbledore and Flitwick had created a rock structure that resembled a cave beside Hagrid's hut and had warded it to keep Norbert in, and which allowed Hagrid to go in and feed the dragon. The wards were pretty large, so even though Dumbledore had told the students to not go and visit the dragon, the 14 students stuck at Hogwarts for the holidays went together to see the dragon, staying on top of the hill against the wall of Hogwarts to peer down at Norbert. I can't believe Hagrid somehow managed to rescue a dragon, one of the Hufflepuff girls said. Didn't think he would be smart enough for that. He's got a good head on his shoulders, Fred insisted. Bit eccentric, but a good head. Wonder how much he had to pay for it, though. Can't imagine him stealing it or tricking a bloke. What kind of dragon is it? The Ravenclaw asked. It's a Norwegian Ridgeback, Percy stated. He was there, a bit under protest apparently if Fred and George were to be believed. Aria assumed it had more to do with Percy wanting to keep a leash on Fred and George. See the spikes along the middle of his back? When he gets older, those spikes will fuse together into one ridge along his back. How do you know that? Teddy Lawrence, one of the 7th-year Slytherins, asked. What doesn't Perfect Percy know? Fred and George teased together. Just because you two don't listen to Charlie rambling on and on about dragons doesn't mean the rest of us ignore him. Percy snapped, glaring at the twins. Our brother, Charlie, is a dragon handler at the Romanian Dragon Reserve. I remember him, Frank Truorgy, the other 7th-year Slytherin said. Was always out with Professor Kettleburn and hanging out with that girl with pink hair. Tonks! Fred and George cried. She's great, Fred said. She's in the Auror training program, George said. She's going to put all you dark wizards away, Fred added. Want to say that again? Teddy growled. Fred and George cackled with laughter, the older boys' glare doing nothing to frighten them. Percy looked like he wanted to melt into the snow. What's an Auror? Aria asked, distracting Teddy from murdering the twins. They're like Muggle police, the Ravenclaw told her. Harry shivered. Aria stepped closer to him. We should head inside, Percy stated, having also noted Harry's shiver. It's getting very cold out here. Ah, just cast a warming charm. Ron cried. Please, Percy, if you die, Mom will kill me. But Percy cast the warming charm on his brothers, Harry and Aria, all the same. Look, the second Slytherin's 6th year, Henry MacDonald, pointed towards Hagrid's hut just beyond Norbert's warded area. Hagrid's talking to the centaurs. I never thought I'd get to see one of the Hufflepuffs murmured. They're as tall as Hagrid. What do you think they're talking about? Fred questioned. The students watched as the centaur, Aria recognized him as the one Hagrid had called Firenze, suddenly pointed towards them. Hagrid turned, seeing them, and the students all looked at each other with some sort of fear and trepidation. They really weren't supposed to be where they were. Would Hagrid get them in trouble? Perhaps we should go, Teddy muttered, yanking at his friend's cloaks. Aria? Hagrid's voice carried up to them. Come down air for a sec. Firenze's got something for you. Firenze had something for her? Aria glanced at Harry and Ron, who shrugged their shoulders. What could the centaur want to give her? Another look at her fellow schoolmates got similar shrugs, and she plodded down the hill towards Hagrid and Firenze, who came a little bit further out of the forest. Norbert gave a cry as she walked by his area, and she waved at him, wondering if he was lonely in there without her, or Harry, or Ron visiting. Arriving beside Hagrid, Aria bowed to Firenze, feeling that that might be appropriate for a creature with such an aura of respect and dignity about him. Firenze chuckled at her action. "We meet again, Aria-born," he said. "I am glad to see your ordeal within the forest hasn't sent you to hide away in the castle." "I have had dreams about it," Aria admitted, "but nothing super awful. Those will go away with time," Firenze assured her. "Were you able to locate the baby unicorn's family?" "We were able to locate Kaylee's family," Firenze replied. "It is why I am here." His legs bent, and he was suddenly kneeling down in front of Aria. It was almost a little disorientating to suddenly be at the same level of the centaur. His eyes were a dark purple and more intense up close. He held out a box, dark wood with detailed carvings of the sun, moon, and stars on the top and around the edges. It was clearly handmade. Taking the box, Aria gently flipped the silver latch and lifted the lid. Within lay several items, neatly labeled. Along the top were 7 vials of the silvery unicorn's blood. Tied in 2 different bunches were unicorn tail hairs and unicorn mane hairs. And in 3 more vials was a fine dust that glistened as if it were white sand mixed with glitter. These were labeled unicorn horn. "I don't understand," Aria said. "I mean, thank you for the potion ingredients. You will come to recognize them for their true value soon enough," Firenze assured her. "I am certain your head of house can tell you all about them." But Kaylee's father, the head of his herd, gave us Centaur's permission to gather the ingredients from Kaylee's mother, and in thanks for your attempt to help, asked that we give these to you. There was something in his voice that made Aria suspect there was more going on. Her dad had a similar tone when he only told her part of the truth of a situation. He had used it a lot when her mom was sick, trying to keep the worst of Abigail's illness away from Aria. "Thank you," Aria settled on saying, latching the top of the box back down. "And tell Kaylee's dad that I appreciate the gift." Firenze rose to his hooves, appearing as if he would say something else, but he stopped, head jerking to the side as he glared towards the path leading up the hill towards the castle. Aria followed his gaze. A group of adults, including the headmaster and heads of house, were walking towards them at a very hurried pace. "Time for me to leave," Firenze muttered. He cantered off into the woods. "Wish he didn't have to go so soon," Aria said to Hagrid. "Some of those people be Ministry," Hagrid replied. "The Centaurs and the Ministry are a bit at odds at the moment." "Why?" "The Ministry keeps shrinking the Centaurs' land. On the other side of the forest, which stretches across the mountains and lake, the Ministry's cutting down forest to make room for wizarding communities. Centaurs and the Ministry have an agreement, and basically the Ministry's not honoring it." "Oh, that's not very nice." "Hagrid!" One of the men, a pudgy fellow in a bowler hat, cried as the group reached them. "What were you doing, letting a centaur so close to a student?" Firenze wanted to speak to Aria, Minister Fudge, Hagrid explained. "It's not like he was going to arm Aria or anything. She's just a little full in his eyes. Are you all right?" Minister Fudge asked Aria. "Of course," Aria replied. "Firenze was very nice. He has purple eyes. Did you know that? Is that normal for centaurs?" Another man, a bit taller than Fudge and pudgy, but not as round as the minister, laughed while he straightened his glasses. He wore a deerstalker pulled over his ears for warmth. "Centaurs do have a few strange eye colors," the man said, "though not noticeable until you're close, like you were. My name is Amos Diggory. I'm the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. You've met Minister Cornelius Fudge, our esteemed Minister of Magic. This is Owen Reese and his team of dragon handlers from the Brennan Y. Draig Preserve in Wales. Look who's trying to get on my good side." Owen Reese muttered with a lopsided grin. He had silver tooth that made him look like a pirate. "Most people just call it the Welsh Dragon Preserve. Wouldn't want to get your tongues all twisted now, would we?" "I can speak Welsh just fine," Diggory insisted. "You put in a good effort," Reese agreed. "Now, where's this dragon? What are you going to do with Norbert?" Aria asked, following the group towards the warded area. "Norbert," Snape cried. "Did you children name the beast?" "Norbert is a perfectly respectable name for a dragon," Aria insisted, seeing a flash of hurt cross Hagrid's face. And of course we named it. Why wouldn't we? It's got no one else around to name it. Merlin preserve me, Snape muttered. We're going to get your friend into a box, one of the dragon handlers replied, and then transport him to the preserve. He'll be happy there. I don't see a box, Aria said. Was it invisible? The man patted his pocket, and she realized that it must be shrunk and that they would enlarge it. Miss Bourne, Dumbledore said, if you would please join your schoolmates at the top of the hill, that would be much appreciated. We wouldn't want you to accidentally get singed if Norbert decides he wants to practice his flame throwing. Aria nodded, climbing back up the hill in the same snowing path she had made when coming down. What's in the box? Ron asked. I'll show you when we get inside, Aria answered. What did a centaur want with you? Teddy demanded. Apparently I make good company, Aria replied with a sniff. Teddy was a pure blood, and while he had not been like others in the house who whispered and hissed at her, neither had he ever tried to stop anyone from doing so. The students watched as the dragon handlers expertly cajoled Norbert into a large crate with a piece of meat before floating the box back up the path. Minister Fudge and Amos Diggory stayed behind with Professor Dumbledore to speak with Hagrid. You children should get inside, McGonagall called up to them, before you all freeze to death. Some of us are hardly children, Robert muttered as they all headed back inside. Filch was there with his mop to complain loudly about them trampling in snow. The twins stomped extra hard, creating more sludge for Filch to clean. Why is Mr. Filch the only custodian? Aria asked McGonagall as they all made their way to the ever-warm hot chocolate stash in the Great Hall. In Muggle schools, there's a whole department to clean the school building and keep the grounds looking nice and tidy. Here there's only Hagrid and Mr. Filch, and I've never seen either of them use magic. Filch's a squib, Henry almost sneered. What's wrong with being a squib? Well, they can't do magic now, can they? Mr. McDonald, you will keep your tongue. McGonagall glared at the sixth year before turning to Aria. Now, I think we are all curious as to what you were given by your centaur friend. Firenze. Yes, Firenze. The heads of house and the students gathered in front of the fire, leaving room for Aria on the floor so that they could all see when she opened the box. She heard an intake of breath from her professors, as well as the 4 upperclassmen Slytherins and Percy. Firenze said that Kaylee's dad, that's the baby unicorn's name, asked that they give me this as a gift, Aria told them. But except for wand making, I'm not sure what else I would use any of this for. Potions, Percy answered promptly. None of which you'll be making anytime soon, Snape said. He pulled out his wand and tapped the box. There's a preservation charm on the box, though the ingredients inside already have a very long shelf life. Aria gave him the confused look. They last a long time, Miss Bourne. This is a very generous gift. Very valuable gift. I suggest putting it in your trunk for safekeeping. Christmas. I do not own Harry Potter. After the drama with the unicorns, the centaurs, and Norbert, Aria was glad that Christmas Eve ended up being a quieter day. A snowstorm had sprung up a few hours after the dragon handlers from Wales had left, and so Christmas Eve was spent in the castle either in the common rooms or the great hall in front of the large roaring fire. The twins and Ron taught Harry and Aria how to play Exploding Snap, and Ron attempted to teach both of them chess, though only Harry seemed to enjoy the challenge. Percy showed Aria the word searches in the Daily Prophet, which were a lot more fun than Muggle word searches. Every time a word was found, it disappeared, and more blank spaces replaced it. Percy even taught her how to do the cryptogram, though she was nowhere near as good at it as Percy was. The other students kept to themselves or joined them in front of the fire. The 4 remaining Slytherin boys kept mainly to the Slytherin dormitories, though Aria noted their glances towards her at meals. Teddy Lawrence, the only pure blood of the 4, seemed to have either a perplexed or an overly thoughtful look whenever Aria caught him looking at her. It probably had something to do with the whole unicorn incident and the centaurs too. It was a bit weird having the 4's attention. She decided she'd get Percy's advice on what to do about them. Percy seemed like the sensible sort, not at all like Fred or George who, while fun to hang around, were a bit overwhelming in their enthusiasm, and she did not think they would have any useful advice beyond ideas on how to prank them, though perhaps that too would be useful information to have. On Christmas morning, Aria awoke to find Christmas presents all neatly wrapped on top of her trunk, which she kept at the foot of her bed. Looking through the labels, she found presents from all her friends and, surprisingly, a long, thin one from Professor Snape. There were also several presents from her dad in the pile, along with one gift that wasn't labeled as being from anyone. She turned it over several times. It had her name on it, and it was wrapped in a dark emerald wrapping paper with a silver bow. Who could it be from? Aria? Harry's voice outside her door had her pulling on her nightrobe and slippers. Opening the door, she found Harry grinning wildly at her. "I have presents," he cried, showing her his armful, his voice full of joyful awe. "Come on, let's open them together." "Meet you downstairs." He disappeared back down the stairs to the common room. Aria gathered her gifts and skipped down the stairs to where Harry had claimed the area in front of the Slytherin Christmas tree and the common room's fireplace, which was, as always, already roaring and filling the common room with warmth. "Do you want tea?" he asked, pointing to a table near the tree. Pitchers of juice and a kettle of tea was on the table, along with various breakfast pastries as well as bacon rashers and a cauldron with oatmeal. Aria poured herself a cup of tea and put a few rashers of bacon and a croissant on a plate, settling back down with her presents. Harry, too, came back, with more bacon on his plate and a muffin, as well as his cup of tea. Together, they opened their gifts. Harry at first tried to open his gifts carefully, like he wanted to save the wrapping paper, while Aria simply tore hers off, and, eventually, Harry began to tear through his presents too. From her dad, Aria received a book, The Hobbit, as well as more school supplies like parchment and ink and quills. The quills came in several colors like black, white, gray, purple, and blue. She liked the blue one the best, the color reminding her of pictures of sapphires she had once seen. Harry had given her a variety of sweets like Birdie's every flavor bean, Honeydukes chocolate, chocolate frogs, and a box of taffy in flavors she had never heard of like dirigible plum, butterbeer, and fire whiskey. She received Hogwarts, a history, and a bookmark with a moving painting of shooting stars from Hermione. Ron gifted her another box of chocolates. Neville gave her a book entitled A Witch's Guide to Being a Lady with a note that said the book was a suggestion from his grandmother, so he was sorry if it wasn't something Aria liked. Aria thought it was very nice, if not a bit old-fashioned, but she would probably enjoy reading it anyway. Lavender and Parvati had teamed up and gotten her some wizarding hair clips, similar to the golden butterflies Parvati and Padma wore. These ones weren't just butterflies. There were butterflies, bumblebees, ladybugs, and one was even in the shape of a bird. The colors were all deep jewel-toned, which stood out beautifully against Aria's dark hair. Daphne gave her some earrings and headbands, while Tracy gave her nail polish. Glancing at the clearly magical nail polish, Aria wondered what sort of surprises the nail polish would reveal when she put it on. Lastly, from Professor Snape, she received a wand holster. Its dark leather well-polished, and her initials AJB were engraved on it. "Hey, we've got the same middle initial," Harry cried when Aria showed the holster to him. He had finished his bacon and had abandoned his muffin for Honeydukes chocolate. "Mine's James." "What's yours?" "Juniper," Aria replied. "Did you like my gift?" "I know it's not much." She had Professor Flitwick help her animate several homemade cards. She had spent a few of her galleons on the materials, but hadn't wanted to spend too much, even though Professor Snape had said she would receive a few more galleons through the scholarship fund to help her with any necessary school supplies for the second semester. "I love your card," Harry assured her, opening up the card in question. "What else did you get?" "Aria skid. Hermione got me Hogwarts, a history," Harry said. "And Ron got me some sweets, as did Dean and Seamus. Neville got me a wizard's guide to being a gentleman. Apparently his grandmother suggested it. Yeah, I got a similar one, but for ladies. Anyway, Hagrid gave me some rock cakes. Theo and Blaze also gave me food, though Theo seems to be a sampler of cookies, and Blaze's seems to be some sort of Italian pastry. Oh, and Remus sent me a photo album to put all my pictures in." He glanced at Aria's pile of presents. "What's that one?" He pointed to the mysterious present. "It doesn't have a name," Aria said. "I thought maybe I'd have Percy take a look at it when we went to lunch." They went back to the breakfast table. Henry, Robert, Teddy, and Frank were all up now and were also helping themselves to the food and drink on display. "I see you've both got quite a haul," Frank said, leaning over the couch to eye their treasure trove. "Good stuff?" "Very good stuff," Harry replied. "You two are going to make yourselves sick with all that candy," Henry commented. "Want some of my taffy?" Aria asked. "He's just trying to mooch off you," Robert said, digging an elbow into Henry's side. He's got enough of his own sweets to go through. Does the fire whiskey taffy have alcohol? Aria asked. Like rum balls? What are rum balls? Teddy asked. Aria tried not to show her shock. Rum balls seemed like a natural sweet that would be in both worlds, but apparently not. A lively discussion of sweets between the wizarding and muggle worlds ensued. Apparently, there were lollipops in the wizarding world called acid pops and blood pops, though the acid pops were more prank candy and blood pops were used a lot as prank candy, but really could only be consumed by vampires. At the same time, there was no such thing as jawbreakers in the wizarding world, and no one had ever had a Cadbury bar. Around noon, after having taken their gifts up to their rooms and gotten dressed, Aria and Harry headed up to the Gryffindor common room. The holidays were the only time that going into another house's common room was allowed, Percy had explained. At the fat lady, Aria knocked, and the two waited patiently for someone to come let them in. After a moment, the portrait swung open and Ron grinned at them. A scarlet homemade sweater with a letter R in gold yarn giving him a casual look. "You're here," he cried. "Finally. I hope your appearance keeps my brothers from killing each other." Behind him, Aria and Harry could hear the raised voice of Percy yelling at the twins. "Give me my prefect badge." "Oi!" Ron shouted. "Harry and Aria are here." The three entered the common room, and immediately the three older red-headed brothers froze in their spots, Fred and George climbing on the furniture. A prefect badge held aloft in George's hand from his spot teetering on the back of the couch. "Welcome," Percy said, smiling at the two Slytherins. He turned to George, yanking him off the couch. George fell to the ground with a thud, and Percy yanked the badge out of his hand. "Stay out of my room!" Percy snapped, disappearing up a stairwell and returning, without the badge, within a minute. Aria and Harry settled on the couch in front of the fire. "This is nice," Aria commented. "You've got a lot of tapestries." "It's very red," Harry stated. "It's scarlet," Fred corrected with a grin, giving Harry's head a rub with his knuckles. "These are for you," Ron said, handing Harry and Aria lumpy packages. "They're from our mom." Aria and Harry hurried to open the presents, revealing that they had each received a handmade, knitted sweater in Slytherin green. Aria's had an A on the front in silver yarn, while Harry's had an H in the same colored yarn. "This is amazing," Aria cried, running her hands over the soft material. "I'm going to have to remember to write her a thank you note." "We've all got them," George told her. "Mom makes everyone in the family one every year. Bit of a tradition. Though one year she accidentally mixed mine and Ginny's up." "A Weasley sweater basically means Mum's adopted you too," Fred explained. "She doesn't even make one for Lee." "Ron's obviously been telling her all about you too," George added. Ron's face went red with embarrassment. "Oh, Percy," Aria said, pulling everyone's attention from Ron, just as she wanted. "I got this present this morning, but there's no note from who sent it. Can you see if it's safe to open?" She handed the still-wrapped box to the prefect, who pulled out his wand and began waving it around the box, muttering a few spells. "Well," he finally said, "there's nothing I can detect." "What did you do?" Aria asked. "I cast a few detection spells on it," Percy explained. "Our older brother, Bill, taught me them, mainly so that I wouldn't get pranked by these two hooligans." He glanced at Fred and George, who stuck their tongues out. "Basic stuff, really. Only picks up the standard schoolyard jinxes and hexes, so if it's something really dark, then we won't know until you open it." "You don't think it's something to hurt Aria, do you?" Ron asked, alarm evident in his voice. "The Slytherins haven't done anything to her so far." "Yet," Fred muttered. Aria eyed the present, unsure if she wanted to open it now. "You can always wait until Christmas dinner," Percy advised, "and let one of the professors take a look at it." "Wait!" George cried. "I got an idea." "Put the present down." Percy set the present on a side table, and George pulled his wand, pointing it at the package. "Dad Lapio," he murmured, waving his wand in a circle. The present jumped, and the ribbon was pulled off, and the gift unwrapped, almost as if an invisible person was pulling the wrapping off. The white box underneath gave another hop, and the lid opened. Nothing happened. Everyone looked at Percy. "It's probably safe," he said. Everyone inched forward and peered into the box. "Macarons?" George questioned. "Macarons," Aria repeated, picking up the card that lay on top of the pastries. "La petite macaron." The flavors of the macarons were written on the inside of the cover in a flowing purple ink. Dragon fruit, pistachio, chocolate, coffee, and lavender. You don't think they're poisoned, do you? Ron asked. Shall we feed some to Scabbers and find out? Fred suggested. Percy slapped his brother across the back of his head, while Ron scowled and swore at him. Who'd give you macarons? George asked. And fancy ones at that? Harry gave Aria a strange look. What? Do you have an idea? She demanded. Harry hesitated. Someone from our study group, he finally said. Those are the ones you tried, aren't they? Aria looked at the box, thinking back to the study session that Draco had joined, bringing the macarons with him. Harry was right. She had tried the dragon fruit, pistachio, chocolate, and coffee macarons, but had not managed to try a lavender one before those had been eaten. It wasn't you who sent Aria the box, was it? Ron asked Harry. I'd have said something, Harry said. Plus, I've never been able to give presents before at Christmas, and I want my friends to know that I got them something. If these are flavors that only your friends know, then I'm going to guess that these are safe to eat, Percy told Aria. Do you want me to try one before you? No, Aria answered, picking up a lavender macaron. She bit into it, waiting for the other shoe to drop before she chewed the bite and swallowed. Nothing happened. She breathed a sigh of relief, as did her friends. Fred and George, now that the danger was over, immediately decided that they needed to begin a game of exploding snap and bullied Percy into playing with them, while Ron and Harry got out the chessboard and Aria sat and watched both games, giving her support to both Harry and Percy, as they were clearly the underdogs in both competitions. With Christmas over, Aria set about exploring the castle with Harry and Ron. They discovered many corridors full of empty classrooms, draped with dusty sheets over the furniture, cobwebs in the corners and between the sheets, chalked lessons long forgotten still on the blackboards. A quick inquiry to Percy, who seemed to have an answer ready at all times, much like Hermione, explained why there were so many empty classrooms. It's because of the Dark Lords, Percy had told them. Most recent being He Who Shall Not Be Named, but a few decades before him was Grindelwald on the continent. Both of them decimated the European wizarding populations. Plus, during Grindelwald, there was a Muggle war going on which killed many wizards and witches too. Several times, the three of them dared each other to go into the forbidden third-floor corridor, but most of the time they chickened out, too afraid of what might be there, and too afraid of Snape and McGonagall's wrath. The one time they decided to go together, Mrs. Norris appeared, and they decided the third-floor corridor wasn't worth exploring if it meant getting a detention with Filch. Plus, Aria and Mrs. Norris got along, and Aria hated to think, strangely enough, about disappointing the cat. Just before the new year, the three of them came across a classroom in one of the abandoned corridors of the castle, one that overlooked the greenhouses and the vast meadow which stretched out beyond before dipping down into a small valley towards the farthest edge of the forbidden forest. Aria had not even realized how expansive the meadow behind the greenhouses were, and decided that once the snow melted, she and her friends had to go exploring that area of the castle grounds. Hey guys, Ron cried, waving Aria and Harry over from the window to the one object in the room. He yanked off the white sheet, revealing a tall mirror with ornate metal carvings at the top. Dust flew up from the floor. A mirror? Harry questioned. Whoa! Ron cried, turning from side to side and looking at his reflection in awe. This is so cool. What's so cool about a mirror? Aria asked, stepping beside Ron. She too gasped, eyes widening in surprise as she stared at the picture reflecting back at her. Beside her, instead of Ron and Harry, were her parents. Both of her parents smiled and looked so proud of her. Her mom even placed a hand on her shoulder. Aria had to touch her shoulder just to see how real the reflection was. Unfortunately, her mother was only in the glass of the mirror. What do you see? Ron asked. My parents, Aria and Harry answered. They glanced at each other, Aria's face growing hot, and she was certain it was as pink as Harry's. Oh, Ron murmured. What do you see? Harry asked. I see myself as Quidditch captain and head boy, Ron replied. I look much older, though. I think I make a very handsome head boy. I wonder what this mirror is, Aria said, peering around the backside of the mirror. What's it for? She gazed up to the top of the mirror, noticing the inscription at the top. Eris star arrow oi tube kafroid on wosi? Harry read aloud. Is it Welsh? How would any of us know if it's Welsh or not? Aria asked. None of us are Welsh. We should get Percy, Ron stated. He'll have an answer. The three raced out of the room and found Percy in the Gryffindor common room trying to do extra credit homework. They dragged him off to the abandoned corridor and to the mirror, even though he protested most of the way there. Once in the room, they shoved him in front of the mirror. Well, Ron demanded, what do you see? Percy stared, slack-jawed, at his reflection. His hands wandered to his chest, as if he were running his fingers over his reflection's robes. He glanced down at his left hand for a second before looking back at his reflection. Percy, Ron cried, his voice taking a whining edge. Tell us what you see. I'm Minister of Magic, Percy stuttered. Ron rolled his eyes. Of course you'd see that, he muttered. What do you think this mirror is? Aria asked. Percy studied the inscription at the top of the mirror for a moment, looked at his reflection once more, then stepped out of the mirror's line of sight. You all said you saw things too? He questioned. I saw myself as head boy, Ron replied, and Harry and Aria saw their parents. Percy was silent, a deep frown on his face as he studied the object. Aria shifted impatiently. I don't know exactly what this mirror is, Percy finally said, but I think it has something to do with what you really want. Like, it shows us what we wish for? Ron asked. Maybe. Or perhaps something deeper than that. Desire, perhaps? You'd be correct, Mr. Weasley. The students whirled around to find Dumbledore standing in the doorway of the classroom. Percy pulled Ron closer to him, and Dumbledore chuckled. Apologies, I didn't mean to startle you. I just happened to see all of you go off to someplace in such a hurry that I felt the need to follow and ensure you weren't getting into too much mischief. He smiled at Aria, who grinned a little nervously. Were they somewhere they weren't supposed to be? Are we not supposed to be here, Professor? Harry asked. You are not anywhere off limits, Dumbledore assured him. Now, I see you four have discovered the Mirror of Erist. It's a powerful, magical object. What's it doing here, then? Ron asked. Hogwarts is a very ancient castle, Dumbledore explained, stepping towards the mirror. It has many secrets hidden within. He looked the mirror up and down. Does it really show us what we wish for? Harry asked. I think Mr. Weasley had it correct when he used the word desire. Desire is much different than a wish. You might not realize you desire something until you stand in front of this mirror. Aria frowned. That seemed a little weird. Shouldn't she know herself well enough to know what she did or did not desire? What do you see, sir? Ron asked. I see myself wearing the warmest pair of brightly colored wool socks. Wool socks? The first years laughed. Yes. Everyone seems to think I want books, but all I really want is a nice pair of socks. You can never have too many pairs. He gave them another smile before he pulled his wand and sent the sheet back over the mirror. I will take care of the mirror, he told them, ushering them out of the classroom. Now that I know it is here, it is best if I move it. Move it, Harry cried. Yes, Mr. Potter. It is a powerful object, as I said. Many a person has wasted away staring into its depths, staring at their heart's desire, and forgetting to live. Percy hurried them away from the classroom, taking them back to the Gryffindor common room where the first years settled in front of the fire, while Percy attempted to get back to his homework. Only none of them spoke, only staring into the flames of the fire until Fred and George barged into the common room sometime later, interrupting each person's own musings. Return to school. The morning after the students returned from their Christmas break, Professor Snape posted 7 long lists on the common room bulletin board. Immediately, the upper years were gathered around, whispering and exclaiming or groaning. Aria and Harry shared a slightly intrigued look before asking Daphne if she knew what the fuss was about. I think it's the mid-year class standings, Daphne replied, going off snippets of conversation I've overheard. Apparently, Marcus has managed to rise in the rankings of the 5th years, displacing Prudence, and she's not happy about it. Once the bulletin board cleared, the younger years were able to gather and look at their lists. Granger's on top, Tracy stated. No surprise there. Draco, you've come in second. Congratulations, Aria managed to say, noting her own name just below Draco's at number 3 for first years. I can't believe a Muggleborn was able to take the top spot away from someone like Draco, Pansy cried. It's clear she's cheating. Don't be an ass, Pansy, Daphne scolded, stepping on the girl's foot. If you took the time to study a little bit more like the rest of us, you and Millie wouldn't be so far down the list. Aria noted that Pansy and Millicent sat at number 25 and 27 respectively out of 41. Crabbe and Goyle were in the very last two spots. The rest of the Slytherin first years were placed decently throughout the rankings. Draco, Daphne, Tracy, and Harry were all in the top 10, with Daphne at number 5, Tracy at number 7, and Harry at number 10. Blaise and Theo had scored the 15th in 19 slots. The remaining top 10 first years went to Susan Bones of Hufflepuff at number 4, Hannah Abbott, another Hufflepuff, at number 6, with Mandy Brocklehurst and Terry Boot both from Ravenclaw at numbers 8 and 9. A quick glance at the other years, and Aria noted that most years had a core group of Slytherins lumped in the teens and upper 20s, but very few in the top 10, very different from her own year. "I can't believe you got third," Millicent said to Aria. "How'd you do it? Who'd you cheat off of?" "Leave it, Millie," Daphne begged. "Maybe you should study more," Aria pointed out. "Hermione and I put in a lot of studying, so do Daph, Tracy, Harry, and Draco." "Oh, come off it," Millicent cried. "You really expect me to believe that you and Granger are smarter than a bunch of us purebloods? My dad says your kind can barely hold a quill, only because Muggles don't use quill and ink anymore," Aria argued. "Well, we're going to go and say you cheated," Pansy stated. "Then there'll be an investigation, and they'll find out that you did cheat, and then they'll expel you and snap your wand." Aria's eyes widened. Snap her wand? Thankfully, her friends weren't the only ones tired of listening to Pansy and Millicent. Tracy Paddington, the fifth-year prefect, who had just finished soothing Prudence for having been beaten in the fifth-year standings by Marcus, used a rolled-up Daily Prophet to hit Pansy and Millicent across the back of their heads. "Why don't you two go find trouble elsewhere?" Tracy demanded. "Trouble that does not include unfounded remarks about your fellow housemates' academic success. We all saw how you two didn't study for your exams. You can't hit us," Pansy cried. Tracy hit her again with the newspaper. "What are you going to do?" the prefect jeered. "Tell on me to your mummy or daddy?" "Please." Pansy and Millicent scowled at her, but seemed to sense that the older students in the common room were tired of hearing the bickering. And so the two flounced back up to the first-year dormitories. Tracy turned towards the remaining first-year girls, causing Aria, Daphne, and Tracy to step closer to each other in case the prefect decided to also come after them with the newspaper. "Good job at representing Slytherin," the prefect said, pointing the newspaper towards them. "I don't think Slytherins ever presented so well in the top 10 before. I'm sure Professor Snape is just over the moon. As much as he is able," someone muttered, and the students laughed. "Can Pansy and Millicent really accuse me of cheating?" Aria asked Tracy. "Oh, they can," Tracy replied. "But they've got to have some sort of evidence. If we could easily accuse people of cheating, I suspect more of us would do it just to get back at people we didn't like." "Don't worry about it, Bourne." That wasn't exactly the most comforting thing Aria had ever heard. During that first week back, Professor Snape began calling individual Slytherins into his office to discuss their class rankings. As luck would have it, he started with the first years and went in alphabetical order, which meant that Aria was the first to go. Sitting in front of her head of house, she waited with some fidgeting as he peered over her grades for a moment before handing her a copy of all her classes and first-term grades. "I am very pleased with how the first-year Slytherins did," Snape told her, offering her a bottle of butterbeer. "Well done on your third-place standing. As you can see, you've got very high marks. Is there anything I can do to improve them?" Aria asked. "And what are these letters next to the number scores?" "Ah, that is the traditional wizarding grading system," Snape explained, "used on your OWLs and Newts, which you take in your 5th and 7th years." "OWLs and Newts?" "Ordinary wizarding levels and nastily exhausting wizarding tests. Equivalent, I suppose, to the Muggles' ordinary levels and A-levels. The letter grades are thus: O for outstanding, E for exceeds expectations, A for acceptable, P for poor, D for dreadful, and T for troll. Those last three are failing grades." Aria ran her eyes over her grades again. Now she could see what was going on. There was the number grade, which was most likely based off the Muggle grading system, and then the letter grade, which was the wizarding grade. "So, I got outstandings in all my subjects except potions and herbology." "That is correct. Is that how I got beat out by Draco?" "I cannot discuss another student's grades with you, Miss Bourne. Safe to say, though, that if you desired to rise in the ranks for the end of the year, then you would do well to spend a little extra time with your potions and herbology books. Perhaps a tutor." "What did I do wrong in potions?" Aria asked. "My potions come out right, and my essays are good." "Your essays are good," Snape agreed, "but they could be better. You're lacking in the theoretical side of potions, which is a common thing for most first years. If you would like, I can find you a tutor for potions, one that can help you focus specifically on the theoretical side of potions. I could just study harder with Hermione, Aria muttered. As much as you would like to, you cannot rely on Miss Granger to be your study partner for all things, Snape advised. You will need to learn to take help from others. So, a tutor then? Yes, please. What can you tell me about my herbology grade? Professor Sprout's notes simply state that if you didn't hurry so much in the greenhouse, you'd be less likely to make mistakes in the practical lessons. If you want a tutor in herbology, you'll need to speak to Professor Sprout. Aria frowned. She did not enjoy the practical side of herbology that much. I'll think about it, she said. I mean, I could just see what taking my time does, right? Snape hummed in agreement while she finished off the butterbeer. With a flick of his wand, Snape made the bottle vanish, and Aria was dismissed with her grades. She was almost to the portrait hole when the portrait of Slytherin burst open and Tracy bounded out, her normally neat hair flying everywhere in a half-done braid, almost as if she had been in the middle of doing it before deciding that tearing out of the common room, like the demons of hell were after her, was a better idea. Aria? Tracy cried, grabbing Aria's hand. I tried to stop her. I really did. Whoa, slow down, Tracy. Stop who? Tracy yanked Aria into the common room where Pansy, Millicent, and a group of other students gathered around a table with a familiar box open before them. What are you doing? Aria demanded, marching up to grab the box. Third-year Cassius Warrington blocked her from grabbing it back, shoving her back into Tracy. We didn't do anything, another third-year, Graham Montague said. Miles Bletchley, also third-year, sneered. You're all looking at something that clearly belongs to me, Aria retorted. Items that were in my trunk, which means that Pansy or Millicent stole the box. That's rich coming from you, Kennedy Caro sneered. Beside her, Yolan McDougal giggled. Let's talk about stolen items, shall we? What's a little mudblood like you doing with unicorn hair, blood, and horn? Where'd you get it? Did you steal it from Professor Snape? I'm sure he'd really like to know where you got these from. She grinned in triumph, as if she had just won the lottery. Aria, however, managed to push down the panic that she felt beginning to build inside her, latching onto the one name of the person who could get her out of this. Yes, she replied. I'm sure Professor Snape would be interested in discussing stealing with us. Perhaps Tracy here can pop on down to his office and bring him back. Kennedy's grin disappeared. Yolanda's giggling stopped. Even the third-year boys looked surprised at Aria's insistence of getting Professor Snape. If they were smart, which Aria doubted they were, they would either recognize that Professor Snape already knew about the ingredients, and therefore Aria had not stolen anything, or B, Aria felt like she had nothing to lose and intended to bring them down with her. Go on, Aria egged them. Get Professor Snape. Tell him how you discovered stolen potions ingredients in my trunk. No one moved. Behind her, Aria heard Tracy hop from foot to foot, agitated. Is there a problem? Aria breathed a sigh of relief hearing Frank Truorgy's voice come from the common room entrance. He and Teddy came closer. I found this in Bourne's trunk, Pansy declared, pushing the box from the centaurs forward. It's got stolen potions ingredients. The seventh-year prefect handed his school bag to Teddy before looking in the box. Then at Pansy, at Aria, and finally at Teddy, who rolled his eyes towards the ceiling. Bourne, did you give Parkinson permission to go into your trunk? Frank asked. No, Parkinson. Why were you going through Bourne's trunk? If you suspected she had things in there that didn't belong to her, you should have approached a prefect. Pansy's face flushed pink even as the other students glared at Frank, as if him performing his prefect duties were offensive. Frank closed the box. Bourne, he said, go up to your room and bring your trunk down so that Lawrence can put anti-theft wards on it. Aria scurried up to the dorm room and came back in record time, dragging her battered second-hand trunk behind her. Teddy set his and Frank's school bags down, while Frank handed the box back to Aria, who immediately put it back into her trunk. I hope you all liked detention, Frank snapped at the gathered students. You can't be serious, Yolanda cried. Teddy, you're just going to let these people treat us like this? If by people you mean a prefect, Teddy replied, then yes. I am. He began waving his wand over the trunk. Aria watched as her trunk glowed blue for a second before the light faded. Teddy had Tracy try and open the trunk, but she could not. Aria had no problem opening the trunk. Teddy, Kennedy snapped. What would your parents say? Teddy straightened. glaring at his fellow seventh year. I think they would want me to treat, with respect, the girl who was gifted rare potions ingredients by the centaurs, he said, at the bequest of the unicorns. The group of bullies stared at him like he had grown a second head. What? Millicent cried. The unicorn potion ingredients, Teddy repeated, were a gift from the unicorns to Born. The centaurs were the ones who harvested the ingredients and delivered them. The box, I believe, was centaur-made. Aria nodded. Why were the unicorns gifting Born hair, horn, and blood? Miles asked, his voice now soft and hesitant. A fiend killed one of the unicorns over Christmas break, Aria explained. A mother unicorn. Its baby found me, Ron, and Harry, and I was there when the unicorn died, and the fiend tried to kill the baby. And me too, I guess, apparently. The unicorns were grateful that I had attempted to bring comfort to the dying mother and had protected the foal. Miles' jaw dropped. Cassius and Graham glanced at each other, looking even more confused than normal. You expect us to believe that? Yolanda cried. A little first year, and a bloody mudblood at that, gifted something from the unicorns and centaurs? You don't have to believe it, Frank said, but it still remains the truth. Shut it, true orgy. Enough, Teddy growled at the girls. This conversation is over. Born's to be left alone. If you don't leave her alone, then you'll have me to answer to. Aria turned wide eyes on Teddy. That was new. Welcome, certainly, but new and unexpected. Let the rest of Slytherin know, Teddy went on. Born's under my protection. He turned back to her. Get your trunk out of here. All right. Thanks. Aria and Tracy retreated to their room, where Aria stowed her trunk at the foot of her bed like before. That was amazing, Tracy cried. Teddy Lawrence has made himself your protector. Wait until Daphne hears about this. Her and every other Slytherin, Aria muttered, glancing at Pansy's trunk and having half a mind to go through her things. She barely managed to ignore the temptation and ended up on Tracy's bed, showing off her grades, which Tracy congratulated her on and then demanded they be study partners. When Daphne returned to the room, Tracy immediately began filling her in on everything she had missed, and Aria was forced to relay everything that had happened over break. Over the next few days, Aria discovered how quickly the Hogwarts grapevine grew. By the end of the first night, everyone in Slytherin had learned about what had happened over Christmas break, including Pansy's theft and Teddy's declaration of protection. By the second night, most of Hogwarts had heard about Aria and Ron and Harry's run-in with the unicorns and centaurs, and then that led to the story of Norbert and Hagrid's rescue of an endangered species that almost burned down his hut. Pansy ended up with 2 weeks of detention for stealing from Aria's trunk, and the others in the group received a week for doing nothing to stop her. Yolanda, however, received a few extra days for her use of the term mudblood. Frank and Teddy were both seen with mixes of admiration and downright hostility within Slytherin now, but thankfully everyone seemed to take Teddy's words to heart and were not bothering her. Since the weather and a troll had interrupted Samhain, Prudence was insistent that Slytherin celebrate the spring equinox. Therefore, as the day approached, there was a flutter of activity within the house itself that nearly left Aria dizzy watching everyone prepare for it. The common room became decorated with bright colored flowers that kept popping out of people's wands and filled the entire dormitory with sweet fragrances. Marcus Flint was put in charge of the egg hunt, while Tracy Paddington had been bullied by Prudence to help run an egg decorating event the night before the equinox. Prudence had even managed to convince Teddy Lawrence to be her counterpart at the altar. Apparently, this included candles, altar decorations, milk, and honey. Aria was looking forward to watching. Tracy managed to have the egg decorating in the Great Hall, and from there it became a school-wide event. Aria was impressed at how at ease Tracy looked as she organized tables and supplies and doled out instructions. It was clear why Professor Snape had chosen her to be prefect. Aria and her friends decorated eggs in their house colors. Seamus painted one egg in the colors of the Irish flag, while Dean painted one of his in the colors of Arsenal. Once every egg was painted, students who wanted an egg for their own spring altar were allowed to take their eggs while Marcus gathered up the rest for the egg hunt. It had been years since Aria had attended an egg hunt. The last one had been put on by the YMCA at the community playground. She had eaten tons of chocolate and given herself a bellyache. As the egg hunt went on, Aria and her friends discovered that it wasn't just the decorated eggs that were hidden, but special eggs with treats inside. These weren't simple chocolate treats like in the Muggle world. There were prank items, chocolate frog cards, different candies, and even money. Aria discovered 2 eggs with sickles in them, while Neville found a galleon. It was a wonderful interlude between the holiday break and the last leg of the school year. With the warming days, students became restless and teachers more demanding. 5th and 7th years panicked every other day in preparation for their OWLS and Newts. Even Prudence and Marcus had stopped bickering to focus on their studying. One late spring morning, the Transfiguration classroom door burst open and Ron, Hermione, and Neville came skidding in late to the lecture. The head of Gryffindor's mouth thinned as she peered over her spectacles at her late students. "May I ask why you 3 are late?" McGonagall demanded. One of the SD staircases changed. Hermione gasped out, slumping into the empty seat next to Aria. "We ran as fast as we could." "Oomph. Now," as I was saying, Aria gave Hermione a look over. Her hair practically stood up on end as her robe was disheveled, almost like she had fallen and had not fixed it in her hurry to get to class. Besides that, Hermione was shaking like a leaf. Aria quickly tore a piece of parchment out of her notebook. "Are you all right?" Hermione glanced at the note before nodding, taking her things out of her school bag and setting them up on her desk, as if she had not just burst into the classroom almost 10 minutes late. Aria gave her a pointed look. Hermione glared at her. "We'll talk later," she whispered, taking up a quill. "Now what did I miss?" Aria almost groaned, pushing her notes to her friend to copy. What a spoilsport Hermione could be. After class, Aria felt that Hermione was purposefully packing up her things slowly just to annoy her. Once all of Hermione's things were packed away, Aria grabbed her arm and dragged her from the classroom. Harry, Ron, and Neville trailed behind. Aria waved Daphne and Tracy off. "All right, Spill," Aria ordered as they walked down the corridor. "Why were you late to class?" "The staircase did move on us," Hermione told her. "Except it put us at the forbidden 3rd floor corridor. We were going to go through the corridor to go around, but Mrs. Norris showed up and we ran. We ended up inside this room." "That doesn't seem too scary," Harry commented. "It was scary," Neville insisted. "There was a 3-headed dog in it." "It's called a Cerberus," Hermione said. "Hold on, a what?" Ron cried. "I don't care what it's called, Hermione," Neville whined. "A Cerberus," Hermione repeated as if Neville hadn't said a word. "You know, from the Greek myths? It guards the underworld." "Anyway," Aria cut off Hermione's lecture. "What happened then?" "Well, it snarled at us, slobbered dreadfully. We screamed and ran back out the door. Thankfully, Mrs. Norris was nowhere to be seen." "Shouldn't a dog like that be outside?" Harry asked, concern dripping from his voice. Aria had a sudden image flash through her mind of Harry marching to the 3rd floor corridor to free the animal. "We have a 3-headed dog of legend in the castle, and you're worried that it's not getting enough fresh air?" Ron cried, his voice rising to almost a squeak. "It's not right, locking animals away like that," Harry argued. "That corridor doesn't have any windows. It's all inside. Should we call animal control?" Aria asked. "I think it's guarding something," Hermione stated, shutting Ron and Harry up. "Why?" Neville demanded. "Because it was standing on a trapdoor, Neville. Didn't you see it?" "No," the boy snapped. "I didn't see what the beast was standing on. I was trying not to get eaten by one of its heads. And if you hadn't noticed, it had 3. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Besides, Hermione, what could it possibly be guarding?" Ron asked. "It's not like Dumbledore's going to be hiding something of value in Hogwarts." Harry froze. Aria nearly ran him over. They all stopped to stare at him as he stared off into the distance, his mouth falling open as he breathed out. "Oh, I know." Aria looked at Hermione, then Ron, then Neville. "What is it?" she finally asked, hoping that her sigh wasn't too heavy. "When I was in Diagon Alley with Hagrid this summer, we stopped off at a vault just after I got money from mine," Harry told them. "It was empty, except for this small package. It was the same vault that was broken into this past fall." "Gringotts got broken into?" Aria questioned. "You didn't hear?" Neville asked. "Sorry, must have slipped my mind scene between Draco Malfoy's grandfather and a mountain troll. I think you were in the hospital wing," Harry soothed. "Anyway, they never found out who tried to break in. Hagrid had said that the package was for Dumbledore and that it was very important." "Why didn't you say anything?" Ron asked. "I was worried about Aria." Aria giggled. pressing her forehead against Harry's shoulder for a second before straightening. "We should go ask Hagrid," Hermione said. "As it is, he's the closest thing to animal control on campus, right? So even if the Cerberus isn't hiding something, he should know about it." "We do have a free period," Aria commented. The five traipsed through the wet grounds towards Hagrid's hut, avoiding the larger puddles left by the spring rains. Smoke curled from the chimney and firelight glowed from the windows, giving off a warm and welcoming aura that had Aria thinking about the fairy houses she used to build in her backyard with her mom when she was little. The giant of the man greeted them with claps on the back, moving to put on a kettle for tea. Fawn lumbered over to greet them, letting Aria and Hermione pat his head, but waiting for the boys to come closer before slobbering all over them. Harry, Ron, and Neville laughed as they wiped the drool off their robes. "Boys are disgusting," Aria whispered to Hermione. "Why are we friends with them?" "God knows," Hermione answered with a laugh. "We must be desperate." They made a show of trying to eat Hagrid's rock cakes, but slipped the cakes into their school bags to either give to Fawn later or throw them to the giant squid. "So, what brings you down to my neck of the woods?" Hagrid asked once he had poured everyone tear. Ron, Hermione, and Neville accidentally stumbled onto the third floor, Aria said. "You know, the one that's forbidden. We were trying to escape Mrs. Norris," Neville defended, "and the stairs had moved. It wasn't like we asked to be put there." "That Mrs. Norris is a right handful," Hagrid agreed. "I think she's lovely," Aria said with a sniff. "I hope you didn't get into any trouble." "Not with Filch," Hermione answered. "But we did hide in a room and stumbled upon a Cerberus dash." "Ah, that'd be Fluffy." The quick confession from the beaming Hagrid brought Hermione's sentence to a halt. Aria paused in putting sugar in her tea. "The man had named the creature? That thing has a name?" Neville all but shrieked. "Of course it's got a name," Hagrid replied, insulted. "Got him off a Greek chap this summer. Was gonna keep him air with me in Fong, but Dumbledore suggested that we use Fluffy for dash." Hagrid trailed off with a frown. "Shouldn't he said that," he muttered. "Why would the headmaster want to lock Fluffy up?" Harry asked. "There's no windows. Has Fluffy been locked up all school year?" His voice got angrier by the sentence. "Well, Cerberuses make excellent guard dogs," Hagrid told Harry. "But I don't know about Dumbledore's business. That's between him and Nicholas Flamel." He paused again. "Shouldn't he said that." More tea. Aria accepted another cup before sharing intrigued looks with Hermione and Ron. Harry continued to question Hagrid about Fluffy's comfort in the room. Was Fluffy getting enough to eat? Did Fluffy have enough room to move around in? Did Fluffy get let out to use the bathroom? After classes, the five of them went to the library. Aria and Hermione immediately went to the card catalog. Aria climbed the ladder until she found the drawer labeled FLFO and rifled through it until she found Flamel, Nicholas. There were 7 books with him mentioned. She rattled them off to Hermione before returning the card to its place and climbing back down. 3 of these books are in the restricted section, Hermione said, looking at the call numbers. "So, he must be a dangerous person," Neville said. "Not necessarily," Harry answered. "Whatever he does could be dangerous, though." "Why are we looking up this guy again?" Ron asked. "Curiosity," Hermione answered. "Let's check out these first 4 books. If they don't give us good answers, we can have Aria ask Percy to get us permission to use the restricted section." "Aria?" Ron cried. "Why not me?" "Because he likes Aria. As a friend, Ronald. Don't give us that look. This is quite sneaky of you," Aria told Hermione, ignoring Ron's sputtering. "The Slytherin in you must be rubbing off on me," Hermione drawled. "Why does my brother like Aria, but not me?" "I'm his brother. Maybe because I share my cookies with him," Aria answered. "Or maybe because I talk to him for reasons besides asking him questions." Harry and Neville laughed, and they were hushed by Madame Pants, who glared at them while they went and found a table to sit at, as well as the 4 books on the paper Hermione had written down. Aria pulled obscure talents from the shelf. The heavy tome's dust filled her nose, and she sneezed, almost falling off the ladder. Neville steadied her, and she smiled gratefully at him before they joined the others. Flipping to the back of the book in hopes of finding an index, Aria discovered there wasn't one. She flipped to the front of the book and found the table of contents, but did not know which chapter to begin looking in. A Ravenclaw 6th year slipped around a bookshelf and tossed several chocolate frogs at them. "Sorry," she whispered. "Madame Pants is after my hide." "Don't let her see," The student disappeared into the stacks, and Aria and her friends hurried to hide the candy just as Madame Pants rounded the shelf, not even stopping in her pursuit of the Ravenclaw. "Maybe we shouldn't eat them while reading here," Hermione said. Aria opened a chocolate frog and expertly caught it, cramming the sweet into her mouth. She grinned with bulging cheeks at Hermione, who huffed with amusement. Aria glanced at the chocolate frog card and gasped, nearly choking on the chocolate as she slapped the card down onto the table, pointing wildly at it while trying not to cough and alert Madame Pants. "Nicholas Flamel," Harry cried. "It says here that he's most famous for his achievements in alchemy and his successful completion of a Philosopher's Stone," Hermione read. "He's also known as a mentor and friend to Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore." "So, alchemy's real?" Aria asked. "Like turning things into gold?" "No," Ron said. "That's what Muggle get wrong. Alchemy's kind of a dying art. It's used in warding a lot, and runes, and astrology. Bill had to take a class on it when he was an apprentice curse breaker. I remember he had a book and was telling Percy about it." "I suppose the Philosopher's Stone would be as good as gold," Hermione commented. "Muggles say that it gives you eternal life." "Not eternal life," Neville said, eyeing Aria as she flipped through the book in front of her. "But it does make you live longer. At least according to our stories." "Found it," Aria cried. "It says here that Nicholas Flamel is the only alchemist in modern times to successfully create the Philosopher's Stone. When used to create the elixir of life, it can grant the drinker's years to his or her lifespan. Flamel celebrated his 600th birthday in 1990, so he's at least 602 now," Harry said. "That's ancient," Aria cried. "I suspect he's been drinking this elixir for centuries." "Is that what Fluffy's guarding?" Neville asked. "The elixir? Can't be," Ron said. "The stories say you can't have a working elixir without the stone, right?" "Which story was it, Nev?" "The one with the knight that tried to drink it without the stone." "Was it a knight?" "I can't remember." "Harry, how big was the package Hagrid picked up from Gringotts this summer?" Aria asked. "Not too big. Could be the size of a stone, I suppose." "You think Dumbledore's hiding it at Hogwarts?" Neville whispered. "Is he nuts? Someone tried to break into Gringotts for it. Hogwarts is nowhere near as fortified as the bank." "Well, according to Hogwarts, a history dash." "I think what Neville meant, Hermione," Aria cut her off, "is that people are going after the stone, and the headmaster might have brought it into a school where curious students such as us might find it." The friends all eyed each other. "What should we do?" Neville asked. "We should tell someone," Hermione decided. "Do you think the other teachers know?" Everyone shrugged. "We should go to Snape or McGonagall," Aria suggested. "I think Snape's the best option." "You should go talk to him," Ron said. "He likes you." "Yeah," Neville agreed. "He hates the rest of us." "He doesn't hate you," Aria cried. "He's just grumpy." "Should we tell a teacher?" Harry questioned as they began to pack up. Aria returned the book to a book cart. "What if we just get in trouble for being somewhere we shouldn't be?" He worried his bottom lip. Aria gave him a playful nudge with her backpack. "Oh, whatever trouble we do get into will be worth it," she cried. "Come on, don't you want a little adventure? It's much better than homework. And if Professor Snape writes home, it's not the first time I've been grounded." Harry still did not look convinced. In fact, the grip on his own school bag tightened. "I'm going with Aria," he declared to the others. "When she talks with Professor Snape." "It's your own funeral," Ron said. "I'll build an altar for you at Samhain," Neville added. Aria and Harry managed to get to Snape during the start of his office hours, before any panicked students could make it down to his office. He was grading a pile of essays, and for a moment she wondered if the essays were never ending. He never seemed to have a smaller pile on his desk. "Good evening, Miss Bourne, Mr. Potter," Snape greeted, barely glancing over the top of the essay pile. "You do not seem to have any school items with you. Is this a personal problem?" His face pinched like he was hoping it wasn't a personal problem. "Is Dumbledore hiding the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts?" Aria asked. Her head of house shook his head in disappointment. "Why are you asking me?" he questioned. He sounded disappointed. "There was a moving staircase and Mrs. Norris," Harry answered. Professor Snape looked at the pile of essays and set his quill down with a sigh. He rubbed his temples. "I am unsure how any of you were able to come to this conclusion," he said, "but seeing as I doubt only you two were involved in whatever investigation took place, I should not be surprised. Rest assured, and you can assure your little comrades too, that I and the other professors here at Hogwarts have taken every precaution to ensure the safety of every student here. We have, surprisingly, had very few incidents surrounding the forbidden third-floor corridor, besides the natural inclination to rule-breaking that comes with being a Weasley or Pruitt twin. I suggest, though, it avoid detention and the ire of your head of house you put this behind you. Yes, Aria and Harry nodded. Good. I would hate to have to write home. Quirrell kidnaps Harry. After the short conversation with Professor Snape, the first remotely strange thing Aria came across happened almost 2 weeks later. She was hoping the library would be able to help her finish her star charts for astronomy, as she had not been able to complete the charts during class. Hermione was helping Lavender and Parvati with their Transfiguration homework, and Harry had decided he was going to watch Ron annihilate Theo at a chess match with Blaise. Apparently, Ron had heard that Theo loved chess, which was not a surprise to anyone in Slytherin, and had challenged Theo to a match in the Great Hall. Theo was determined to beat Ron, since everyone in first year kept telling him that Ron was unbeatable. As chess was boring and she doubted blood would be drawn, Aria had decided her star charts needed to take priority. She was just turning down the corridor leading to the library when voices, hurried and slightly muffled, drifted out from an alcove partially hidden behind a suit of armor with horns. Aria slowed down, tiptoeing closer. In the back of her head, she could hear her dad scolding her for eavesdropping. "We can't do it here," she heard someone whisper. "Why not? You're nervous doing it in our room." "I'm nervous doing it anywhere. My brothers would have a field day if they caught us." There was some shuffling. Ollie. Who the hell was Ollie? Oh, come on, Percy. Percy, she knew. Aria pressed herself against the wall, peering around the edge of the alcove. In the dimness of the alcove, she could just make out 2 figures. One faced her. That was Percy, and the other figure was a boy only slightly taller than the prefect. He was stealing kisses from Percy, who was trying not to laugh and huffed with annoyance. "You're incorrigible," Percy muttered, finally relenting and letting this Ollie peck him on the lips several times. Aria hurriedly slipped away towards the library. She did not need to see any more of that. She was on a ladder looking through the card catalog when Percy and the mystery Ollie came in, uniforms neat and hair tidy. Aria nearly smacked herself. Of course, Ollie was clearly short for Oliver, and Ollie was Oliver Wood, 5th-year Gryffindor, Quidditch captain and keeper. Marcus Flint was always muttering something or other about Wood. One of the rumors that floated around earlier in the year was that Marcus and Oliver were secret lovers, which is why Prudence was so mad at Marcus. Aria had never believed that rumor, mostly because Prudence was downright snippy with just about everyone but Tracy Paddington, and because Ron said Oliver moaned about Marcus in the Gryffindor common room just as much as Marcus did about Oliver. Plus, they had put each other in the hospital wing several times over the school year during Quidditch matches, and Aria had a hard time believing that people who loved each other, secretly or not, would harm each other like that so often. Finding the card she needed, she quickly jotted down the call numbers and made her way through the library, only to realize that she would not get away from the 2 lovebirds that easily. Percy and Oliver were tucked away in a far corner away from the general populace of the library. From the dust on the books, Aria had a feeling most people did not come back here for astronomy books. "Oliver, I thought you said you wanted to study." Percy's slightly peeved voice had Aria hiding behind a stack and peering around to look at them. "Yeah, study you. That's corny, Oliver." Still, Percy laughed quietly. The red-headed prefect put off a completely different picture than he had all those weeks ago. The image of him alone and crying popped into her head. In fact, when she saw Percy around, it was usually the first thing that came up because it had been so strange. Had he and Oliver had a fight that time? Was that why he had been crying? Percy was always so composed, a little uptight, but kind and always ready to help people with homework or directions. And he was always ready to tell Fred and George off when they were being too rowdy. "Hey, what you do want?" Aria gasped as Oliver suddenly appeared in front of her. He glared at her, crossing his arms over his chest, puffing it out to be intimidating. "Oliver, don't scare younger students." Percy showed up over his shoulder, relaxing when he saw Aria. "Oh, it's just you, Aria." "Just Aria?" Oliver cried. "She's a baby Slytherin? She's gonna go and blab to Marcus or something, and I thought you didn't want people knowing about us." Ah, she should have known. It was a little disappointing to realize that the wizarding world was like the Muggle world in this aspect, but she supposed she should not be surprised. Hatred was hatred regardless of if you had magic or not. I won't tell anyone, Aria said. I can keep a secret. Promise. She scooted closer. What'll happen if someone finds out? They won't hurt you, will they? Oliver and Percy frowned at her. I mean, the twins will probably prank us until we leave Hogwarts, but I wouldn't call that hurting, Oliver answered. No. I mean, last year one of the boys doing his ill levels, I think his name was Craig or something like that anyway. It was all over town. He got caught by his dad kissing a boy, and his dad put him in hospital. Percy and Oliver now stared at her with wide eyes. And no, Percy sputtered. That's not what'll happen if people find out we're dating. Is that common in the Muggle world? Aria shrugged. Dad said that while it's not illegal anymore, they still can't get married or anything. No one's gonna beat us up, Oliver assured her. Don't you worry your little green heart. If anyone touched Percy, they'd have me to worry about. He thumped Percy on the back. And we could totally get married if we wanted to. We're 15, Ollie. Well, not now, Perce. We have a potions exam. We're gonna fail if we don't study. Percy hurried back to the table while Oliver winked at Aria and followed him. Percy's face was now as red as his hair, though Aria had a feeling it was because he was embarrassed and not angry. She found the book she wanted and went to the other side of the library to do her work. Let the lovebirds have their peace. Defense against the dark arts was not one of Aria's favorite classes. In fact, she was not sure anyone thought of Dada as their favorite class. She knew Harry enjoyed reading the textbook, and she admitted that the textbook was fascinating. But Professor Quirrell had long ago destroyed any hope of enjoying the class. And as the year progressed, he had only gotten worse. Now, with exams just around the corner, and with the warm days, every student dreaded going into the Dada classroom. It had smelled of garlic all year, but now it positively reeked of the stuff, as if Quirrell was attempting to ward off an army of vampires. And he refused to open a window. On top of that, his stuttering had gotten so bad most students had a difficult time understanding him. Thankfully, it was a Friday. The weekend promised to be warm, though Aria was still not sure how the Daily Prophet figured out the weather without any fancy computers like the Muggles used. Still, the promise of a nice weekend had led to the idea of swimming in the Black Lake, and Daphne was going to let Aria borrow one of her bathing suits. However, halfway through Dada class, Aria realized that Harry was not looking well. He kept rubbing his forehead, and he was sweating and looking pale. Are your headaches back? She asked. He had had them during the beginning of the year, but they had faded to almost nothing, and both she and he had chalked it up to the amount of garlic used in the Dada Classon. They're worse than ever, Harry muttered. I think you should go to Madame Pomfrey, even if it is just the garlic. Maybe she will write you a note and excuse you from class. It's my scar, though, Harry said. It's like stabbing me. Even more reason to go. Is something the matter? Professor Quirrell asked, suddenly appearing by the two students. Aria struggled not to screech in surprise. How had he moved so fast? Harry tried to respond, but the only thing that came out of his mouth was a pained groan. He decided resting his head on the desk was the better option for the moment. Aria looked at him worriedly. It's his head, Professor, Aria said. Has he finally gone mad? Pansy asked. I think he needs to see Madame Pomfrey, Aria told the professor. She was pleased to see Daphne shove Pansy almost off the bench. Professor Quirrell froze for a moment, a deer caught in headlights. Was he also afraid of sick students? What was the point of a defense against the dark arts teacher that was afraid of everything? Then, the man declared, he must see Madame Pomfrey. He flicked his wand, packing all of Harry's things into his knapsack and shouldering it. Come along, Mr. Potter. I will escort you. The rest of you. Class is dismissed for the rest of the afternoon. Immediately, the students began to chatter excitedly while packing their things. Professor Quirrell helped Harry to his feet, escorting him from the classroom. Should we go with him? Blaise wondered. Why don't you go? Aria suggested. I'm going to see Professor Snape. There was something off about Professor Quirrell. More than usual. Isn't he in the middle of a class? Daphne asked. Aria paused. She had not thought of that. Professor Quirrell is a bit strange, isn't he? Tracy questioned as they made their way out of the classroom. Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy, and Millicent walked ahead of them. I mean, more so than usual. Aria, Daphne, Tracy, Blaise, and Theo made their way to the infirmary, hoping to catch up with their professor and friend, but apparently Quirrell could speed walk as they never caught up with them. Worse, when they got to the hospital wing, they found Madam Pomfrey shelving pepper-up potion onto shelf labeled for OWL and Newt students only. "Can I help you?" she asked. "Professor Quirrell was supposed to bring Harry here," Aria said, looking around. "They left before us." "Oh, well, no one's been here." "Are you sure they were coming here?" "Yes," Theo answered. Harry was suffering a headache. He looked like he was going to be sick. "That'd be a migraine, dear," Madame Pomfrey said. "I'll be on the lookout." Perhaps the migraine caused Mr. Potter to be sick, and they're in a bathroom. The Slytherin first years backtracked their steps to the only boys' bathroom between the Dada classroom and the hospital wing. No one was in there. "Are there other routes to the infirmary?" Aria asked. The stairs had never changed along the route that she knew of, but that did not mean it did not happen. "I don't think so," Daphne answered. A heavy feeling sunk into Aria's stomach. Something was not right. She went back over the Dada class, and Quirrell leaving with Harry. What was going on? Where could they have gone? Why would Quirrell go somewhere else with Harry? She gasped. "Quirrell!" she cried. He didn't stutter at all, just before he took Harry out of the classroom. "Merlin, you're right." Blaise breathed, eyes widening. "He spoke like the rest of us." "We have to go to Snape," Aria insisted. "I don't care if he is in the middle of a class. I don't have a good feeling about this, and now Harry's missing, and so is a teacher." She could feel her magic, just under her skin, agitatedly pricking at her, wanting to be released. She stamped down on the feeling. Now was not the time for accidental magic. Just as they began to descend one staircase, movement in the corner of her, I made Aria look up. "Look," she cried, grabbing Daphne's robe and pointing. Professor Quirrell and Harry disappeared off a staircase onto the third-floor corridor. Her mind immediately went to Fluffy and the trapdoor Hermione insisted she had seen, and the whole conversation with Hagrid and Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. "That's the forbidden corridor," Theo said. "What's going on?" Aria turned back up the stairs. "I don't think we have time to get Snape. We have to help Harry." "Aria!" Daphne grabbed her, stopping her at the bottom of the staircase leading to the third-floor corridor. "What is going on?" "I can't explain right now, but Dumbledore's hidden the Philosopher's Stone in the school. I think Professor Quirrell might be trying to get it, and for some reason has taken Harry with him." "We should go and get Snape then," Tracy insisted. "What if Harry's being hurt?" Aria cried. "We don't have time to go get Snape." "Then we'll go get Snape, and you can go get Harry," Blaise decided, motioning to himself and Tracy. Daphne stepped closer to Aria. "I'm coming with you," Daphne told her. Aria grinned at her friend. Theo sighed, drawing his wand. "Someone's got to look after the two of you," he muttered. He turned to Blaise. "Go with Tracy and get Snape. I hope, Aria, that we don't get expelled for this." Aria led Daphne and Theo into the third-floor corridor while Blaise and Tracy raced away to the dungeons. On the third floor, they found a room with the door cracked open. They could hear harp music coming from inside. Peeking in, Aria, Daphne, and Theo discovered the Cerberus curled up and sleeping. All three heads snored. "Is that a Cerberus?" "Tauheats. Its name is Fluffy." "How do you know that?" "Hagrid told us." "Who's us?" Daphne whispered. "Me, Harry, Ron, and Hermione." "And you didn't think to tell us?" "Now is not the time." The three crept into the room towards the open trapdoor in the floor, just in front of the gigantic three heads. "I didn't know Cerberuses liked music," Aria whispered, peering into the dark hole. Theo muttered something, and the tip of his wand was suddenly lit. Not that it did much good in shining a light into the darkness. They could not see the bottom of the hole. "Do we have to go down that?" Theo asked. "You're more than welcome to go with Blaise and Tracy." No, it's fine. Let's go before Fluffy wakes up." The three friends gripped each other's robes, and together they slipped through the trapdoor, falling and screaming as they fell. They landed on something not hard but not quite soft either. Aria gasped as the wind was knocked from her. "Lumos," Daphne whispered, and the tip of her wand lit. With the two wands lit, they could see better. Large vines surrounded them, moving under them. Daphne waved her wand around to get a better look at where they were, and the vines shrank back from the light. "Devil's Snare," Daphne whispered. "I'm gonna have nightmares, I'm sure." "Doesn't Devil's Snare choke you to death?" "How so quick?" Vines wrapped around his legs. He whimpered. "Don't move," Aria instructed. She remembered Professor Sprout had done a lecture on the snare just before Christmas. They like movement, remember? And if I remember what Sprout said, They don't like sunlight either. Quick, what's that light spell? Lumos, Daphne answered. Aria drew her wand and, letting her buzzing magic flow up her arm and into her wand, she lit the tip of her wand. The extra magic expanded the light coming out of her wand until her wand glowed brighter and brighter. The devil snare all but fled from the growing light. Yelping, she, Daphne, and Theo were dropped onto a hard stone floor. Pain shot up her spine from where Aria landed on her backside, and it took a moment for the feeling to come back to her legs. Are you okay? Theo asked, crawling towards her. Just give me a minute. Aria, with the help of her friends, managed to climb to her feet. Her tailbone was going to be bruised something awful. She just knew it. Every step hurt, and after less than 10 steps there were tears in her eyes. Are you sure you're all right? Daphne asked. I will be. Aria gritted out. Bloody hell, she shuffled forward with Daphne and Theo into the next room. All over the floor were moth-like creatures. A few attempted to flutter their wings, but it was clear that they were dying or dead. On closer inspection, they found the creatures to be winged keys. This is creepy, Theo said. I feel like the keys should be alive. They tiptoed around the keys to the opposite end of the room where a key was jammed into a door's lock, its wings bent and broken in a manner that made Aria's stomach roll. Theo yanked the door open, letting Daphne guide Aria through first. Within the new room were statues, giant stone works of art upon a marble flooring. On the other side of the room, the 3 first years heard a door slam shut. How's Professor Quirrell getting along so fast? Aria cried, wincing as she made her way forward around several black statues towards the white ones. Do these statues look familiar to you? Ron asked. Aria and Daphne glanced around. Aria thought that they might look familiar, but she could not place them. The pain in her tailbone was making it hard to focus anyway. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, using every bit of willpower to push the thought of the pain to the back of her mind where it couldn't bother her. It sort of worked. The 3 stepped forward, only for the white statues to draw swords on them. They stumbled back, and only when they were back on the other side of the room did the statues put the swords away. They're giant chess pieces. We're going to have to play to get across. How'd Professor Quirrell get across? You can't play chess that fast, Daphne pointed out. He's a defense master, Theo said. He probably helped put these things in place to guard. What did you say it was, Aria? The Philosopher's Stone. Right? That. Aria glared at the stone statues in front of them. We don't have time for this stupid game, she cried. Chess is not stupid, Theo argued. Harry could be hurt, or worse. Aria shouted. We don't have time to play across the board. Her magic flared, much like it had in the common room when she had broken the chairs and couch. A wind swirled around the room, picking up dust and forcing Theo and Daphne to hide their faces. Several statues cracked in half, crumbling to the ground. Aria gasped, sweat rolling down her forehead. She could feel her magical core pulse inside her, beating to the same rhythm as her heart. Aria! Theo and Daphne cried. With one last beat of her magic, the White King crumbled with the ground. Immediately, every other chess piece still intact, white or black, toppled over. Theo and Daphne had to pull Aria into the center of the board to avoid being crushed. You're scary, you know that? Daphne whispered. Yeah, I scare myself sometimes, Aria answered, staring at the destruction around her. She had done this. She had wanted the statues destroyed, so she had destroyed them. Without her wand, without a spell, just her raw magic. What else could she do? What else might she do if she was not careful? Taking Theo and Daphne by the hand, she carefully led them through the destruction towards the next door and whatever lay beyond it. The chamber Aria, Daphne, and Theo came to was tall and long, lit with over a dozen torches, illuminating the mirror or ariste which stood in the very center of the chamber. Before the mirror stood Professor Quirrell, who was holding Harry by his arms and shaking him hard as he forced the boy to look into the mirror. Even from where they stood, Aria could see that Harry was nearly limp. Intruders! A voice cried, slimy and raspy, filled with such venom that chills raced up Aria's spine. Professor Quirrell paused in his shaking of Harry, turning to look at the 3 first years. Harry slumped against the man, his head lolling as he looked over at his friends. Run! Harry cried, voice weak. Quirrell smacked him across the face before raising a hand in Aria, Daphne, and Theo's direction. Their wands flew out of their hands before invisible ropes wrapped around their wrists, yanking them forward until they were forced to join Harry in front of the mirror. The three toppled into Harry, and the four children tumbled to the floor. Aria yelled as her tailbone was jostled. "Get up!" Quirrell ordered. Aria noted that his stuttering had yet to return. Had that just been a trick? Daphne helped her to her feet, while Theo let Harry lean on him. Harry rubbed at his scar, shaking and pale. "It's a pity the four of you won't make it out of here alive," Quirrell muttered. "I hadn't expected anyone to follow us so closely. We wouldn't have if you'd just taken Harry to the hospital wing," Aria snapped. Quirrell glared at her. "Silence, mudblood," he hissed. "Don't call her that. Tausa, not Pit." Quirrell's gaze snapped to him. "Theodore not," the professor said. "What would your father think, being friendly with mudbloods and the boy who lived?" Theo stiffened, his own face paling. Daphne shuffled herself and Aria closer to Theo, who had begun to tremble as much as Harry. "As it is," Quirrell continued, "perhaps one of you will be more cooperative than your friend. I want one of you to go and get the Philosopher's Stone for me." "The what?" Aria questioned. Perhaps if they played dumb, there would be more time for Professor Snape to come get them. "The Philosopher's Stone," Quirrell answered. "It will bring my master back to his own body, and I to mine. It'll give him enough strength to return to power." Theo whimpered, one hand reaching back to clutch at Daphne's. "Medellin, enough, Quirrell," the raspy voice snapped. "Just get the stone." "Yes, master," Quirrell murmured. He pointed his wand at the four. "The stone is hidden in the mirror, and I cannot get it." "What makes you think 4 first years can get it?" Daphne asked. "Crucio." Daphne dropped to the ground, convulsing and screaming, her entire body arching until Aria thought her back would break. She made to kneel by her friend's side, but Theo grabbed her, holding her back, as if afraid she would get caught in the spell. Tears rolled down Aria's cheeks as she sobbed. She would never forget the sound of Daphne's screams. "Stop it! Tau saute! Please!" Quirrell released Daphne from the spell. Aria, Theo, and Harry dropped to her side. She lay trembling, tears running down her cheeks, hair matted against her sweat-slicked face. "Shall I do it again?" Quirrell demanded. Theo sobbed, throwing himself across Daphne like a shield. "Or shall one of you attempt to get the stone?" "I'll do it," Aria answered, wiping away her own tears. She would never be able to sleep after seeing Daphne in such pain. She forced herself to her feet, hissing as her body protested the movement, and planted herself in front of the mirror. Once again, her mother and father appeared at either shoulder, smiling at her from the glass. "Now what?" For a moment, nothing happened. "What do you see?" Quirrell demanded. I see my parents," Aria stuttered. "My mom and dad. Mom's dead, you see. She had cancer." She stared at her mother for several more seconds. A small gasp escaped her as her mother moved, raising a finger to her lips to shush Aria. Her mother raised a hand, showing off a smooth red stone cut like a gem in her hand. With wide eyes, Aria watched Abigail Bourne slip the stone into her reflection's school robe pocket. Suddenly, a small weight appeared in Aria's robe pocket. It took all her willpower not to touch it. "I will not touch it, I will not touch it," Aria thought. This was the Philosopher's Stone. Somehow, she had gotten it when Professor Quirrell could not. "What is it?" Quirrell snapped. Mom and Dad are kissing now," Aria answered. "She lies," the raspy voice cried. Aria backed away from Quirrell over to her friends. Theo and Harry had Daphne sitting up, though Theo still had his body angled to take any spells that came their way. She helped them pull Daphne to her feet, and the four began to slowly back away. "I want to see the children," the voice ordered. "Master, you are not strong enough," Quirrell worried. "I am strong enough for this." Quirrell reached up and began to unwind his turban. When it fell away, Aria's breath fled her lungs. She inched closer to her friends. Even though she was now in the wizarding world, and there was a great many things different about it compared to the Muggle world, she doubted having an extra face on the back of one's head was normal. "What the hell?" Daphne whispered. "Voldemort," Harry breathed. Theo whimpered. "Indeed," the face answered, using the mirror to stare at the children. Aria cringed at the red eyes and slanted nostrils where a nose was meant to be. I am Voldemort, and you have the Philosopher's Stone. That's the greatest Dark Lord of all time." Aria could not help but whisper to her friends. "He's a parasite." "Silence, girl," the face shouted. "Keep silence in the presence of your betters." Fear bubbled deep in Aria's stomach. She needed to remember that this was the Dark Lord who had made it his mission to wipe out Muggleborns. The reason why Harry's parents were dead. The reason why she was such an anomaly in the House of Slytherin. The reason why Pansy and Draco and Lord Malfoy hated her on principle. What? Was 4 first years against a homicidal professor and a parasitic Dark Lord? "Don't talk to Aria that way." Harry snapped. "Yeah," Theo agreed. "She's worth 20 of the best purebloods." "Lord Nott has been lax in his duties of raising a pureblood son," Voldemort hissed. "But when I get my full body back, I will finish what I failed to do that Halloween night." Quirrell began advancing forward. "And I will ensure that your little mudblood pet, Mr. Nott, learns her place." He reached out and grabbed Harry by the chin. Before anyone could reply, Quirrell jerked back his hand with a cry of horror. Aria and Daphne screamed, seeing the man's hand wither and burn away to ash. "What is this magic?" Quirrell demanded, panic filling his voice. "What has changed? Get the stone," Voldemort ordered. Quirrell went to grab Aria, but Harry blocked him. Quirrell grabbed hold of Harry's shoulders, intent on throwing him to the side, but Harry struggled, clawing at the man until he was able to get his own hands onto the professor's neck and face. The Dada professor shrieked at the skin-to-skin contact, wailing in agony as his face began melting away, followed by the rest of his body. The children screamed too as they watched whatever curse it was consumed their professor's body. His skin turned dark and gray, crumbling before their eyes. The man's clothing fell to the ground, a pile of ash smoking underneath. A waif rose from the ashes, a transparent, shrunken head of what had been attached to the back of Quirrell's skull. Its black, hollow eyes stared at the children as if trying to see into their souls. It released a short before flying towards the friends. The 4 screamed, ducking just as the waif almost flew straight through Theo's chest. It gave another cry before flying through a wall and disappearing. The 4 first years stayed huddled, crouching against each other for several minutes. The chamber was silent except for the snapping of the torches. Each child trembled. Finally, Harry spoke. "We should get G going," he muttered. They stood, Aria wincing at the pain in her tailbone, and Daphne stumbling from the aftershocks of the curse she had been hit with. Theo went and scooped up their wands, passing them back as they made their way across the chessboard. They were just making their way through the room with fallen flying keys when Professor Snape and McGonagall appeared. "Oh, praise Merlin!" McGonagall cried. Snape, scowling angrily, knelt on one knee, drawing the 4 students into a tight embrace which lasts several shocking seconds before he released them and started waving his wand over them. "How are they, Severus?" McGonagall asked. "Did you just hug us?" Daphne asked. "Shut up," Snape snapped. "Mr. Potter has some bruises and a lingering headache, but nothing major. Miss Bourne has an extremely bruised tailbone and minor magical exhaustion, while Miss Greengrass has minor nerve damage." He stood. "Do any of you remember what spell was used?" "It was the Cruciatus, Professor," Theo whispered. McGonagall gasped, hands flying to her mouth. Snape's mouth turned into a deep frown. Without another word, he opened his robes, reached into a pocket, pulled out a vial filled with a potion as silver as moonlight, with just the barest hint of a sparkle. It was almost like unicorn blood, but it did not appear as thick. "Take this, Miss Greengrass," Snape instructed. He helped Daphne swallow it. Immediately, the girl's trembling lessened, and she sagged with relief against Aria. "Now you should be able to walk on your own," Snape said. "You, on the other hand, Miss Bourne, are not going to walk." He lifted her into his arms, and together the 6 of them made their way through a hidden passageway that the professors had obviously come through. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey began to fuss, shoving a disgusting potion down Aria's throat and slathering an ointment over her bruised tailbone. The others were also ordered to beds, and then she was doling out a potion that she called Dreamless Sleep, and within minutes the 4 Slytherins were out like lights. The aftermath. "It is the most curious thing," Dumbledore said. "This was not how Aria wanted to wake up. Keeping her eyes shut and breathing as steady as possible, She continued listening. I hid the stone in the mirror, Dumbledore continued. I made it so that the only way to extract it was for someone to look into the mirror, want the stone but not desire to use it. Clever on my part. Indeed, sir, Harry answered. Though at the time I didn't know that, so when Quirrell made me look in the mirror, I kept thinking about how much I didn't want it. Yes, I can see how that would be a reaction for you, the headmaster agreed. Are you certain no one else looked into the mirror? I'm sure, Harry said. I mean, we all stood in front of it, but I'm the only one Quirrell made look in. Then he was cursing Daphne and stuff. Dumbledore made a humming noise. Thank you for speaking with me, Mr. Potter, the headmaster said. I shall leave you to rest. Headmaster? Yes, my boy. When I touched Quirrell skin to skin, why did my touch hurt him? I believe, Mr. Potter, that it has to do with your mother. A mother's love is a powerful thing, even in muggles. If it is powerful in muggles, how much more powerful is it in witches? Reports from your home that Halloween night have Lily Potter dying in front of your crib. I surmise she sacrificed herself for you and that her magic, somehow, protects you. Footsteps faded. The infirmary door opened and closed. Aria opened her eyes to find Harry sitting up in his bed, staring moodily at his hands. What did the headmaster want? Aria asked. Harry gasped, a hand slapping against his chest. Don't do that, Harry cried. Aria giggled, as did Daphne and Theo from their beds. Clearly, they had also decided to eavesdrop. He wanted to know what happened in the dungeons, because that's actually where we were. We were? Aria sat up, glad that her tailbone no longer hurt. No wonder I broke my tailbone if I fell all the way into the dungeons from the 3rd floor. Harry chuckled. Why'd you lie, though? Theo asked. You could have told Dumbledore about Aria. Harry glanced towards the infirmary doors. Something doesn't sit right with me about the headmaster, he muttered. I don't know what. He's given me the creeps all year. Well, he doesn't like Slytherins, we all know that, Daphne commented as Aria noticed her school robes hanging over the foot of the bed. She grabbed the robe and reached into the pocket, grasping the hard object within it. Pulling it out, she drew in a breath, seeing the gleaming crimson stone that now rested in the palm of her hand. You did get it? Harry cried. Yes, I did, Aria stated. I had a little help from my mom. The infirmary doors opened. Aria rushed to hide the stone and her robes under her pillow. 3 adults and a little girl rushed and followed by Professor Snape. A man and woman and the girl rushed to Daphne's bedside, while the last remaining man strolled over to Theo's after casting a judging glare over at Aria and Harry. Daphne Greengrass. What were you thinking? The woman cried, sitting on the edge of Daphne's bed. The younger girl sat on the nearby chair. Mother, Daphne cried. That is what I wish to know as well, Professor Snape said. Mr. Potter we can excuse as he was forced along with this mad scheme. But you 3? What do you have to say for yourselves? Aria looked everywhere, but at her head of house. She spotted several heads peering around the doors to the hospital wing. Hermione and Ron were 2 of them, as were Blaise and Tracy and Draco. We weren't thinking? Daphne suggested. That much is obvious. Mr. Greengrass said. You should have all gone to get Professor Snape. He gave a stern look to all 4 of them. Your father and relatives have also been notified, Professor Snape said to Harry and Aria. Miss Bourne, I've already received a letter back from your father. He held it out. Aria groaned. Kill me now, she muttered. He's going to be so angry. As he should be, Snape snapped. While protecting your friends is noble and honorable, rushing headlong into a fight with no backup plan or any experience is not. You 4 are lucky that you escaped an encounter with the Dark Lord with a broken tailbone and 1 bout of the Cruciatus curse. People older than you and out of Hogwarts were not so lucky. Aria gulped. Harry and Daphne hunkered down in their beds. Theo looked like he wanted to melt into the wall. His father glared at him, 1 hand on his shoulder. Now, Severus, we shouldn't frighten them that much, Lord Knott said. His voice was deeper than Aria expected. I think this whole experience has taught them some valuable lessons. Correct, Theodore? Yes, father, Theo murmured. Lord Knott gave Theo's shoulder 1 last squeeze before releasing it. He turned to Professor Snape. I think it's time that I went to the headmaster and demanded answers, he said. Walk with me, Severus. Ah yes, Mr. Greengrass said, kissing Daphne's head. I've got quite a few things I would like to ask too. Come along, dear. Astoria. Mrs. Greengrass kissed Daphne's cheek and took the younger girl by the hand. They all left, and soon Ron, Hermione, Blaise, Tracy, and Draco showed up with treats. They had a lot of visitors over the next day that they were in the infirmary, though all four of them were glad to finally leave it and Madame Pomfrey's fussing behind. As Prudence has put it when she, Tracy, and Marcus came by, it's the best-kept secret at Hogwarts. Therefore, everyone knows. Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones had visited from Hufflepuff, dragging their two Muggleborn year mates with them, Justin Finch, Fletchley, and Kevin Entwistle. The four of them had handed our chocolate frog cards to each of them. Surprisingly, various Slytherins came to visit them too. Besides Draco, Blaise, and Tracy, there had been the fifth-year trio of Prudence, Tracy, and Marcus, and Frank Truorgy and Teddy Lawrence came by with cauldron cakes. Draco had given them chocolate from Switzerland, and Aria was beginning to contemplate the advantage of being friendly with Draco if it meant he got her sweets. The worst moment came when Aria finally opened the letter from her dad. She could feel the disappointment through the letter. "I hope you know I'm disappointed in you," Kenneth wrote. "You could have died, I hope you know. You're lucky you only walked away with a bruised tailbone. Don't get me wrong, I'm proud that you were so concerned for your friend and quick to go after him, but you ran in without a single thought for your own safety or your friends. I know there will be times when you're going to be the only person fighting for your friends. I know that truly. But there are going to be more times when your only responsibility is to get an adult. Someone like Severus or that Professor McGonagall you keep writing about. I can't lose you too, Aria. I want you safe. I'm not sure about this Dark Lord stuff. You've never mentioned anything like it in your letters, so I expect you'll be explaining it when you get home. But after the incident with the troll, I'm not sure Hogwarts is the safest place for you. What sort of dad would I be if I put you in danger every year just because your school can't keep dangerous creatures or criminals away?" Aria hoped that did not mean he was thinking of pulling her from Hogwarts. Regardless of the troll and Voldemort and people like Draco and Pansy bullying her, she loved Hogwarts. She got a magic. She made things float and could light up a room with her wand. She did not want to leave this world behind. She decided she would do everything she could to convince her dad to let her come back next year. No way was so going to stay at Spinner's End and go to St. Bridget's. She had friends here, a life. There was no way in hell she was giving it all up. To the dismay of Slytherin, the little escapade with the Dark Lord had cost them 200 house points. The hourglasses in the Great Hall reflected this loss the day after Aria, Daphne, Harry, and Theo had been released from the hospital wing. With the loss of 200 points came the embarrassment of having Gryffindor take the lead while Slytherin now sat in fourth place. "That's not fair," Aria complained to Daphne. "Perhaps we did deserve to have a few points taken to remind us to use our heads next time, but 200 points? We faced a bloody Dark Lord. I didn't even know Dark Lords existed until Hogwarts. Shouldn't the terror of our ordeal at least make up for our poor thinking skills? Best get used to it first highs," Prudence said as she sat nearby. "Everyone knows Dumbledore favors every house over Slytherin. Don't look too worried, Bourne. We house knows it's not fully your fault. Lawrence will make sure no one comes after you." Aria poked her eggs. That didn't make her feel better. One glance at the head table told Aria that Professor Snape was furious at the loss of points, and that McGonagall seemed stuck between being happy for her Gryffindors and being offended on behalf of Slytherin. Professors Flitwick and Sprout had wisely seated themselves away from their fellow heads of house and the headmaster that morning. Just as breakfast was beginning to wind down, a figure appeared at the door of the Great Hall, a man dressed in immaculate burgundy robes with golden embroidery. His silver hair hung in a neat plait over his shoulder, while his beard was neatly combed. His sharp green eyes made several nearby students duck their heads, as if to avoid the ire that radiated off the man. "Albus," the man snapped, "I will have words with you." "I'd like words with Dumbledore too," Harry muttered to Aria. "Who's that?" Pansy demanded. "I could be wrong," Aria said, "but I'd bet Theo's chessboard that's Nicholas Flamel." "You're not taking my chessboard, the alchemist?" Daphne questioned. Aria and Harry snapped their heads in her direction. "What?" "My uncle's an alchemist enthusiast. He's met Flamel several times. The man's like 600 years old. Next time we need to know about someone, we're asking Daphne," Aria told Harry, who only nodded. Dumbledore rose from his seat and met Flamel where he stood. "Shall we adjourn to my office?" Dumbledore suggested. "You gave me your word that my creation would be safe," Flamel stated. Aria could just hear the faintest hint of a French accent from the ancient man. For 600-some-odd years, he looked quite young and healthy. "Shall we adjourn to my office?" Dumbledore repeated. "I would like to speak to the 3 students who were involved," Flamel said. "With their head of house present, of course." Aria turned to look at Professor Snape, who rose from his seat, and with a flick of his hand, motioned Aria, Harry, Daphne, and Theo to his side. The 3 hurried to him, and he led them to where the 2 powerful wizards stood glaring at each other. All eyes were on them. Aria was keenly aware of some of the older Slytherins, especially the 7th years on her. The looks were heated and angry, and she didn't blame them. She only wished they weren't directed at her. Not that she could do anything about it. In the headmaster's office, Flamel strolled around the lower level where the door and Dumbledore's desk was. "Where's Fawkes?" Flamel asked. "Having his morning fly," Dumbledore replied. "What a pity. I would have dearly loved to see him," Flamel said. "He's the only other creature I know who's seen the world change as much as I have." "Who was Fawkes? Guy Fawkes? He was dead, wasn't he?" Nicholas Flamel came to a standstill beside the headmaster's desk. Dumbledore sank into his throne-like chair behind the desk, indicating for Aria, Harry, Daphne, and Theo to step forward. "I wanted to thank you 3 for thwarting the Dark Lord in his attempt at stealing my Philosopher's Stone," Flamel said, his body bending ever so slightly at them. "I applaud your courage in the face of danger, and, while I don't promote foolhardy headlong diving in a dangerous situation, I admire your loyalty to your friend to even make it so far past the safeguards in place." "I didn't really do anything, sir," Theo said. "It was all Aria." Daphne nodded. "You guys didn't have to come," Aria pointed out. "Indeed, Mr. Knott," Flamel said. "I've met many Knotts over the centuries, and while I have not counted any as a friend for a long time, you acted with no less courage than many of your forefathers. A bit more Gryffindor than Slytherin. But it's my belief, having only heard of the famous Sorting Hat and its duties, we all have bits and pieces of the houses in us." "You didn't graduate Hogwarts?" Aria asked. "Oh no," Flamel laughed. "I graduated Beauxbatons. We sort our students very differently. But that, I cannot tell you, my young lady." He smiled. A small thing that made Aria feel like she was being handed a rare gift. "I also wanted to apologize to you for concerning my stone," Flamel continued, his smile disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. "You 4 never should have been involved with it in the first place. It should have been well guarded, and the headmaster should have been aware of who or what was within this castle. There are ways even past the most impressive of wards," Dumbledore stated, shooting Flamel a sharp look. "Regardless," Flamel said, "you gave me your word that the stone would be safe within the school and that none of the students would get involved purposefully or accidentally. I think, old friend, we can safely say that your promises were not fully kept." Dumbledore's face pinched like he was sucking on a lemon. "As it is," Flamel continued, "my stone is now missing. I don't see myself or my wife using it anytime soon. Or perhaps now it's for the best if we destroy it. But either way, we must find it because we cannot have a Philosopher's Stone out on the loose." That did not sound good. Aria glanced over her shoulder at Snape, whose lips were turned into a deep frown as he stared into the distance, a thoughtful look over his face, like he was thinking hard about where the stone could be. Aria almost smiled. Here she stood before 3 of the greatest wizards she knew of, and she knew something they didn't, and had something they wanted. This was power. She turned back to Flamel, and immediately felt a push at her head, like invisible hands shoving against her eyes. Her magic flared in defense before she could do anything more than cry out at the excruciating pain. Around her, trinkets on shelves rattled. Several books flew off the shelf. She squeezed her eyes shut and rammed the heels of her palms against her eyelids. "Aria!" she heard her friend shout. "Miss Bourne!" That was Snape. She felt his hands on her shoulders, turning her towards him, and his hand gently drew her hands away from her eyes where tears escaped her clenched eyes. "It hurts!" she cried. "Describe the pain," Snape ordered, his voice stern but gentle. "Like someone was shoving their fingers into my eye," Aria answered. "God, the pain's spreading. My whole head hurts. Open your eyes." Aria barely got her eyes to squint. She saw Snape reach into his robes and pull out a vial, which he handed her, and which she dutifully drank. Immediately her headache began to subside, and the sharp pain that had been left behind her eyes began to fade to a dull ache. Her magic, realizing that there was no more threat, automatically withdrew back into her, and the rattling of trinkets stopped. "That is impressive magic you display, young one," Flamel murmured. "I didn't mean to," Aria said. "I didn't even do anything." She blinked at Professor Snape, who was now looking more thoughtful than ever. "Your magic acted on pure survival instinct," Flamel said. "It's not every day that one's magic reacts like yours did. Are you certain you felt like someone was poking your eyes?" "Yes, sir," Flamel hummed. "I think that will be all from my students," Snape stated. "I wish to get Miss Bourne a stronger headache potion." Dumbledore nodded, waving them off. Aria let Harry and Daphne lead the way out of the headmaster's office while Snape and Theo trailed behind them. "What happened to me?" Aria demanded once they were a few corridors away from the office. "I believe someone tried to perform legilimency on you," Snape answered. "In English, please, Professor," Harry said. "Legilimency is the art of being able to read someone's mind," Snape explained. "Its counterart is occlumency, the ability to shield your mind from a legilimens. The headmaster and Flamel are both rumored to be legilimens, but one doesn't usually go about boasting about being able to perform legilimency or occlumency." "Why not?" Daphne asked. "Because, Miss Greengrass, those two skills are best used when no one else realizes that you can perform them. During the war, the Dark Lord used legilimency to drive people mad. An accomplished occlumens will be able to erect mental shields and walls to prevent access to their memories. A master will be able to feed false memories to the legilimens. If someone does not realize you are skilled at occlumens, then they will wear themselves out trying to break into your mind or be fooled. And if you are a legilimens, then why tell people that you can discover their secrets when you can just use their secrets later to your advantage? Can you tell us more?" Harry asked, excitement building in his voice. "As much as the topic is of interest, I have classes to teach, and you have classes to attend. So, I suggest running to the dormitory and gathering your things as the first classes start in 10 minutes. The four ran back to the Slytherin dormitory. Aria scooped the book she needed into her bag, pausing a moment to stare at her trunk. After a minute, she flipped open the lid, pulling out the Philosopher's Stone. She didn't need it. Dumbledore didn't need it. Flamel really didn't need it, but it wasn't hers to keep, and, with Dumbledore still trying to find it, it might be best to try and return it to its rightful owner. Shoving the stone to the bottom of her bag, she hurried to join Harry, Daphne, and Theo in the common room before they journeyed back up into the main part of the castle. "Who do you think was trying to break into your head?" Theo asked. "I don't know," Aria said. "I was sort of blinded by the pain, so I didn't see anyone wave their wands or anything." "I didn't see anyone wave their wands," Harry told her. "Maybe this is advanced magic that doesn't need a wand or a spell. Voiceless and wandless magic." Daphne questioned. "You'd have to be very powerful to do both at the same time. Mum and Dad can do some voiceless magic, but only with their wands. My uncle showed me the few spells he can do wandlessly, but it's simple Hogwarts stuff, and he needed to actually say the spell. So it could have been either," Aria decided. "I mean, we all know Dumbledore is one of the most powerful wizards, but I bet Flamel is just as powerful." "Mr. Flamel seemed genuinely worried about you," Harry said. "I thought Dumbledore just looked surprised." "I would be too if someone just started yelling in my office," Theo commented. "Whoever did it, they now know that areas conveniently larger than normal magical core will protect her. That'll come in handy if anyone ever tries to off you, Aria." "Should I be worried about that?" Aria questioned, her voice rising until it almost squeaked. They entered the entrance hall and turned to head up the staircase to the next floor when Aria glanced out the window to see Flamel already heading back towards the school gates. "You guys go on to class," she told them, turning around and running for the front doors. "What are we supposed to tell McGonagall?" Daphne cried. "Think of something," Aria called back. She jumped off the steps and ran down the path after the ancient alchemist. "Mr. Flamel! Mr. Flamel!" she shouted. "Wait!" The man paused, slowly spinning back around to wait for her. She skidded to a halt in front of him, taking a moment to catch her breath and dig through her now jostled bag for the stone. "This belongs to you." She held out the crimson stone, which shone redder and more beautiful in the morning sun than it had in the infirmary light. Flamel's eyebrows rose to an alarming height as he reached out, taking the stone from Aria and turning it over several times in his hand. "You had it all this time?" he asked. "Yes, sir. Why not inform your headmaster?" "Well, He's the reason we got into this mess in the first place. Why'd I give it back to him? Aria shrugged. Probably best not to. Mention Harry's wary intuition of the headmaster. Flamel and Dumbledore were still friends after all. Why not keep it? Flamel asked. You could have sold it and been rich beyond belief. Really? I probably would have gotten underpaid, Aria said with a laugh. How much would that stone have been worth? It didn't actually cross my mind. I thought about keeping it, but the person I would have given it to if I knew how to use it is already dead. So, what would be the point of keeping it? And I don't think the stone will work on the other person I thought about giving it to. Why not? He's Muggle, sir. I see. Well, I don't know if the stone would work on Muggles. In my 600 years of life, my wife and I have had very few Muggle friends. Most of them died out in our first century. Magic folk have naturally longer lives anyway. Flamel slipped the stone into an inner pocket of his robe. You best be off, he murmured. Your class has probably started. I thank you for returning my stone to me. It's no problem. Do you plan to use it? No, child. My wife and I have been around far too long as it is. Immortality is not as wonderful as the tales will make it out to be. Again, I thank you for the returning of my property. He bowed to her and started back on his journey to the school gates. Aria started back towards the school, stopping just shy of the front steps when she saw Dumbledore standing at the doors. Good morning, headmaster, she greeted, hoping her voice wasn't shaking in surprise. Lovely morning. She walked by him and started up the stairs. Dumbledore did not call after her, but as she reached the hallway she wanted, she managed to peek over the railing as she continued on her way and noted how the headmaster's gaze remained on her until she couldn't see him anymore. Unease settled in the pit of Aria's stomach. Had the headmaster seen her give the stone over? Or had he just seen her talk to Flamel? Either way, she was starting to understand more fully Harry's wary intuition about the white-haired, horrendous robe, wearing, harmless-looking old man. She entered the Transfiguration classroom only to be met with a stern frown from Professor McGonagall. Care to explain why you're late, Miss Bourne? McGonagall demanded. I was returning the Philosopher's Stone to Nicholas Flamel, Aria answered, forcing her voice to be calm. He was heading towards the front gates, and I wanted to catch him. I didn't think sending something like the Philosopher's Stone through the mail would be smart. Everyone stared at her. Several students were even slack-jawed. You returned the Philosopher's Stone to Nicholas Flamel? McGonagall repeated. Yes, ma'am. You had it all this time? Yes, ma'am, I did. And you didn't use it? No. I really don't have a need for it. And why? Miss Bourne, did you not keep it to sell or use to some other advantage? Aria frowned. Was this a test of some sort? Professor McGonagall did not ask questions she did not want answers to. It's like I said, Professor, Aria finally replied. I don't have a need for the stone. And while the money would be nice, it wasn't my stone to sell. She slid into her seat. Professor McGonagall stared at her for a moment. 11 years old, and already more honest than some grown men, McGonagall muttered. Louder, she said, I think that for your honesty in returning the Philosopher's Stone to its creator, for keeping it safe and not using it irresponsibly, and for not seeking to further glorify yourself through the selling or use of the stone, 200 points will be awarded to you. You have shown great maturity, Miss Bourne. I am impressed. The Gryffindors and Slytherins gasped. Several Gryffindor first years looked betrayed, mainly Faye Dunbar and Sophie Roper, but they had never seemed to like Aria anyways. Lavender and Parvati looked upset, understandably, and Dean Thomas made a dramatic showing of hitting his head against the desk. Neville tried to look pleased on her behalf, but failed miserably, and Seamus wasn't even trying to hide his disappointment. For a moment, Aria wasn't sure she heard her professor correctly, but after Harry nudged her sharply, she managed to stutter out a thank you. Professor McGonagall hummed and peered over her glasses at Aria. Don't be late to my class again, Miss Bourne, she said, or I'll be forced to take points. End of first year. It was with great cheer that the Slytherins packed up to go home for the summer. With Aria's unprecedented gift from the head of Gryffindor and many well-behaved Slytherin students, and with the Weasley twins getting in trouble for several end-of-the-school-year pranks, the House of Slytherin managed to keep the House Cup for a 7th year in a row, much to the grumbling of the other 3 houses. If the Gryffindors would just keep your brothers in check, they would have won, Theo told Ron as they ate their breakfast the morning they were to leave for their homes. Ron and Hermione had decided to sit with the Slytherins. If they're to be mad at anyone, It should be your brothers. Slytherin seems to be the scapegoats to a lot of people, Hermione observed, buttering some toast. Aria slathered a piece of toast with butter and jam before setting it on Harry's plate. He jerked out of his thoughts, staring in shock at the toast like he didn't recognize what it was. Eat up, Aria said. You feeling all right? You haven't been eating. Well, these past few days. It was starting to worry her. It was like they were back at the beginning of the school year, and she had to encourage him to eat. Probably a bug, Harry answered. Want to run to Madame Pomfrey? No. Harry supported his chin on one hand while he picked up the toast and nibbled on it. Aria watched him closely. He loved strawberry jam, and she had spread it liberally. But he hardly noticed. What are the plans for the summer? Daphne asked. I'm going to ask if I can have some of you over. I'm free all summer, Pansy stated. I wasn't talking about you, Daphne replied, glancing at Aria, Hermione, and Tracy. You'd rather have them over and not me? Pansy cried. But we've known each other since we were babies. Unfortunately, Daphne deadpanned. Pansy scowled and turned back to her porridge. Aria and Daphne shared an eye roll while Hermione and Tracy tried not to giggle. Ron and Theo continued having a conversation about chess, ignoring the rest of the group. I think I'll try to find odd jobs around the neighborhood, Aria told Daphne. Maybe earn some pocket cash. It'd be cool to come over to your house. I don't think you'd like mine very much. It'd a bit old and needs some renovation. That's because you're poorer than Weasley, Draco said. Shut up, Malfoy, Blaise snapped, startling Draco. His face turned pink. Crabbe and Goyle glowered at the dark-skinned boy, who merely scowled at them, forcing the two lumps to turn away and continue stuffing their faces. What about you, Harry? Daphne asked. Same as Aria, Harry muttered, cracking a smile. Odd jobs around the neighborhood. He set his half-eaten toast down. Don't forget to write, Aria said. I'll try, Harry answered. But my family isn't a huge fan of owls. Well, then give your address and I'll send it Muggle Post, Aria suggested. Here. She pulled out a notebook from her shoulder bag and a quill. Right. Harry scribbled his address. Should I give you mine? Aria asked. No. I'll get it off the envelope. If you're sure. Aria and Harry met gazes. Actually, Harry lowered his voice. You said Professor Snape lives near you? Yeah. I'll take your address then. Okay. What was going on with Harry? Regardless, Aria tore off a bit of paper from her notebook and wrote out her address, handing it to Harry, who pocketed it. She noticed he was wearing baggy pants that were held up by a belt pulled at its tightest setting. In fact, his clothing today was very baggy, much like what he had been wearing when she and he had first met at Diagon Alley. Had he lost weight, or was he just wearing large clothes? Students, Headmaster Dumbledore called from the head table. I wish you all a wonderful summer holiday, and I cannot wait for you all to return next year. Except you seventh years. There was some laughter from the older students. But it's time now for you all to be leaving for Hogsmeade, Dumbledore continued. The carriages await outside. Aria hurried to wrap several pieces of bacon and toast in napkins, stuffing the food in her bag and biting into another piece of toast, while she slipped her bag over her head on her shoulders. It was a long ride home, and she wasn't going to go hungry. She, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Tracy, and Daphne managed to snag a carriage together. They would have squeezed Theo and Blaise on with them, but the carriage seemed to realize that it was full and began moving on its own. We'll save you seats on the train, Daphne shouted as Theo and Blaise went to find another carriage. The 8 of them squished together in a compartment on the train, and after one run-in with Draco and Pansy and their 2 goons, were left in peace for the rest of the ride. Neville, Dean, and Seamus came and visited for a while before going off to find other Gryffindors to say goodbyes to. Aria and Hermione traded Muggle addresses, just in case. And Theo and Ron spent most of the ride playing a single game of chess, which Blaise had fun trying to destroy with horrible advice to Theo. Tracy and Harry read for most of the trip. The Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross in the early evening. Aria and her friends managed to get their baggage off the train without much incident, and then began the flurry of Mom and Dad from those whose parents could get onto the platform, which followed with a flurry of hurried introductions. I want Aria and Hermione and Tracy to come over this summer, Daphne said to her parents. Really? Mrs. Greengrass questioned. She did not seem excited by the idea. Mr. Greengrass, though, smiled warmly and shook Aria and Hermione's hands after greeting Tracy. Yes, really, Daphne answered. Her little sister, Astoria, sniffed and turned away from Daphne with a look of boredom. We'll see, Mr. Greengrass promised. We have some plans already for the summer with the Parkinsons. I'll be at your funeral, Aria assured Daphne. Thanks, Daphne muttered. Theo left without a word. Aria saw Lord Not grab Theo's luggage and shrink it before grabbing Theo's shoulder, disappearing with him out of thin air. Aria gasped. Operating, Ron told Aria. You need a license. Why didn't Theo say a last goodbye? Aria asked. I reckon it's because his dad's a well-known blood purist like Draco's grandfather and father, Ron answered. I'm actually surprised he managed to remain friends with us throughout the year. He probably didn't want to risk starting something in public. I hope we'll be okay, Aria said. Lord Not did not seem like a very agreeable person, from what little I saw of him in the hospital wing. The Weasley family greeted them all with wide smiles and hugs. I'm so glad you're all doing well, Mrs. Weasley said. I want you to write to Ronnie during the summer, because goodness knows he'll do nothing else but Quidditch otherwise. Mom! Ron's ears turned red at his nickname. The Weasleys followed Hermione, Harry, and Aria onto the Muggle platform of King's Cross to meet their families. To Aria's delight, her dad was waiting with her, talking with a nice-looking couple. She discovered these were Hermione's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Kenneth pulled her into a tight hug. You're so grounded, he whispered in her ear before smacking a large, slightly embarrassing kiss onto her cheek. I thought so, Aria answered. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sure you are, kiddo. In the middle of introductions, a red-faced walrus of a man burst through the group. His fat jiggled as he walked, and his mustache nearly took up the lower half of his face. There you are, he snapped at Harry, the thick mustache over his lip turning downwards like his mouth. Stop chit-chatting. We got places to be. He spun around and marched off towards a woman with stringy blonde hair and a neck like a horse. With her was a fat boy with a mop of slicked-down blonde hair, his eyes focused on a Game Boy. That'd be my uncle, Harry muttered. No way. Aria cried. Hope he doesn't have a heart attack while driving. Aria? Kenneth snapped. That's rude. Harry waved goodbye and lugged his trunk and Hedwig after his family. The four disappeared into the crowd of commuters. Kenneth slung an arm around Aria and grabbed her trunk. She waved goodbye to Hermione and the Weasleys. Come on, Kenneth said. I only paid for 30 minutes parking. You can tell me all about school on the way home. Thank you. This is a revised version of the Muggleborn Slytherin updated/uploaded February 2023.